Chapter 63, Chapter 62. The cave was energetic. And by energetic, we mean someone had fed an anger issues a case of Red Bull energetic. 30 minutes until the full moon, and the vibe in Fenrir Greyback's pack was somewhere between frat party and horror movie prologue. Skarn was chewing on what might have been a femur, though nobody dared ask if it came from a skeleton or last Tuesday's failed mission. Ren, in a display of peak emotional stability, was gnawing his own wrist like it had betrayed him. Someone, possibly Greg, possibly the ghost of bad decisions, was humming the Jaws theme in the background. Off-key. With growls. At the center of this pre-moon madness crouched Fenrir Greyback, alpha, apex predator, and part-time nightmare fuel. He was built like a Viking biker god and gave off the sort of calm that made you nervous. You know, like the moment before a thunderstorm or a bear hug from a bear who also wants to eat you. Greyback's fingers curled around a twitchy-looking portrait. It resembled a doorknob stolen from a haunted funhouse, pulsing faintly like it had a heartbeat and really wanted to be anywhere else. "This one's twitchy," he rumbled, voice rough like gravel wrapped in thunder and dipped in sarcasm. "Probably cursed." Ren, whose brain had clearly filed for early retirement, leaned over and licked his own portrait as some sort of warped goblet lid that looked like it had been through a blender. "They're all probably cursed," he said dreamily. "That's what makes 'em fun." "Don't lick the portrait," Skarn muttered from the corner, still gnawing bone. His voice was about as expressive as a landslide. "You'll turn into a chicken. Or a fire. Or a flaming chicken." Ren raised a brow. "Honestly? Flaming chicken sounds like an upgrade." Greyback didn't laugh. Fenrir Greyback didn't do laughter unless it involved someone else screaming. Instead, he grunted, which in Greyback SA translated to Ren, "If you die, I'm using your skull as a goblet and telling people it's poetic justice." "Yaxley wouldn't dare screw with us," Greyback said, voice dropping an octave just to remind the cave who was boss. "He knows what happens if I'm released early." "Sure," Ren said, casually spinning his portrait like a rogue coin. "He sends a lovely fruit basket. Sorry for the betrayal, here's a melon." Greyback turned slowly, very slowly. The kind of slow that made small mammals run, birds flee, and Ren immediately regret his entire existence. Greyback's smile was toothy and not at all friendly. "Keep talking, Ren. Maybe I'll forget I said you could come back." Ren winced. "Oof. Noted." Dialing down the sarcasm to survivable. The port keys began pulsing in eerie unison, like they were syncing up to a playlist titled Midnight Mayhem, Volume 1. Greyback rose to full height, stretching his shoulders with the grace of a predator and the sound of a collapsing tree. His muscles shifted like tectonic plates made of rage. The man did not move so much as loom. He pointed to each werewolf in turn. "Listen up. We go in, we wait. No biting, no howling, no getting clever with centaurs." "What if they start it?" Ren asked, raising a finger like he was about to challenge a rule in a Quidditch match. Greyback's eyes narrowed into slits of golden fury. "You so much as nibble a third year, Yaxley will come down on me. And if he comes for me, I will gift wrap you and hand deliver your body to him. Possibly flaming. Definitely screaming." "Copy that," Ren said. "No pre-snacking. No unsolicited nibbling." "Got it." Skarn held up his portrait, a bent metal disc that looked like a quaffle had lost a bar fight. "If this takes me to another swamp, I'm flipping it." "You flip a portrait," Greyback said, cracking his knuckles with a noise that could have come from a tree exploding, "you better hope it lands on your head." He paused, eyes gleaming like moonlight on a blade. "We hit the forest. We keep to the trees. We don't move until the signal." "And what, exactly, is the signal again?" Ren asked. He was now holding his portrait like it might whisper the answer if he stroked it enough times. Greyback grinned. "Screaming." There was a moment of silence. "Oh," Ren said. That kind of party. The port keys flared all at once, not with a majestic whoosh, but more of a magical yoink. Followed by a collective whelp. Greyback vanished first in a flash of predatory magic, pulled into the unknown like a thundercloud teleporting to a better fight. Ren followed, mid-eye roll and probably mid-regret. Skarn's port KS spun him upside down and launched him like a very angry pizza into the void. The cave, once loud and chaotic, fell quiet. Well, quiet except for the Jaws theme echoing faintly from a far-off echo. With a noise like a hiccup from a volcano and a puff of magic that smelled suspiciously like burnt toast and sarcasm, Fenrir Greyback landed in a crouch, smack in the middle of a mossy clearing bathed in moonlight. He didn't just crouch. He posed. Like a rock star about to drop an album titled Howl If You Love Mayhem. Muscles flexed. Hair blew dramatically in a wind that absolutely did not exist a second ago. He sniffed the air with a hunter's focus. Grass. Pine. Damp unicorn. Teenage angst, he muttered, grin spreading like wildfire. Oh yeah. Daddy's home. A wet splork heralded Ren's arrival as he fell out of thin air like he'd been hurled by a grumpy poltergeist. He hit the ground, rolled once, then lay there groaning like a man who'd just French-kissed a lawnmower. I tasted that port kat, he choked, spitting into the dirt. It tasted like someone tried to bottle disappointment. And also feet. Greyback didn't look at him. He was busy scanning the trees like he was already counting hiding spots for corpses or snacks. Another thud. Enter, Skarn. He dropped from the sky like a wardrobe full of bricks and poor life choices, landing upside down in a web of tree roots. One leg twitched. A squirrel launched itself into orbit. I'm okay, Skarn announced to the moss. This is fine. I meant to land like a horror movie sound effect. You land like a meatball, Skarn, Ren said, brushing moss off his shoulder. A very loud, very uncoordinated meatball. Still better than your face, Skarn muttered, not bothering to get up. Greyback finally turned to them, one eyebrow raised like a judgmental mountain. He looked like the kind of guy who'd wrestle a bear for breakfast, then ask for dessert. Focus up, he growled. His voice was a mix of gravel, thunder, and the kind of thing that made small woodland creatures write wills. We've got 30 minutes till showtime. He looked up at the sky. The moon was rising big, silver, and smug about it. That's 30 minutes before I stop playing nice and start chewing through things that scream. Ren cleared his throat. So, hypothetically, what's our actual plan? You know. Besides appear menacing and smell like wet dog. Greyback strode past him like a thundercloud with ABS. The plan is, we get into position. We wait. We don't growl, we don't howl, and we definitely don't lick anything until I say go. Skarn, now upright and chewing on a stick for reasons no one wanted to ask about, looked puzzled. Even if it looks delicious. Yes, Greyback said flatly. Especially then. That's how you get cursed. Or end up with antlers in places antlers do not belong. Ren raised a cautious hand like a student in the world's worst classroom. Define wait. Because I have ADHD and also very sharp teeth. Just saying. Greyback turned to him, slowly. The kind of slow that made time itself uncomfortable. You start early, he said, voice dropping an octave, and I swear on the next full moon, I'll wear your spine like a tie. Copy that, Ren said quickly. Stealth mode. No chaos. No murder. Got it. Boring, but got it. Good. Greyback cracked his neck snap snap like trees snapping in a winter storm. Because when that first scream hits the air. That's your cue. That's when we go from wolves to nightmares in fur coats. The port K shimmer was long gone. The forest was still. Silent. Watching. Greyback inhaled one last time, letting the scents flood his senses like an old war tune. Magic. Moonlight. Mischief. The moon climbed higher. Almost time. And the wolf inside Greyback, hungry, ancient, always waiting, stretched its claws across his bones. He smiled, all teeth. "Gentlemen," he said, "welcome to the hunt." The moon hit its zenith like a giant cosmic spotlight, saying, "Hey, let's make some bad decisions." It was big, silver, and shameless, hanging in the sky with the same energy as a kid double daring someone to eat a live frog. In the clearing, Fenrir Greyback grinned. A slow, toothy grin that said time to ruin someone's night. He rolled his shoulders and cracked his neck loud enough to scare small birds out of trees. His eyes gleamed gold, no, predatory gold. The kind of gold that didn't belong in coins or jewelry but in nightmares and warning signs. "Oh yeah," he muttered, voice low and rough, like it had gravel for breakfast. "Showtime, boys." "Wait," Ren said, already halfway panicked. "Is it now? Like, right this second? Because I haven't finished digesting dinner and I don't want to. Oh no, it's happening." Ren dropped like a sack of overcaffeinated ferrets and started twitching violently. Greyback laughed. "Kid screams every time. Gets me right in the heart." Behind them, Skarn gave a high-pitched giggle that should not have come out of a creature his size. He casually tossed away the stick he'd been gnawing on for the last hour and said, "Let's get monstrous." The transformations hit them like a bus full of angry chiropractors. Bones snapped. Muscles stretched. Skin did deeply regrettable things. It was gross. It was violent. It was awesome. Greyback dropped to all fours, laughing through it, like he was enjoying the pain. His spine cracked loud enough to make a tree wince. Hair burst from his skin like an overgrown chia pet, and his grin stretched past human limits. His hands, no, paws dug into the earth, claws curling like they were eager to be used. By the time he was done, he wasn't just a werewolf. He was the werewolf. Massive. Muscled. Moonlit. The kind of creature you'd expect to burst through your front door, eat your fridge, and then make a witty remark before biting your face off. Ren, on the other hand, looked like a werewolf in beta testing. His ears twitched in different directions. His tail kept wagging like it had its own Wi-Fi signal. "Why does this always hurt worse than the last time?" Ren moaned, flopping onto his back dramatically. "I swear, one of these nights, my spine's just going to peace out and walk away." "That'd be a first," Skarn grunted, now fully transformed and even uglier than before, which was saying something. His snout was too wide. His fur looked like it had lost a fight with a lawnmower. "Still chewing on something," he added, "also, I think I'm stuck like this. My toes won't unbend." Greyback rose to his full, monstrous height, golden eyes gleaming with purpose and mischief. "Gentlemen," he said, his voice now a growl soaked in whiskey and wildness, "welcome to Hogwarts." He pointed a claw toward the castle, its windows glowing soft and yellow in the distance. The towers looked peaceful. Regal. Untouchable. Home to hundreds of fresh, squishy little wizards who've never seen a real monster up close. They think trolls under bridges are scary. He flashed a sharp grin. "Let's change that." "Wait," Ren said, ears perking up. "Are we, like, eating the kids? Or just giving them a very traumatic group hug?" Greyback chuckled and clapped a paw on Ren's back hard enough to almost dislocate something. "No killing," he said. "Well, not too much killing. You break 'em too bad, they can't turn. We're not just here to cause chaos. We're here to build something. Like a bloodthirsty family," Skarn added. "Exactly." Greyback roared, clearly delighted. "A pack. You don't just bite and bounce, you cultivate. Nurture. Convert. Corrupt." Ren blinked. That was weirdly motivational. Like, dark TED Talk energy. "Thank you," Greyback said, clearly pleased. "I've been workshopping it." He stepped forward, nose lifted to the breeze. The smell of pine. Damp moss. Distant spells. And underneath it all. Magic. Innocent. Raw. Unprotected. Greyback inhaled like it was his favorite cologne. Smell that, he said. That's opportunity. That's potential. That's preteen trauma just waiting to bloom. The castle loomed in the distance, unaware and defenseless. Inside, kids were doing what kids always did, sneaking snacks, flirting badly, ignoring homework, and making horrible decisions about who to ask to the next Hogsmeade trip. They had no idea what was coming. "All right, pups," Greyback said, lowering into a crouch. "Follow my lead. No mercy. No hesitation. And if you see a prefect, bite twice." Scarn offered. "Correct." With that, he leapt one smooth, terrifying blur into the shadows. A missile made of muscle and malice. Scarn followed, barking happily like the world's most violent retriever. Ren sighed. "Why do I always get stuck with the psychos?" He took off after them. The forest swallowed them up. They didn't break twigs. They didn't rustle leaves. They moved like smoke and death and bedtime stories gone wrong. At the edge of the trees, Greyback paused. His eyes locked on the astronomy tower. A student leaned against the windowsill, whispering a wish into the night. They wouldn't see the monsters coming. But they'd hear the howls. Greyback's lips peeled back from his fangs. "One scream," he whispered, voice as soft as silk and twice as dangerous. "That's all I need." And above them, the moon silver, full, and hungry smiled. Just as Greyback crouched low, ready to spring forward like the world's angriest linebacker, the air around them shifted. Not just a breeze. Not even a storm. It was the kind of shift that made the hair on the back of your neck stand up and whisper, "Hey, maybe let's not die tonight." Ren froze mid-step, nose twitching. "Anyone else feel that?" "Because my first doing the jazz hands thing." Scarn growled, half snarl, half sneeze. "I thought that was just the meat pie from last night." Greyback lifted his massive head and sniffed the air. His jaw clenched. "Something wrong. Deep, ancient, forest watching you back kind of wrong." And then, hiss! A spark flared near the tree line. Then another. Then 5 more, darting between roots like fireflies with an attitude problem. "Okay, nope," Ren muttered, inching backward. "I've seen this movie. We're the red shirts." The sparks caught, one by one, until a ring of flames flared up around the clearing circling them like an angry donut made of fire. It crackled, hissed, and pulsed with heat, like it had opinions about werewolves, and none of them were 5-star reviews. Scarn's ears flattened. Why is it always circles? Bad things happen in circles. Ritual sacrifices, wedding dances, group therapy. Greyback's lip curled. "Shut up. Hold formation." Which was hilarious, because the very next second, the forest hit pause. Greyback's body locked mid-growl. His muscles wouldn't twitch. His legs might as well have been made of stone. His face was permanently stuck in an expression that screamed, "I just smelled something foul and I'm about to punch it." Ren was frozen mid-scamper, one eye wide, the other somehow wider. Scarn looked like he was mid-sneeze, which made him the least intimidating lawn ornament in magical history. And then it hit them. They weren't the hunters anymore. They were the mice. "I swear," Greyback thought, growling internally because, well, his jaw didn't work, "if this is one of Dumbledore's practical jokes again, I'm going to eat a centaur." The fire flared higher. Blue flickers danced along its edges, now cold fire, hungry fire. Fire that meant something. And then, just as fast as it came, the paralysis shattered. Greyback hit the ground hard, claws gouging the dirt. He snarled like a thunderclap. What was that? Ren staggered to his feet, legs shaking like they were made of leftover spaghetti. I saw my life flash before my eyes. It was mostly bad decisions and undercooked rodents. I think I peed, Skarn said. No one cares, Skarn, Greyback snapped. He started pacing, eyes darting between the fire and the trees beyond. Find an exit. We're not dying in a campfire circle designed by Pinterest witches. Ren blinked. What if it's enchanted? You know, magical fire. That'll roast your soul or give you a rash or something. Then walk through and find out, Greyback barked. Hard pass. And then... thump thump. Thump thump. It started faint. Like a heartbeat in the dirt. Then louder. Rhythmic. Like war drums built out of thunder and tree roots. The wolves went silent. And then came the voice. For the forest. A cry split the air, deep and resonant, like it had been echoing through the trees for centuries and just finally got the courage to scream. Voices joined in, rising like a war hymn from every direction. Voices full of fury, purpose, and zero tolerance for werewolves with bad attitudes. Oh, come on, Ren whined. We're being ambushed by environmentalists. Shut up and listen, Greyback growled. Then the most terrifying sound of all. Thwib. 1 bowstring. Then 10. Then 50. Bows, Skarn said, staring into the dark. They've got bows. Big deal, Greyback said. I've taken arrows before. Thwip 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 thwip. The sound grew. A swarm of buzzing death above them. They all looked up. Arrows. A rainstorm of arrowheads, silhouetted against the moon like the sky itself wanted them gone. Greyback's jaw dropped slightly, not from fear, but from a very specific kind of realization. Oh, he muttered. Yeah, Ren whispered. We're gonna die, aren't we? Greyback grinned. A grin that said if I'm going down, I'm taking a few of them with me. No, he said, baring his teeth. We're gonna fight. Then maybe die. But it's gonna be fun as hell. The arrows descended. The first arrow hit Skarn in the shoulder. He screamed like someone had been stabbed with betrayal, emotional trauma, and also, well, an actual arrow. I've been murdered, he howled, flopping dramatically to the ground like a dying swan. You're fine, Ren snapped, ducking as another volley turned the clearing into a very aggressive acupuncture session. You're just slightly impaled. Get up, you theatrical meatball. Greyback took one to the ribs and grunted. Not because it hurt, though it did, like a bar fight with a cactus, but mostly because it annoyed him. He glanced down at the arrow sticking out of his side like an oversized toothpick in a steak and growled, Silver. Ren, who was busy yanking a particularly rude arrow out of his own flank, sniffed it, then made a face like he'd just licked a centaur's armpit. Wood, he said. Not silver. Probably enchanted. Maybe dipped in sage and bad intentions. Then they're not trying to kill us, Greyback muttered, yanking out the arrow and casually tossing it into the fire like he was flicking away an annoying mosquito. Yeah, Skarn said, crawling behind a rock and clutching his shoulder like he was auditioning for Werewolf Hamlet. They're just trying to hurt us. You know. Light torture. Real classy. Oh good, Ren said, his voice going shrill as an arrow nicked his ear. I always dreamed of being ethically maimed in the forest. Adds character. Another volley rained down. It was like the sky had decided it had beef with them and chose passive-aggressive archery as its weapon of choice. Greyback took another arrow to the thigh. He roared. Not in pain. In challenge. The kind of roar that made trees shake and squirrels immediately file for relocation. I swear, he growled, muscles flexing as he snapped the shaft in half, when I find the clown who made these, I'm gonna decorate their intestines like party streamers. Can we not talk about party streamers right now? Ren panted, flopping beside him. I am 2 sarcastic quips away from cardiac arrest. We should run, Skarn said from behind his rock. Or burrow. Or dissolve into the earth like dramatic worms. Greyback glared at him. Run through what, genius? The fire? The arrows? Or the sea of pure bullcrap we've found ourselves in? Skarn blinked. Fire. Definitely the fire. It's warm and inviting. The ring of flames blazed even higher, turning the clearing into a forest-themed apocalypse. Arrows kept coming, relentless, like the world's deadliest confetti cannon. Then it stopped. Just like that. No warning. No slowdown. Just silence. One last arrow thunked into a tree with the soft, awkward finality of someone sitting on a whoopee cushion in church. The wolves froze. Ren raised a paw. Did they run out of arrows? Greyback didn't answer. He was too busy doing that thing he did when he smelled danger. You know the way a storm dog smells lightning before it hits. His hackles weren't just up, they were attempting modern interpretive dance. What is it? Skarn whispered. Greyback turned slowly, sniffing the air. His voice dropped to a deep rumble. Something's wrong. Define wrong, Ren said. Because I'm getting major haunted forest with bonus regret vibes. No fire smoke, Greyback muttered. No scent of enemies. No arrows in the air. Just. He paused. His golden eyes narrowed. Just what? Skarn squeaked. Greyback looked at the trees, then the shadows beyond them, then the flames that had started to dim not die, just pull back like they were afraid. He bared his teeth. Something worse. Ren snorted. Oh great! Worse than being turned into a canine pincushion. That's comforting. Something old, Greyback said, voice low. Something that doesn't hunt like us. It waits. Watches. Smiles when the fire burns. Cool, 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 Ren muttered, edging toward the nearest not-on-fire tree. So we're about to meet a cursed forest god, an undead stag king, or a really angry druid, and you're just standing there like this is Tuesday poker night. Greyback cracked his neck. Then he grinned. That grin? It said bring it on, do your worst, and I floss with bigger monsters than you. I like Tuesdays, he said. The fire dimmed more. Shadows twisted like something was breathing in the dark. And every feral instinct in Greyback's ancient, war-scarred body screamed the same word. Run. But Greyback didn't. Because Greyback didn't run. He waited. And whatever was coming. He wanted it to know exactly who it was messing with. The silence was the worst part. Not the fire. Not the arrows. Not even Skarn's theatrical groaning like he was auditioning for Werewolves of the Opera. Nope. It was the quiet. The kind of quiet that made your fur stand on end. The kind of quiet where even the bugs were like, nope, we're out. Fenrir Greyback, currently 9 feet of snarling nightmare with glowing amber eyes, a chest like a battering ram, and claws that could carve a roast faster than a Jinsu knife commercial, stood motionless in the middle of the clearing, blood dripping from a few shallow wounds and a deep well of irritation. His ears twitched. Something was wrong. Like, existentially wrong. Like, the world has a virus and we're all NPCs in a corrupted save file wrong. Okay, Ren muttered, limping over with an arrow sticking out of his thigh. Weird question, are the trees dancing? Fenrir didn't look at him. They're moving, he said, voice low and gravelly. But not like trees should. Oh good, Skarn called from behind the least effective boulder ever, maybe they're friendly ents. Or maybe we're hallucinating. Do wolves get PTSD? I feel like we're checking all the boxes. And then it happened. A snap in the underbrush. A yelp. The sound of claws scrabbling, then nothing. No scream. No howl. Just silence, like someone had hit the mute button on a life. Fenrir's lip curled. Corin, he growled. Or was it Fennel? Ugh, why did they all name themselves like they were characters in a bad indie RPG? Ren spun, ears perked. That wasn't normal, right? No, Fenrir said, his voice like steel wrapped in sandpaper. That was very not normal. He turned in a slow circle. His claws flexed. His nose twitched. Nothing. No scent trail. No breath. No heartbeat. No anything. Which was a problem, because Fenrir's nose could usually pick out a rabbit fart at 60 yards. Snap. Another yelp. Another body just gone. Like a magic trick performed by a very angry magician. Skarn whimpered. That's not cool. This is not cool. You know what this is? This is how horror movies start. First it's the expendable background wolves, then the comic relief oh gods, that's me. Fenrir growled. A real, chest-rattling, someone's about to get slashed kind of growl. He sniffed left pine. Sniffed right pine again. Sniffed behind him burnt meat. His own. Okay. That wasn't even logically possible. Something was messing with him. Not just hiding from his senses, rewriting them. His nose said, all clear. His ears said, everyone's breathing. His instincts said, you're already dead, you just haven't noticed yet. Ren crept closer, eyes wide. Greyback, can you sense them? No, Fenrir said, and that one word held more violence than a bar fight in a silver mine. And that's what's wrong. Snap. Another wolf gone. This one tried to scream but the sound cut off halfway through, like someone had hit pause mid-trauma. We're being hunted, Fenrir said. Stalked. Picked off. Skarn shook so hard he nearly vibrated out of his fur. But why can't we smell them? Or see them? Or, anything them? Because whatever it is, Ren muttered, it's cheating. Stealth spells. Glamour. Illusions. Magic with a capital screw you. Fenrir wasn't listening. His eyes were locked on the forest. His hackles were up. His inner predator, who usually lived on a diet of raw meat, testosterone, and bad decisions, was losing its mind. It wasn't just fear. It was dread. Ancient, primal, cold sweat dread. And Fenrir Greyback did not do dread. He stepped forward, eyes scanning the darkness between the trees. It's not hunting for food, he muttered. It's playing. Oh yay, Skarn said weakly. We're the chew toys. Then let's give it what it wants, Fenrir said, baring his teeth. Fear. Mission accomplished, Ren said, waving a trembling paw. I'm afraid. You afraid, Skarn? Terrified, Skarn whispered. Like, existentially. A gust of wind blew through the clearing. No, not wind. Whispers. Not in any language known to man or wolf. Just the sound of wrongness, brushing against Fenrir's brain like a cold finger across a tombstone. He turned to the darkest part of the forest. And then, just for a heartbeat, he saw it. A shape. Tall. Still. Not supposed to be here. And then it was gone. Fenrir's fur stood on end. His claws dug into the dirt. His heart thudded like a war drum in a thunderstorm. And for the first time in a very long time, Fenrir Greyback realized he was feeling something he didn't even have a word for. Not rage. Not fear. Something deeper. Darker. Like his instincts were whispering, run. Run now. But Fenrir Greyback didn't run. He grinned. The shape moved. Not fast. Not loud. Just forward. Like it didn't care that it was stepping into a clearing full of twitchy werewolves who were one bad joke away from going full Michael Bay. Fenrir's growl caught in his throat. It wasn't a monster. It wasn't an elf. It wasn't some eldritch creature from the back of the Forbidden Forest's worst fanfiction. It was a boy. Well, technically a boy. 14, maybe 15. Tall. Lean. Built like one of those statues from ancient Greece that made you question your gym membership. His bodysuit armor was red and gold, sleek and seamless like it had been poured on. A crimson hood draped over his head, hiding everything but a sharp jawline and two glowing golden eyes that practically hummed with power. Ren blinked. Is that kid glowing? Why is he glowing? Why do the glowing ones always have perfect posture? Maybe he's one of those demigods, Skarn muttered. I'm right here, you know, the boy said, voice calm. Not cocky. Not loud. Just there. Smooth as silk. Warm as firelight. The kind of voice that should not belong to someone that young. But please, don't let that stop you. Skarn, bless his tiny, reckless brain, decided that was the perfect moment to go full murder chihuahua. With a snarl, he lunged. Fangs out. Claws swinging. The whole primal predator package. And for half a glorious second, it looked like he might actually take the kid down. Then the fire happened. A spear, no, a blade of pure fire, brighter than Fenrir's temper and hotter than Ren's last attempt at cooking, shot out from under the boy's cloak. Straight up Skarn's mouth. And out the back of his skull. The sound was horrible. The smell was worse. Skarn twitched once, twice, then crumpled like bad origami. The boy didn't move. Didn't gloat. Didn't even breathe hard. He just let Skarn slide off the blade, then let the fire vanish in a soft whoosh, like it had been nothing more than a campfire spark. For one very awkward second, no one spoke. Then Ren broke the silence with, Suhu. I'm gonna put Skarn down for dead. Anyone else? A sudden metallic whir cut through the air like a buzzsaw made of patriotism. Something gleamed from the shadows. A red, white, and blue disc, no, a shield spun out of the darkness. Circular. Fast. Edged with something that looked an awful lot like silver. Maybe even. Is that vibranium? Ren asked. Shut up, Fenrir growled. The shield ricocheted off the side of a tree, smashed into the skull of one wolf snap, bounced to another crunch, and then zipped back into the shadows like it had a GPS and no time for nonsense. 2 wolves down. Just like that. No sound. No warning. No scent. Only pain. Fenrir's instincts screamed trap. And this time, they weren't lying. From every angle of the forest, shapes stepped out. Some tall. Some short. All cloaked in shadow. Not monsters. Not beasts. People. Powerful people. Armed. Armored. Ready. Ren whimpered. You're seeing this, right? Like, this isn't just another magical gaslight moment. Fenrir didn't answer. He was too busy scanning the tree line, heart pounding like a war drum, as he slowly realized the truth. They weren't being hunted anymore. They were surrounded. And whatever had just stepped into their world wasn't playing fair. Wasn't playing nice. Wasn't playing at all. Chapter 64, Chapter 63. The boy in red and gold didn't turn as the shield zipped past his shoulder and snapped back into the shadows. He didn't flinch when 3 more werewolves dropped with wet thuds. He didn't even blink. He commanded. Perimeter formation, Harry said, voice low and steady, like the eye of a storm that had decided it was done playing nice. Non-lethal if possible. Silver if not. Shadows moved like they'd been waiting for the cue. And they had. To his right, a girl stepped into the moonlight, tall, elegant, dressed in emerald and gold, like tactical royalty had just rage quit the Met Gala. The golden phoenix on her chest blazed with challenge. Her red hair shimmered with power, Her eyes glowed soft green with danger. Jean Grey. Girlfriend. Omega-level telepath. Mild caffeine addict. Definitely not someone you wanted annoyed before her morning coffee or in the middle of a werewolf hunt. She gave Harry a sideways smirk. Trying to be cool again. Harry didn't look at her, but his lips twitched. Trying? Babe, I'm the reason Batman has anxiety. On his other side, Susan Bones dropped in like she'd been born in a war zone, armored Quidditch robes in black and yellow, wand out, hair braided, face set in the patented "don't make me obliterate you" glare. 5 on the left, 6 more in the trees. One's licking itself, she noted with surgical calm. Disgusting, Jean muttered. Jealous. Harry quipped. Harry. Kidding. Mostly. He raised a hand. Cedric. Daphne. Neville. Luna. Showtime. Boom. From the woods came 4 figures like Hogwarts' answer to the X-Men. Cedric emerged first, hooded, armored, claws gleaming, moving like a predator who had read every rule of chivalry and decided, cool, now let's fight. Daphne glided in next, literally ice crackled underfoot as her armor hissed frost into the air. Her breath fogged as she looked at Greyback like he owed her rent. Neville rose from the roots, green-brown armor wrapped in living vines that flexed with him. The trees actually leaned toward him. Which was either awesome or terrifying. Possibly both. Then Luna appeared. Correction, Luna drifted in like she'd been summoned by a cloud with strong opinions. Her blue and bronze shimmered with moonlight. Her hair floated like gravity had a crush on her. One wolf stared, tilted its head, and began chewing its own tail. Hello, Mr. Bitey, she greeted it politely. More figures emerged from the treeline. Hermione strode forward, robes cinched, wand glowing, barking orders with enough intensity to make a goblin cry. Shield charm perimeter, keep formation tight. Ron, left flank. Twins, high ground. Aye, General Granger. Fred called. Salute. George added, sketching an exaggerated one. Ron rolled his eyes and thumped his wand into his palm. Let's just make em regret puberty. Ginny, Tracy, Hannah all in striking magical combat armor spread out beside the twins. Then came the power trio, Angelina, Alicia, and Katie, moving like they'd choreographed this assault to Beyoncé. They weren't just teenagers. They were MageX. And then because of course this needed to go from epic to legendary, the trees parted. In walked Captain America. Star-spangled suit. Shield gleaming. Jaw looking majestic. Eyes locked on Greyback like the werewolf had just kicked a bald eagle. Captain, Harry nodded. Steve Rogers nodded back, calm as a glacier. You call, I come. Kinda hot when you talk like that, Harry muttered, just loud enough for Jean to elbow him. Focus, she warned, even as her lips twitched. Behind Cap came Clint Barton, arrow already notched, silver tip gleaming. I got 12 on target, Clint said, notching another arrow. 4 more about to regret their life choices. Natasha emerged from the mist like a horror story in stilettos. Her blades whispered free. Her smirk said she knew things. Dangerous things. Then came Logan. Wolverine didn't walk. He prowled. Claws silver-tipped, eyes wild, growl already rumbling. They bleed silver. Harry nodded. And cry like toddlers when you insult their fashion sense. Logan's grin was all teeth. Let's make em sob. Finally, stepping like a thundercloud in human form. Albus Dumbledore. This was not the twinkly-eyed grandfather of bedtime stories. His robes shimmered with warded thread. His beard was braided for battle. His wand crackled with storm magic. Sirius stood beside him, long coat, longer grin, looking like a rock star with homicidal tendencies. Remus was mid-transformation, glowing eyes and claws visible under reinforced robes. Moody stomped forward with twitching wand and growls. Tonks winked at Harry and morphed her nose into a wolf's snout. Kingsley towered nearby, silent and radiating "I will end you" energy. Amelia Bones checked the silver shells in her wand-holstered shotgun. Fenrir looked around. Yet, he was starting to get it. This wasn't a fight. This was a reckoning. Harry stepped forward, red and gold cape fluttering. He pointed at Greyback. "You hunted kids. Thought you were top of the food chain. But tonight, Greyback." He drew his wand. Jean's hand brushed his. "The pack meets the pride." Jean's eyes flared. Susan's wand glowed silver. Cedric snarled. Luna hummed. Daphne froze the air itself. Neville cracked the earth. Then came the chorus. Argentia Sagitta. 12 silver arrows launched skyward. The sky lit up. The wolves shrieked. Fenrir Greyback took a step back. And somewhere in the distance, the moon hid behind a cloud. Meanwhile, back at Hogwarts' 7th floor room of requirement. The room of requirement had outdone itself. Seriously, if you told Percy Weasley that one day he'd be running battlefield logistics from a command center that looked like Star Wars, Iron Man's garage, and a Ravenclaw's fever dream had a magical baby, he'd have filed the paperwork himself. It was all floating crystal displays, glowing sigil boards, and enchanted projectors powered by what Percy privately suspected was caffeine-fueled Ravenclaw desperation. Oh, and a house elf who looked like he was running an intergalactic war with nothing but pure vibes and a self-knitted jumpsuit. "Squad Artemis," Percy barked into his COMM, "you've got Lupin hostiles inbound from your 9. Ambush formation. 5 signatures. Coordinates locked. Suggest air cover and frost containment." Luna Lovegood's voice floated back through the ether, as calm and airy as if she were discussing tea leaves. "Would you like me to turn them into decorative lawn sculptures? Preferably with minimal bloodshed and maximal dramatic irony." "Splendid," Luna said. 3 seconds later, a panel lit up with a sparkle of silvery blue as werewolves got hit with an arctic blast so frosty Elsa would have needed a scarf. One went flying into a tree. The tree lost. Dobby, meanwhile, was on his floating enchanted stool, headset comically oversized for his bat-like ears, fingers tap dancing over a shimmering control panel made entirely of light. "Big stinky wolfmen trying sneak behind Captain Cedric," Dobby announced gleefully. "Deploying spicy sneezing gas and silver glitter mines." The view screen lit up with the explosive equivalent of a rave. A trio of werewolves exploded into a cloud of sparkles and began wheezing like they'd inhaled an entire puking pastille factory. "Confirmed hit," Percy said, checking a rune readout. "Well done, Dobby." "Dobby is very tactical," the elf declared, chest puffed out. Another screen flared crimson. Percy spun to it like a conductor leading a symphony of magical doom. "Hostiles approaching Hogsmeade perimeter. Multiple contacts, fast movers. Assigning squad Thunderbolt." "Hermione, do you copy?" "Thunderbolt is in position," Hermione's voice replied, clipped and efficient. "Ginny's left flank, Ron's holding middle, I've got top view with enchanted drone snitches. Also, tell Dobby the tripwire bomb was genius." Dobby turned the color of a particularly embarrassed tomato and wobbled on his stool. "Focus, please," Percy muttered, catching him. "I need everyone sharp." Another panel blinked. "This one? Gold. That was never good." "Big Wolfie," Dobby said, eyes going wide. "Alpha inbound." Percy zoomed the view in. "Yab." Fenrir Greyback, looking like a Jason Momoa nightmare with worse dental hygiene, was charging toward Harry's position. "Code Phoenix," Percy snapped. "All squads converge on Omega Point. Initiate full spectrum mythic mode. Engage legendary." "Phoenix confirmed," came Hermione's reply. "Converging now," Ron said, over the COMMO, and remind Harry to not be so freaking hairy about it. On cue, the center screen locked onto a blur of red and gold, a streak of motion that was part lightning bolt, part flaming sword, and 100% sass. Harry James Potter was done playing nice. He vaulted through the trees like Tarzan had taken ninja lessons from Batman, blasting spells with one hand and flinging sarcasm with the other. Really, Fenrir? I expected more from a discount Chewbacca. Fenrir growled. Harry smirked. What? Don't like the comparison? Sorry, I left my doggy treats in my other pants. From Jean COMM, Harry, I swear, if you get bit, I will invent magical rabies just to yell at you properly. Relax, Red. I've got enough hotness to burn off any infection. Jean Grey, dressed in combat-ready crimson, was flying above the trees with her phoenix aura burning like a second sun. She rolled her eyes. Arrogant. Harry grinned up at her. You love it. Unfortunately. Together, they dove him from the trees, her from the sky. They met in a flash of gold and fire, colliding with Fenrir in a spell-streaked explosion so epic it probably got a standing ovation from the thunderclouds. On another screen, Neville rode a rampaging Thestral like he'd just stolen it from Hades himself, yelling, "For herbology!" Next to him, Luna had somehow enchanted 4 werewolves into bouncing like beach balls made of fur and poor decisions. One of them hit a tree and meowed. Back in command, Percy was barely keeping up. Squad Apollo, assist Neville. Squad Mercury, flank right. Captain Logan. Already ahead of you, bub, came the gruff, cigar-tinged voice of Wolverine, slicing his way through underbrush and monsters alike. Captain Rogers, assist Squad Artemis. On it, Steve replied, hurling his shield with enough force to make gravity reconsider its life choices. Agent Romanoff, intercept point Delta. Already dancing, Natasha said coolly, flipping over a charging werewolf and shocking it into unconsciousness with a widow's bite. Clint? Percy asked. Sniping from the top of the Oloi. Also, tell Dobby that spicy sneeze trap? Genius. Dobby is very popular today, the elf beamed. Can we focus, please? Percy groaned. I am not paid enough for this. You're not paid at all, Kingsley's voice cut in. You volunteered. And that's the last time I ever will, Percy muttered. The skies above the Forbidden Forest were now streaked with spellfire, magical drones, and phoenix flame contrails. Spells clashed mid-air, enchanted arrows whistled by, and somewhere, Fred and George launched fireworks shaped like taunting badgers. Converge on Harry's position. Percy shouted. Dobby, reroute comms to all squads. Dobby gave a thumbs up. Ready, sir. Percy leaned forward. All units, code Phoenixes live. Protect Harry Potter. Converge. Reinforce. Annihilate. And please, for Merlin's sake, don't let Fred and George start a conga line in the middle of the battlefield again. A pause. Too late, came Fred's cheerful voice. Conga line and fireworks. Merlin help us, Percy muttered. But then, the central screen showed Harry standing over Fenrir, flaming sword crackling, Jean floating behind him like a goddess of war and fire. They'd done it. And Percy, the clipboard-wielding, headset-wearing, order-barking nerd at the heart of it all, cracked a grin. They said I couldn't handle field command, he said. Ha! Back in the Forbidden Forest. Fenrir Greyback was having a very bad night. The kind of night where your ribs are cracked, your jaw is loose, your fur's clotted with your own blood, and the forest sounds suspiciously like a horror movie soundtrack. He was on his knees, surrounded by the dying howls of his so-called pack, and trying not to make eye contact with the walking apocalypse standing over him. You know, Harry said, folding his arms as red and gold armor shimmered like molten light across his chest, I always imagined our meeting would involve more explosions and less groveling. Not that I'm complaining. Fenrir spat blood. You think this is the end, he growled. Kill me and another takes my place. You can't stop us. Harry cut him off with a casual, almost polite, kick to the face. Crack. See, that's the thing about evil monologues, he said. They work better when you're not leaking brain juice. Jean, floating next to him in a blaze of phoenix fire and cosmic attitude, arched a red brow. Was that really necessary? Harry shrugged. Probably not. But it felt good. She grinned, the kind of grin that made stars blink in terror. Fair. He turned back to Fenrir, who was wheezing like a deflated accordion. You know, I did consider finishing you off myself, Harry mused. Get some blood pumping. Maybe neuter you with a hot blade. The usual Gryffindor therapy. Fenrir bared his fangs. You don't have the guts. Oh, I have the guts, Harry said sweetly. I just have better plans. See, the honor of ending your waste of a life? That belongs to someone else. And with the flair of a man who practiced dramatic entrances and exits in front of a mirror, Harry kicked Fenrir like a football. To be fair, it was a hell of a kick. Even Logan, watching from the trilene and chewing on a cigar, muttered, Bob's got a boot like a freight train. Fenrir crashed through 3 trees, a hedge, a confused puffskein nest, and landed in a clearing ringed with silvery fire. Waiting there, glowing faintly under the full moon, was Remus Lupin. He wasn't fully transformed. Not the snarling, mindless beast that Fenrir expected. No. Remus was something else entirely. Clawed hands. Amber eyes. Muscles flexing under a shredded coat. Wolfish face. Human poise. And most disturbingly total control. Fenrir coughed and stared. Impossible. Remus's voice was calm and razor-sharp. Hello, Fenrir. You shouldn't be able to control it. Be myself under the full moon. Remus's gaze was steady. No, I shouldn't. But I am. And you know why. Fenrir tried to scramble up. His limbs screamed in protest. You were nothing. A weakling. I was your victim, Remus said, walking toward him, each step like a drumbeat. You bit me out of spite. Told your followers I was your pup. Called me your legacy. I was afraid for years of hurting people, of losing control. He stopped just short of Fenrir, claws shimmering with runes that pulsed with anti-curse magic. And now, I am more than you ever were. I am what you could never be. Fenrir lunged. A last act of defiance. Remus caught him mid-leap and with a brutal grace, drove his claws into Fenrir's chest. There was no scream. Just a gurgle. And then, silence. From the edge of the clearing, Harry watched with Jean, hand resting on hers. She leaned against him, warm and radiant. He nodded. That was for every scared kid who thought the monster under the bed had won. Q Luna, swinging down from a branch riding a flaming thestral backwards, yelling, I declare this forest officially exorcised. Percy back in the room of requirements sighed deeply and took out a quill. I'm going to have to file 17 forms for that statement. Dobby popped in beside him with a grin. Dobby is loving this chaos, sir. So much nicer than laundry day. Meanwhile, Clint and Natasha were sniping sarcastic commentary from a tree, Logan was sharpening a claw with his teeth, and Steve Rogers, Captain America himself, just gave Harry a thumbs up. Nice boot, kid. Thanks, Harry called back. I try to keep it polished for war crimes. Sirius slung an arm around Remus's shoulder, nodding approvingly. You ripped out his heart. Not literally, but emotionally. Proud of you, Moony. Remus gave a tired, wolfish grin. Thanks, Padfoot. Dumbledore appeared in a swirl of silver light, twinkling eyes scanning the battlefield. Well, he said cheerfully, 10 points to whoever didn't set the forest entirely on fire. Fred and George cheered. Ginny rolled her eyes. Hermione was already organizing cleanup spells while muttering, "Idiots! Brave, beautiful idiots!" Neville, holding a sword made of vine that was bigger than his torso, mumbled, "Did anyone see my pants? Tracy has them!" Daphne called, hauling a petrified werewolf into a net. Ron flopped down on a log. "Can someone please explain why we're always the clean-up crew?" Susan, wand still glowing, grinned. "Because we're awesome." Katie, Alicia, and Angelina high-fived in the background. As the last embers of battle died, Jean turned to Harry. "You okay?" He smiled. "Never better." She leaned in. "You know, cosmic fire makes a great excuse to cuddle." "Noted," Harry said, pulling her close. "Also, you're hot." Jean rolled her eyes. "You've used that one before. And I'll use it again." She kissed him. And in the background, Logan muttered, "Kids today. No respect for a quiet battlefield." The war wasn't over. But the monsters had lost tonight. And that was enough. Still in the Forbidden Forest, minutes after Fenrir's very poetic and very deserved expiration. The battle was over. The moon still loomed overhead like a smug referee who'd just watched a particularly violent Quidditch match. The forest was silent now, no howls, no screaming, just the sizzle pop of flames and the occasional crunch of a boot over broken twig. Owls flapped away in grumpy protest, clearly not fans of werewolf-themed barbecues. Harry Potter, blood-smeared and limping slightly, surveyed the carnage with the air of someone who had definitely seen too much for one evening. He swiped a smear of werewolf gunk off his cheek and sighed. "Right," he said, voice drier than a house elf's sock drawer. "Clean up time." "Who's excited?" "Thrilled," Cedric grunted, hoisting a half-transformed corpse by its ankles. "Nothing like a midnight monster mop-up to end the day." "I know, right?" Harry said. "Exactly how I pictured date night going." "Wait, this is your idea of romance?" "Depends," Harry said, casting a smirk toward Jean, who was floating a trio of twitchy corpses with her mind like it was just another Tuesday. "Jean? Scale of 1 to restraining order, how creeped out are you?" Jean's lips curled into a wicked smile. Fire flickered in her eyes as she effortlessly stacked the bodies. "Oddly impressed. Mildly aroused. Confused about my life choices." "Perfect," Harry said, beaming. "That's my love language." Logan let out a gravelly snort, casually tossing another body over his shoulder like it was a gym bag full of bad decisions. "This kid's twisted. I like it." "Back in my day," Steve muttered, carrying the limp form of a werewolf with quiet reverence, "we honored the dead. Even the ones trying to eat us." "Back in my day," Logan said, gesturing broadly, "we didn't fight werewolves in cursed forests full of teleporting houseplants." Steve gave him a look. "That's not a thing." "It is now," Harry muttered. "Welcome to Hogwarts." "Can we not?" Percy said, looking like a man on the verge of both a headache and an existential crisis. "Some of us are trying very hard not to throw up into our boots." "I think the boots would prefer it," Fred chimed in, gleefully tossing a dismembered arm onto the growing pile. "They've suffered enough," George agreed solemnly. In the corner, Luna rode a floating silver lion. "Yes, really." It padded through the clearing with entirely unnecessary elegance, paws glowing faintly. Luna hummed a dirge that may or may not have been taught to her by a crumplehorn snorkack. No one had the heart or courage to ask. Tracy, wand out and voice perfectly deadpan, levitated a particularly grisly torso toward the pile. "On the bright side," she said, "we just made the world significantly less hairy." "Say that again," Daphne said, eyes narrowed, "and I'm shaving your eyebrows in your sleep." Meanwhile, Remus stood silent and blood-stained, watching. His claws, still extended, gleamed in the moonlight. There was something new in his stance. Peace, maybe. Or maybe just really, really deep emotional repression. Harry caught his eye. You good? Remus gave a short nod. Better than I've been in years. Finally, the bodies were stacked, dozens of them, twisted and broken, each one an ending. The smell was not pleasant. Like wet fur and a bad decision. Jean floated upward, fire spiraling from her fingers. You ready? Harry raised his wand, cocky smirk locked and loaded. Ladies first. Jean rolled her eyes. You just want to stare at me while I channel cosmic fire. Is that a crime? If it is, I'm not reporting it, she said, and unleashed the Phoenix Force. Golden fire erupted from her hands, curling into a perfect dome around the pile. Not a spark touched the surrounding trees. The flames consumed only what they needed to, disciplined and divine. Hermione, arms crossed, nodded in grudging approval. Now that's responsible incineration. Harry added a flick of his wand, feeding the fire with magic. It roared higher, bright and violent and clean. No one spoke. Even Luna's lion sat, tail swishing in solemn rhythm. The flames devoured Fenrir's legacy like it was nothing. Like it was just another nightmare, burned away by dawn. Steve stepped beside Harry, placed a steady hand on his shoulder. Nice work, son. Harry nodded. Thanks, Dad 2.0. I better be at least Dad 1.5, Logan growled. We've bonded over claw trauma. From across the clearing, Sirius shouted, what the hell? I was going to teach him how to hotwire a dragon. Dragons don't have ignitions, Remus said flatly. They would if you believed, Moony. Stop talking, said several voices at once. Jean floated down and landed beside Harry. She took his hand without a word. Just squeezed it. You all right? She asked quietly. He looked at her, really looked at her, eyes soft behind firelight. Yeah. Tonight sucked. But the bad guys sucked worse. So I call that a win. Jean leaned in and kissed his cheek. After this? Ice cream and cuddles. Harry smiled. 37 scoops of Rocky Road and the world's longest snuggle. With a sharp crack, Dobby appeared, wearing a tiny tie and holding a clipboard bigger than he was. Harry Potter, sir, he squeaked. Dobby is here for post-murder paperwork and trauma marshmallows. Harry blinked. Dobby, you are both too much and exactly enough. Dobby is honored and confused. Behind them, the fire kept burning. Bright. Final. Banishing shadows. Making room for something better. Something alive. Once the fire had burned out and the bodies had crumbled into ash. The wind in the forbidden forest carried the scent of scorched leather, silver, and something distinctly werewolfy like wet dog mixed with rage and regret. The last embers smoldered, giving off the occasional hiss, like the universe itself was trying to let out one last dramatic sigh. It was over. For now. Professor Dumbledore stood just beyond the circle of ash, his long cloak stirring with the breeze, eyes tired but bright behind his half-moon spectacles. He looked like he'd seen 1,000 battles and was still holding out hope that humanity might eventually figure things out someday, maybe, if they ever stopped being idiots. He surveyed the group of worn-out teens and even more worn-out adults. They were bruised, blood-stained, and generally looked like they'd been through a particularly violent music video. Well, he began, voice calm as ever, it appears the immediate threat has passed. Though I dare say each of us will carry something of tonight with us. Harry, leaning against a still glowing piece of rubble with Jean at his side, raised a hand. I vote we carry it while horizontal and in a deep, coma-like sleep. There was a chorus of exhausted laughter. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. A wise suggestion, Mr. Potter. But before any of you go collapsing, I suggest changing out of your armor. I would prefer not to startle the other students into thinking Hogwarts has been overtaken by a rogue faction of magical bounty hunters. Ron groaned. But the Witch Weekly cover, post-apocalyptic chic we'd be naturals. Speak for yourself, Tracy muttered, yanking a twig from her hair. I've got mud in places I didn't know I had. You've got mud in my boot, Daphne added, staring down at her enchanted heels like they'd personally betrayed her. Fred elbowed George. New business idea. Battle glamour line, fashionably dirty for the magically elite. George grinned. We'll call it Blood and Blush. Dumbledore raised a hand. Before you trademark that, please go. Rest. He turned to the older newcomers Steve Rogers, Logan, Natasha Romanoff, and Clint Barton. As for you, my friends, Hogwarts does have accommodations suitable for honored guests, and unconventional allies. Natasha gave him a smirk. Is that polite British for we scare you just a little bit? Sirius leaned over to Remus. She's my new favorite. Dumbledore smiled. Interpret it however you like, Miss Romanoff. Logan lit a cigar with the tip of his claw. Just give me a bed, a locked door, and a bottle of something that could make Hagrid black out. Steve coughed into his fist. 2 bottles. Logan's tolerance is practically mythological. I can show them the way, Sirius volunteered, clearly too excited about introducing them to the castle's secret tunnels. And what about breakfast? Clint asked, lifting an eyebrow like a man with a priority system that began and ended with carbs. Indeed, Dumbledore said. Please join us in the Great Hall after you've rested. Hogwarts breakfasts are legendary. The students suddenly snapped back to life like someone had yelled free chocolate. You have to come. Ginny said. The waffles are criminally good. Pumpkin juice that tastes like fall got drunk on sugar and made a baby with happiness, Luna added, twirling a burnt feather in her fingers like it was a wand. And the platters refill automatically, Hermione added. You don't even have to ask. Like, real magic. Neville blinked blearily. Because it is magic, Hermione. Fred slung an arm around Clint's shoulder. We'll save you a seat near the good bacon. That's all the bacon, George whispered solemnly. Steve looked between them all, war-weary and confused. You just fought a werewolf army, and now you're excited about breakfast. Harry clapped him on the back. Cap Hogwarts may be a death trap, but breakfast slaps. Logan growled. I'll believe it when I see a steak the size of my fist. Ron patted his stomach. You'll believe it, bub. Jean nudged Harry's side, eyes warm despite the soot on her face. You're going to fall asleep mid-chew, aren't you? I'm already dreaming of bacon, Harry muttered. And I'm already judging you, she replied, but leaned in just enough to rest her head against his shoulder. Sirius started herding the adults toward the castle like a grumpy shepherd with stylish sheepdogs. Remus followed, calm and graceful, while Logan argued with a suit of armor that refused to move aside. Natasha ghosted past them all, impossibly elegant despite having just suplexed a werewolf into a tree. Clint checked his pockets for arrows and found, disturbingly, a sugar quill. As the students trudged toward their respective towers, enchanted armor dissolving with weary flicks of wands, Dobby appeared with a pop, nearly giving Percy a heart attack. Dobby is readying the guest beds. The fluffiest pillows. The squishiest mattresses. Dobby has also retrieved a bottle of fire whiskey for the grumpy man with the claws. Good elf, Logan grunted. Dobby is also bringing warm socks for the red-headed archer man. Sweet, Clint said. I lost mine in a tree. Percy, who had remained miraculously clean and extremely concerned, cleared his throat. Professor Dumbledore, might I remind you that the Hogwarts Charter strictly prohibits unscheduled magical creature bonfires within 100 yards of the castle. Everyone stared. Harry blinked. You're upset about that? Not the werewolf cult. Percy sniffed. Orderly chaos is still chaos. Harry turned to Jean with a smirk. And people say I'm dramatic. She rolled her eyes fondly. Only when you're conscious. Dumbledore raised his voice one last time. Sleep well, all of you. You have done more than enough for one night. And just like that, the group dispersed. There would be questions in the morning. There would be press, paperwork, and possibly several angry howlers from the ministry. But for now, they had peace. And tomorrow? They'd have Hogwarts breakfast. And honestly, that made surviving the apocalypse almost worth it. Harry and Jean were the last ones trailing toward the castle, moving at the speed of two people who'd just fought flaming werewolves, possibly encountered an assassin ant, and were now attempting to process said events with all the grace of wet toast. Everyone else had already peeled off toward the dormitories, muttering things like emotional damage and who knew Percy Weasley could throw hands. Meanwhile, Jean's robes were still lightly smoldering, giving her the faint aura of a cursed marshmallow. Harry, for his part, looked like he'd done 3 rounds in a magical washing machine and lost every single one. You sure you're okay? Jean asked, giving him a gentle shoulder nudge. It was casual, nonchalant, but the way her hand lingered told a different story. Harry gave a dry laugh and rubbed the back of his neck. Define okay. Because if it includes possibly discovering I have a dead mum's maybe not dead twin sister who might be a world-class assassin with commitment issues, then yes, I'm thriving. Jean's mouth curved into a smirk. So, normal Wednesday. Deluxe Weird Wednesday, Harry muttered. Now with extra emotional whiplash and unresolved family trauma. Collect all 3 and win a therapy owl. They slowed as the path opened into the moonlit courtyard. Hogwarts shimmered in the distance, soft golden light spilling from its towers like it was trying to pretend it hadn't just hosted a supernatural cage match. Overhead, the stars looked like they'd been flicked across the sky by a god with excellent aim and no concept of subtlety. Harry exhaled. I keep thinking about her eyes. Natasha's? Jean asked. Yeah. Same green as Mum's. Same shape. Same look of, I know what you did, and honestly, I'm not mad. I'm just incredibly disappointed and debating whether to set you on fire or give you a stern talking to. Jean tilted her head. I mean, the timeline fits. Kidnapped from a London hospital in 1960. Shady KGB childhood. Red Room training. No records, no paper trail. Honestly, the fact she's not secretly a Bond villain is kind of impressive. Give it time, Harry said. With my luck, she's also a time-traveling pirate queen or something. They reached the marble stairs, the ones that creaked suspiciously even though they were made of stone and should not creak. Jean's fingers brushed his. Just a flicker of contact, but enough to ground him. You want her to be family, she said quietly. Harry didn't respond at first. His silence stretched between them like a rubber band someone forgot to let go of. I think I just want someone related to me who isn't a walking cautionary tale, he said eventually. Or a ghost. Or Petunia. Jean winced sympathetically. Yet, she gives Victorian doll that curses your crop's energy. Harry chuckled. She once grounded me for looking smug while existing. Which was rich coming from a woman whose hobbies include passive aggression and beige. Jean stopped him halfway up the staircase with a tug on his sleeve. Her green eyes, different from Natasha's, warmer, more alive, locked onto his. You're not a stray, she said, and there was steel behind the softness. You're the reason half of us are still standing. You faced down werewolves and eldritch horrors and Percy Weasley's clipboard. You're not just surviving, Harry. You're leading. Harry raised an eyebrow. You mean like that time I jumped off my broom mid-air because I forgot how landing worked? Jean snorted. You made it look cool. In a did he just commit magical suicide kind of way? He grinned. I try to keep the near-death experiences spicy. They reached the fat lady's portrait. who was currently halfway through a bottle of Enchanted Rose and attempting to sing Bohemian Rhapsody in Elvish. Badly. Password, she slurred, eyeing them both like they were blurry hallucinations. Battle waffles, Harry said without blinking. The portrait swung open with the weary resignation of someone who had given up on understanding teenagers 500 years ago. Inside the common room, the fire had burned down to embers, casting everything in soft shadows and warmth. Jean started toward the girls' staircase, but Harry caught her wrist, halting her gently. "Hey," he said, and his voice wasn't cocky now, it was soft, rough around the edges. "Honest. Thanks. For today. For keeping me from totally losing it." Jean stepped closer, not pulling her hand away. "Anytime, Potter." He hesitated just a beat. Then he kissed her. It wasn't dramatic. No thunderbolts. No audience. No enchanted birds singing romantic duets in the background. Just the two of them, soot-streaked, battle-worn, and entirely human. It was warm and real and tasted like adrenaline and maybe a little blood. Classic Hogwarts romance. When they broke apart, Jean was smirking. "Took you long enough," she said. Harry blinked. "Wait, you wanted me to?" She leaned in, brushed her nose against his. "Good night, Harry." And with that, she turned on her heel and vanished up the stairs like a flame slipping between shadows, leaving him dazed in the common room like someone who'd just tried butterbeer for the first time and realized it had alcohol in it. Harry stood there for a long moment, lips still tingling, brain short-circuiting. Then he grinned to himself and muttered, "Best apocalypse ever." He dragged his thoroughly wrecked self toward the boys' dorm, mind already racing toward tomorrow. Tomorrow might bring secret ant-shaped chaos. Magical paternity tests. Ministry interrogations. Possibly waffles. But tonight? Tonight, he wasn't a stray cat. He wasn't an orphan or a mistake or a tragic backstory. Tonight, he was Harry Bloody Potter. And for once, that felt like enough. Chapter 65, Chapter 64. Breakfast at Hogwarts was usually a civilized chaos like a potions class where someone forgot the safety goggles. But this morning, it was a full-on circus, and not the fun kind with clowns and cotton candy. More like the kind where the lions actually try to eat the audience. The Great Hall buzzed with its usual soundtrack of clinking plates, whispered gossip, and the occasional "How do I untoast my toast?" spell gone sideways. But the staff table? Yeah, that was a whole other reality show. Sitting there, looking like they'd just walked off the set of a superhero movie, were Captain America, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and Wolverine, who looked like he was one bad day away from ripping the entire ceiling down with his claws. Cap was polishing his shield with military-grade precision, probably convinced it was some kind of magical artifact that could clean itself. Hawkeye, ever the drama king, was pretending to aim an invisible arrow at some poor innocent fly. Black Widow scanned the room like she was hunting for a spy or a decent espresso machine. Wolverine? He was poking at a stack of pancakes with a claw, muttering, "Where's the protein, bub? This is soft food crime." At the student tables, jaws were hitting floors so hard you'd think gravity just invented a new rule. "Is that?" a Hufflepuff third year whispered, eyes wide enough to cast a shadow. "Are we sure Hogwarts hasn't lost its damn mind?" a Gryffindor fifth year muttered, clutching his butterbeer like a life raft. But then there were those students: Harry, Jean, Susan, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Fred, George, Percy, Cedric, Neville, Luna, Daphne, Tracy, Hannah, Alicia, Katie, and Angelina, who looked at the Avengers and Wolverine like it was just Tuesday. Because last night, they'd all fought off a pack of flaming werewolves together. So, yeah. Weird was now baseline. Harry caught Jean's eye across the room. She smirked, that signature Abigail Cowan "I dare you" grin. "Bet you 10 butterbeers Cap's shield gives better advice than the Sorting Hat," she whispered, voice dripping with challenge. Harry leaned in, matching her grin. At least Hawkeye can actually hit a target. Can't say the same for that time you tried to smack a snitch with a frying pan. Jean elbowed him sharply. Hey! I was improvising, okay? And that snitch had it coming. Wolverine's growl cut through the banter. If you two are done flirting like lovesick dementors, I'm trying to eat here. Susan rolled her eyes. Bub, you're stabbing pancakes, not a monster. Fred snorted. Maybe he thinks they're giant magical jelly beans. George nodded sagely. And we're all supposed to pretend that's normal. Cap cleared his throat, standing with the kind of posture that screamed motivational speech incoming. Thanks for having us, he said, glancing up at the enchanted ceiling. Hogwarts is different from the usual battlefield. Ron snorted. Try surviving a half-dozen cursed werewolves while your best mate has an identity crisis. Black Widow smirked. Sounds like a Tuesday. Hermione leaned in, voice dropping conspiratorial. If Hogwarts is weird, wait until you hear about the Ministry's new regulations on magical creature breeding. Jean laughed, voice bright and teasing. Oh please. You guys just wait until Nargles start hiding in your shoes. Luna, never one to miss a beat, nodded solemnly. They really love shoes. Laughter rippled through the hall, all except the poor Muggleborns still trying to process their defense against the dark arts teacher casually having breakfast with a literal superhero team. Harry slipped his hand under the table, catching Jean's fingers with a squeeze. Same time tomorrow, he asked, voice low and warm. Jean's grin was pure mischief. Only if you promise not to trip over your own feet trying to look cool. Harry's eyes twinkled with devilry. No promises. Between secret ants, flaming werewolves, and breakfast with superheroes, Hogwarts had somehow become the only kind of weird that felt like home. After breakfast, the Great Hall was emptying out like a Quidditch stadium after a last-second goal, students filing away with lingering looks at the Avengers, probably hoping for a spontaneous magic vibranium frisbee showdown. Harry was finishing the last bite of his toast slightly more charcoal than bread thanks to some ambitious first-year's Toastus Maximus spell gone sideways when a familiar voice cut through the hum. Oi, kid! Gotta sec. Sirius Black appeared like he owned the place, cloak flaring dramatically enough to deserve its own theme music. Harry glanced up, wiping crumbs off his fingers. Depends. Is this about the time you tried to swap Snape's shampoo with doxy venom? Because last I checked, I was mostly an innocent bystander. Sirius smirked like someone who definitely planned the whole thing. Love that story, but no. This is serious like Dumbledore approved serious. Harry raised a skeptical brow. You don't do serious unless it's about me nearly dying or you planning something that might get me nearly dying. Fair, Sirius said, with a shrug that screamed I'm trouble and I know it. But Dumbledore's given us the green light to leave Hogwarts grounds. You, me, and Natasha. Harry blinked. Leave Hogwarts? With Natasha? You mean the Natasha? The very one. Black Widow, spy extraordinaire, and maybe, just maybe, your actual aunt. Cue the mental drum roll. Harry's heart did a triple loop-de-loop like he was on the Forbidden Forest roller coaster. Natasha Romanoff. Potentially family? This wasn't your average Tuesday. He pushed himself up, trying to look calm when inside he felt like a Hungarian horntail had taken a particular interest in his chest. Can Jean come? He asked, voice a notch quieter, a little desperate. Sirius cocked his head. Jean? Your girlfriend? Tall, fire-eyed redhead who could probably torch a mountain troll with one glare. Yet. That Jean. Harry's eyes twinkled with that don't mess with her or I will vibe. Sirius chuckled. The one you never shut up about. Harry threw him a look that said, you'd better believe it. The same one who took down 3 flaming werewolves and then embarrassed you at Wizard's Chess while drinking pumpkin juice like it was a potion of invincibility. Exactly her, Harry said, pride creeping into his voice. Sirius nodded with mock solemnity. Relax, Casanova. Dumbledore's already given the thumbs up for Jean, too. Moral support, he said. Said you'd need someone to keep you from crying or turning into a puddle of emotional goo. Harry's lips twitched. Yeah, well, if Natasha is my aunt, I might need more than moral support. Sirius gave him a serious once-over. Go find your girl. Without another word, Harry spun on his heel, cloak billowing behind him like a Gryffindor Batman if Batman was perpetually on the verge of a sarcastic meltdown. He spotted Jean by the staircases, mid-laugh at whatever Luna was rambling about, probably something involving invisible blibbering fuzzbeasts and exploding mistletoe. Typical. Jean. Harry called, his voice low and firm enough to slice through the chatter. Jean turned, instantly alert. Her laughter faded into a knowing smile, the one that said something's up, and I'm here for it. What's wrong? She asked, closing the distance between them with those 3 confident steps that always made Harry's heart do something dumb. He took a deep breath. Sirius got Dumbledore's okay. We're heading to Gringotts, me, him, and Natasha. There's a blood verification ritual the goblins can do. If she's really my aunt, we'll know by sunset. Jean didn't hesitate. Her hand slid into his, fingers curling around his like a lifeline. I'm coming. Harry smiled, sharp, fond, and a little in love all at once. Dumbledore said it was cool. So, you're officially the moral support squad. Jean's eyes glinted with mischief and fire. Moral support? Please. I'm the firepower. Let's go see if the universe's idea of a joke involves me roasting your family's secrets. Harry grinned, heart thrumming. Spoiler, it always does. Hand in hand, the boy with the lightning scar and the girl with fire in her blood stepped out of Hogwarts, heading straight into the kind of mess only they could handle. Harry and Jean reached Hagrid's hut, where Sirius was already leaning against the fence, looking like he owned not just the hut but the whole blasted forbidden forest. Which, given the chaos that seemed to follow him around, wasn't far from the truth. Natasha stood nearby, calm as a bomb about to explode in a very stylish way. Clint rubbed the back of his neck like he was trying to convince himself this was a good idea. Steve, meanwhile, was scanning the scene with wide-eyed wonder, probably imagining where the snack stands would be if this were a theme park. Logan just looked ready to start a fight with a garden gnome if one showed up. Sirius caught sight of them and smirked, the kind of smirk that means I'm about to drop some news that'll mess with your head and you'll love it. All right, you lot, Sirius said, voice smooth like whiskey and trouble. Here's the plan. We're heading to Gringotts. Blood verification goblin style. Steve's eyes twinkled. Diagon Alley, hey? Heard it's the Wizarding World's version of Times Square. Think we've got time for a quick tour? Logan just grunted. I'm not here for sightseeing. Goblins and fights, that's my speed. Clint gave Sirius a sidelong look. Okay, how exactly are we getting there? Last time I tried a portkayat, I spent 3 days smelling like a toaster caught in a fire. Not keen to repeat that. Sirius's grin stretched wider, like he was about to drop the ultimate plot twist. We're taking the night business. Cue the collective double take. Harry and Jean exchanged a look that screamed, are you for real? Jean raised a perfectly arched eyebrow, voice dripping with amused disbelief. The night bus? The purple triple-decker that swerves around like it's bludger? Susan warned me about that nightmare. Sirius shrugged, like he'd just mentioned grabbing a latte. Yep. That one. Buckle up. Clint groaned, half laughing, half resigned. Seriously? You're out of your bloody mind. Steve, ever the optimist, gave a small smile. At least it's probably safer than a portkayat. Sirius winked. Safe is overrated. Fast is fun. Logan cracked his knuckles and smirked, a glint in his eye. If we crash, at least it'll be worth the story. Harry squeezed Jean's hand, that mix of adrenaline and I might die but at least I've got her flashing through his mind. Jean squeezed back, eyes sparkling with excitement and that fierce fire Harry adored. Well, Harry said, voice low, eyes locked on Jean's, looks like we're in for one hell of a ride. Jean grinned, brushing a stray lock of hair behind her ear. You just keep holding my hand, Potter. I'll make sure Sirius doesn't drive us off a cliff. Sirius raised an eyebrow, smirking. Hey! I heard that. Natasha, arms crossed, shot Sirius a look sharp enough to cut through Dragonhide. Try not to kill us all, okay? Sirius tossed his hands up. No promises. With that, the ragtag team headed toward the edge of the grounds, ready to hop on a magical bus and face whatever chaos awaited in the streets of Diagon Alley. Sirius stepped off the path, his wand hand shooting out like he was trying to hail a London cab on a Friday night. With a sharp flick, the quiet air exploded into chaos. From down the lane came the night bus, roaring like it was auditioning for a Fast and Furious sequel. The purple triple-decker screeched and skidded around a corner with all the grace of a bull in a china shop. It slammed to a halt right in front of them, wheels smoking, as if it had just finished a drag race against a Hungarian horntail. The door burst open and out popped a skinny kid in a threadbare conductor's uniform, clutching a clipboard like it was the Holy Grail. He looked like he'd downed one too many butterbeers and still hadn't figured out the consequences. Welcome to the night bus, he announced, reading from a well-worn piece of paper with the enthusiasm of someone stuck in a never-ending training video, emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard. Just stick out your wand hand, step on board, and we can take you anywhere you want to go. My name's Stan Shunpike, and I'll be your conductor this eve. His grin was somewhere between hopeful and desperately praying no one asked questions. Harry caught Jean's eye. She was smirking like she'd just spotted the first sign of madness in a place that promised plenty more. Emergency transport, hey? Sounds more like the Hogwarts Express got smashed into a roller coaster designed by a madman, Jean teased, voice dripping with that perfect Abigail Cowan mix of sass and charm. Sirius, never one to miss an opportunity, shot her a grin that said, I'm planning this chaos, thank you very much. Then he turned to the group with the swagger of a guy who'd survived worse. All right, team, Sirius said, voice smooth as aged whiskey and twice as dangerous, hold on tight. This bus doesn't do smooth, it does spectacular. And by spectacular, I mean it'll feel like you're hanging off a broom in a hurricane. Natasha slid past him first, cool and precise as ever, her eyes already calculating risks. Clint scratched the back of his neck like he was trying to convince himself he wasn't about to regret this, muttering, if this bus tries any of that flipping nonsense, I'm outta here. Steve, ever the optimist, scanned the bus like he was looking for the snack bar. So, no hot dogs on board, right? Because I can always negotiate. Logan cracked his knuckles, eyes narrowing like he was already picturing a fight with the upholstery. Just point me at the goblins and I'm good. This thing breaks down? I'll break something bigger. Jean slipped her arm through Harry's, squeezing his hand like a secret promise. You're not half bad at organizing chaos, Potter. Did you learn that from the dark arts or just natural talent? Harry leaned in close enough to brush his lips near her ear, voice low and teasing. Let's just say I've got a PhD in how to make things explode and look damn good doing it and you're my favorite co-conspirator. Jean laughed softly, that spark of fire lighting up her eyes. Well, then, Professor Potter, try not to let me fall off this mad ride. Sirius, overhearing, threw his head back and laughed, Oi! I heard that. I'm a responsible kind of chaos, thank you very much. Natasha shot Sirius a look sharp enough to slice through Dragonhide. Try not to kill us all, please. Sirius threw up his hands with mock innocence. No promises, love. The gang started boarding as the doors swung wide, the night bus humming with restless energy. Just before they stepped inside, Stan gave another awkward smile, clipboard held tight. Right this way, folks. Just remember, hold on to your hats, your wands, and your lunch. Harry glanced back at Jean, grinning. Ready to fly the magical crazy train. She squeezed his hand tighter. Only if you promise not to hog all the dramatic near-death moments. With a collective breath and a shared grin, they climbed aboard, the doors whooshing shut behind them as the night bus lurched forward, careening into the night like a purple comet of sheer, unadulterated madness. Stan Shunpike shuffled forward, clipboard clutched like it was a sacred artifact, possibly the long-lost map to Narnia or the sacred scroll of overpriced wizarding fairs. His conductor's cap sat crooked on his mop of messy hair, and he had the kind of energy that screamed, "I've had 7 cups of tea and still need a nap." Clearing his throat with a practiced cough, Stan looked up at Sirius with wide eyes. "Right, Mr. Black Sirius, yeah? Where we off to tonight, mate?" Sirius, looking like he walked off the cover of Bad Boys of the Wizarding World, gave a lazy smirk and rolled his wand between his fingers. "Diagon Alley. Got some goblins to charm and some bloodlines to verify. Standard bureaucratic nightmare." Stan nodded seriously, as if Sirius had just announced a mission to rescue a kitten from Voldemort. "Right, right. Diagon Alley it is." He squinted at the group behind Sirius. "Let's see, 1, 2, 5 grown UPS, and 2 kids. 7 passengers total. Standard fare to Diagon Alley comes to 39 sickles each." He tapped the clipboard like it had just done long division on its own. "That'll be 273 sickles total." Sirius flipped open a worn leather wallet with a wand handle stitched to the spine. Without even blinking, he tossed a handful of gleaming silver coins into Stan's palm. "Round it up. Consider it hazard pay." Stan's eyes lit up like he'd just won backstage passes to a Weird Sisters concert. "Much appreciated, sir." He flipped through a set of magical punch cards and began handing out glowing purple tickets like candy at Halloween. "1 ticket for you, and oh, this one's printed upside down. Lucky." Then he leaned in slightly, his voice dropping to the kind of whisper usually reserved for telling people their cat's been moonlighting as a goblin. "Just a heads up, we'll be droppin' off a couple witches before Diagon Alley. They're regulars. Bit odd. One of them hexed her own Niazel once. It was a whole thing." At this, Natasha raised an eyebrow. "Define odd." Stan chuckled nervously. "You know, potions, shouting at walls, makes jam that's sentient. Your usual." "Great," Clint muttered, "as long as the jam doesn't bite." Stan turned and headed toward the front, where Ern, who looked like the human version of a sleepy tortoise, was in a deep philosophical debate with a shrunken head dangling from a string. The head had wild dreadlocks and the voice of someone who'd lived their best beach life in Jamaica, 3 centuries ago. "All right, Ern," Stan called brightly, tapping the dashboard, "take it away." The shrunken head swung forward, gave a toothy grin, and in its thick Jamaican accent shouted, "Take it away, Monday." And just like that, the night bus launched forward with a jolt that felt like getting drop-kicked by a troll in Crocs. Jean stumbled slightly, only to be caught by Harry, who because of course didn't so much as flinch. He steadied her with a hand at her waist, smirking down at her like he'd planned the whole turbulence for this exact moment. "You all right?" he murmured, voice low enough that only she could hear. Jean, cheeks flushed and eyes sparkling, arched a brow. "Is this your idea of a romantic getaway?" Harry leaned in. "Please. If I planned it, there'd be fireworks, a dragon, and at least 3 unspeakable violations of international law." Jean laughed, slipping her hand into his. "You really know how to sweep a girl off her feet." He grinned. "I'm magic, Red. literally. Across the aisle, Logan was bracing himself with one hand on the seat and the other gripping a metal pole like it owed him money. "This ain't a bus. This is a fever dream on wheels." "Welcome to Wizarding Public Transport," Steve said, smiling tightly. "It's like a theme park ride. Without safety regulations." Natasha calmly adjusted her balance like a spy queen riding a hoverboard through a blizzard. "Or brakes?" Clint peeked out the window as the scenery blurred past in a violent smear. "I'd complain, but I think I just saw a giraffe in a top hat riding a broomstick." "Wizard London," Sirius said from the back, arms stretched out like he was surfing the chaos. "You never forget your first time. Or your first whiplash." The night bus thundered through the night, bouncing off curbs and reality alike. The floorboards rattled, the bed slid, and the chandelier above their heads swung like it was trying to quit. And through it all, Harry stood rock solid in the chaos, Jean at his side, grinning like the whole world was one big joke that only they got the punchline to. He leaned a little closer, brushing her red hair away from her cheek. "I told you to buckle up." Jean smiled, breath hitching ever so slightly. "I'm starting to think you are the ride." The night bus shrieked around a corner so sharp the universe itself probably felt a little insulted. Jean let out a small gasp and latched onto Harry's arm like a redhead in distress which, to be fair, she was neither of those things usually. But she was also wearing boots with actual heels, and the night bus had all the stability of a roller coaster built by raccoons on a sugar high. Harry, meanwhile, didn't budge. Not so much as a flinch. He stood like a smug Gryffindor rock, perfectly balanced as if he'd married gravity in a past life and they were still on excellent terms. "Don't mind the tunin, folks!" Stan Shunpike shouted cheerfully, surfing down the aisle like a caffeinated meerkat on a tightrope. "We're just talking a scenic detour through Newtonian defiance." Clint blinked at him. "You always drive like this, or did we catch you on adrenaline hour?" "Mate, this is the tame version," Stan replied, adjusting his conductor hat at an angle that could only be described as intentionally rakish. "Tea? Cocoa? Emotional support mug of hot chocolate? 3 sickles. Extra if you want marshmallows. Or rum. Or emotional baggage removed." Logan grunted from where he'd braced himself like a veteran in a war zone. Which, to be fair, he was. "Got coffee?" Stan frowned. "What is it with you people and your muggle bean juice? This ain't Starbucks, pal." Clint sighed. "Then make it hot chocolate. With marshmallows. But if one of them hops, I swear to God. No refunds." Stan warned, whipping out a tray that hovered like magic and smelled like diabetes. Logan slapped a few sickles into the air like a man slapping a mosquito with rage issues. "Rum. Double. Don't water it down." Stan paused. "You a werewolf, mate?" Logan's stare was sharp enough to shave steel. "I'm Canadian." Stan, apparently, accepted that as both a reason and a warning. "Right then. 1 high-octane mug of liquefied survival. Try not to punch a hole through reality." Steve, seated with perfect posture and that impossibly polite expression that made you feel like you had to say thank you to him, declined with a smile. "I'm fine. Thanks, though." "You sure?" Stan offered, holding up a mug that literally shimmered. "Comes with a chocolate frog. Might jump into your mouth. Might attack your soul. Bit of a toss-up." Jean gave it a suspicious look. "Pass. Last time I ate enchanted candy, it tried to escape my stomach." "Story for later," Harry murmured to her, smirking. "Please tell me it involved candy canes and near death." "Not even remotely," Jean said, leaning in. "It involved a jelly bean, a niffler, and one very confused Canadian goose." "I take it back," he said. "Marry me immediately." Jean blushed. That kind of warm, flustered flush that made her freckles pop. "You're ridiculous." And yet, Harry said smoothly, here you are. Wrapped around my arm like I'm your favorite paperback. She rolled her eyes, but didn't let go. From the back, Sirius Black, who had way too much charm for someone legally considered a fugitive, caught a mug with one hand and slouched across a brass heater like a rock star in exile. Cheers, lad. Got any biscuits? Stan looked personally offended. What do you think I am? The Hogwarts Express trolley witch? You do have the energy, Sirius muttered, sipping his cocoa like it owed him rent money. Then the bus did that thing. You know. The folding, wheezing, jolting like a dying time machine thing. With a sound like a rewinding VHS tape, ask your parents, the night bus popped into a quaint village square. The bus screeched sideways, paused dramatically like it expected applause, and exhaled a puff of exhaust that smelled vaguely like mischief. First stop Madame Springleaf and Miss Bonbon. Stan announced. Please watch your step and try not to hex the pigeons. Again. Two witches stepped off. One wore a hat large enough to receive cable channels and winked directly at Harry. Jean saw it. She also saw Harry smirk. Did she just wink at you? Don't be jealous, Harry said, voice buttery smooth. I'm internationally flirted with. It's exhausting, really. Jean tilted her head, amused. You saying you're irresistible? I'm saying the last time I looked in a mirror, the mirror got flustered. Jean laughed an honest, delighted laugh that lit up her whole face. You're lucky you're cute. He leaned in, voice low and wicked. I'm not lucky. I'm gifted. Jean's blush returned in force. Next stop, Diagon Alley. Stan called. Let rip. Yeah, Monday, said the shrunken head dangling by the front window. We ridin' dirty. With a scream of brakes and a groan of protest, the bus lurched forward again. Logan slammed into a wall. His cocoa, miraculously, didn't spill. I've seen trench warfare, he grunted, adjusting his coat. This is worse. Sirius raised his mug. Fluid powder gives you black lung. Portkeys make you feel like your soul took the stairs. Apparitions like being yanked through a straw. But this? This is like being kidnapped by a carnival ride. It builds character. I'm not even wearing a seatbelt, Clint muttered. Exactly, Sirius said, nodding like that proved his point. Somewhere mid-monsoon blur of enchanted scenery and dangerously sentient road signs, Natasha reached out still eerily balanced, because of course she was and caught the last cocoa mug from Stan. This one's probably cursed, he warned. She sipped. I've had worse. Stan grinned. That's the spirit. May your next explosion be optional. Then came the phantom stop. A countryside manor surrounded by snow and ghosts of bad memories flickered into view and just as fast, vanished. Jean's head gently came to rest against Harry's shoulder. His warmth, his quiet, crackling magic, it was like leaning against a lightning rod that told jokes. Do all your magical adventures start with transportation that feels like a bad idea? Harry smirked. Only the fun ones. She smiled. Then I think I'm gonna like this one. Outside, Diagon Alley rose into view, leaning buildings, wonky chimneys, crooked signs, and enough magical energy to fry a smartphone from a block away. Harry leaned down, brushing his lips near Jean's ear. Welcome to the deep end, babe. And then the night bus slammed to a stop like it was dropping the mic. The night bus screeched to a halt like it had a personal vendetta against inertia, and possibly a few unpaid speeding tickets in multiple dimensions. Watcher. Diagon Alley, as promised, Stan Shunpike announced, beaming like he'd just parallel parked a dragon in downtown London. Jean Grey blinked at the sight outside the bus. Are we, inside the alley? Oh, we're deep in it, love, the shrunken head chimed in, its dreadlocks bouncing with enthusiasm. Next stop, Magical Mayhem. Watch your ankles. Ernie, the driver, gave a grunt that translated roughly to "Don't blame me, I just steer the insanity." Stan leaned against the rail, smirking. "Mind the gap. Or don't. Just don't sue me. Ministry's picky about lawsuits these days." Harry was already descending the steps like he owned them, which, to be fair, he sort of did. He was followed by Jean, still gripping the handrail with the calm determination of someone who had survived both Cerebro and Clint's cooking. Logan stalked out next, eyes scanning every alley like he expected a mugger to leap from a butterbeer barrel. Steve offered a courteous nod to Stan because of course he did, while Clint jumped down like he was escaping a bad Tinder date. "Natasha?" Still holding the cocoa like it was either laced with arsenic or ancient blood magic. "Thanks for the ride," Jean said, ever the polite telepath. Her tone managed to be both sincere and amazed that they hadn't exploded. Stan gave her a dramatic wink. "Anytime, miss. We cater, 2 birthdays, breakups, dramatic rescues. Got a 2-for-1 on those." Sirius sauntered off last, trench coat over his shoulder, looking like he was late for an audition for Wizarding Noir, Curse City Chronicles. "Just don't show up at mine," he drawled. "I'm allergic to death traps." Stan mock saluted. "May your bones stay inside you." With a loud bang and a puff of exhaust that smelled suspiciously like cinnamon glitter and bad life choices, the night bus vanished, leaving behind a goblin who looked personally offended by its environmental impact. Harry blinked at their surroundings. "Wait. This is Diagon Alley. Not the Leaky Cauldron." Sirius was already halfway down the street. "Yup. But you don't simply drive into Diagon Alley. You walk in through the pub." Sirius shrugged like someone who'd never heard of protocol. They made a deal after the irrumpant incident of '99. Stan wasn't technically at fault, but a unicorn lost its horn and long story short we get VIP treatment. "VIPs?" Harry repeated, eyebrows raised. "You're Harry freakin' Potter," Sirius said. "And I'm Sirius Black. Between the two of us, we've caused enough property damage to qualify for a punch card. 5th explosions free." Natasha tilted her head. "What's the Leaky Cauldron?" "A pub," Harry explained, eyeing the shops like one of them might rat him out. "It's the usual entry point from the Muggle world. This feels like skipping foreplay." Jean smirked. "You need foreplay to enter a market." Clint raised a hand. "Honestly? Checks out." Natasha sipped her cocoa. "After that bus ride? We just skipped to 3rd base." Logan growled. "No one says base around me again. Ever." Jean casually looped her arm through Harry's as they strolled. "There's a shop right there that sells something called Wart Begone. Smells like a dragon's sneeze." "Charming," Clint muttered, pulling out his phone which promptly short-circuited. "Ah, come on. This was a brand new Stark phone." "Yeah, magic and tech don't mix," Jean said with a shrug. "Diagon Alley is where Wi-Fi goes to die." Steve blinked at a window full of floating cauldrons and disembodied gloves knitting scarves. "Do all your stores look like drunk elves designed them with glitter and ambition?" "Yes," Harry said cheerfully. "Because most of them were." They passed a window of self-stirring cauldrons next to a shelf of love potions glowing ominously pink. "Don't touch those," Jean warned. "They made a Hufflepuff propose to a broomstick once." Sirius perked up. "Did the broom say yes?" "3 times, she replied." Harry grinned. "Better track record than most wizard marriages." At last, they arrived at the looming marble facade of Gringotts. The goblin guards gave Logan a look like they were debating whether he was a client or an incoming security breach. "Try not to stab anyone," Harry muttered. "No promises," Logan replied. "This place smells like greed and old bones." Sirius grinned. "Welcome to banking." A broom zipped overhead. A flock of enchanted canaries dive-bombed Clint. Natasha casually hexed one out of the air without breaking stride. Jean turned to Harry. Still think skipping the leaky cauldron was a bad idea? Harry gave her a look that was fond, exasperated, and hopelessly smitten. Yes. Because I might have gotten a butterbeer instead of a concussion. She brushed her fingers over his hand. But then we wouldn't have had this conversation. Or that thrilling near-death bonding experience. He smirked. Okay, yeah. Trauma totally worth it. Steve glanced at the massive bronze doors. So, is this where we get things done? No, Harry said, adjusting his jacket like he was walking into a boardroom full of trolls. This is where we argue with goblins about ancient magical contracts and accidentally make them hate us. Steve nodded sagely. Ah. Diplomacy. Sirius cracked his neck. Relax. I brought bribes. Harry sighed. Of course you did. And just like that, the gang walked into Gringotts like they belonged there because whether the wizarding world liked it or not, they were here, and they weren't leaving quietly. Chapter 66, Chapter 65. The Gringotts lobby hadn't changed since Harry's last visit. Still colder than a Dementor's handshake, still echoing with the kind of wealth that could probably buy a few small countries, and still full of goblins who looked like they'd eat your financial records and maybe your soul if you got snarky. The goblin at the reception desk didn't even glance up when their group walked in. His quill danced across the parchment like it had a vendetta against vowels. Sirius strolled up with the casual swagger of a man who'd been wrongly imprisoned, cleared his name, and now spent most of his time acting like a magical rock star. He tossed his cloak over one shoulder like he was posing for a magazine cover titled Wizarding World's Most Eligible Disasters. We have an appointment with Tooth Gnasher, Sirius said with that devastating grin that tended to make people either swoon or sprint. The goblin's eyes lifted once. Cold, assessing, and vaguely irritated, like they were interrupting the most riveting entry in the Gringotts ledger. Name. Black. Sirius Black. And this Sirius gestured dramatically to Harry, who was already bracing for nonsense, is Mr. Basilisk Bane himself, Harry Potter. The goblin's quill paused. You sold us the corpse of a 60-foot serpent and a colony of giant spiders. Harry shrugged. They tried to eat me first. I took it personally. The goblin blinked, and for a moment just a flicker Harry thought he saw respect. Very enterprising. Harry smiled, all teeth. You should see what I do with zombies. Jean, who'd been standing next to him, leaned in with a smirk. Her copper hair caught the light like she'd planned it, and her voice was just loud enough for Harry to hear. You're terrifying when you flirt. Harry didn't miss a beat. That wasn't flirting. Jean's lips curled into something that could melt steel beams. Exactly. Behind them, Logan grunted. You two gonna keep doing that, or can we get to the part where something explodes? Natasha gave him a look. Can't rush bureaucracy. It's a whole genre of horror. The goblin finally stamped a sigil on a square of parchment. The seal hissed like steak hitting a hot pan. Tooth Gnasher will see you now. Lift 7. Do not stray. Do not touch anything. And for your own safety, do not make eye contact with the vault hounds. Clint leaned toward Steve. How do you not look at something once someone says not to? Steve muttered, focus on the floor. Pretend you're in a meeting about Stark's expense reports. Say no more. They were met by a goblin guide in a robe so sharp it could have qualified as a blade. He led them down a hall that smelled faintly of old magic and newer lawsuits. Harry walked beside Jean, close enough that their shoulders brushed every few steps. She reached out and linked her fingers through his, casually, like it was the most natural thing in the world. Just making sure your wand hand doesn't twitch, she whispered. Harry tilted his head toward her, his smirk unmistakably Potter. I aim with precision. You once lit a ghoul on fire by accident. It was haunting the shower. I panicked. Your panic response is fire. I'm consistent. Sirius looked back at them, grinning like a man who'd just heard a dirty joke from Merlin himself. "Ah, young love. Nothing gets the blood pumping like magical litigation. Or near-death experiences," Natasha added dryly. "And from what I've seen, these two specialize in both." The lift arrived with a soft chime that sounded way too elegant for what Harry knew was basically a magical death elevator. The doors slid open to reveal a goblin with a presence. He wasn't tall, but somehow commanded attention like a firework in a library. Sharp suit. Sharper grin. And a monocle, because of course. "Mr. Black," he said smoothly. His voice sounded like it had been aged in dragonhide and poured over ancient contract law. "Tooth Gnasher," Sirius said, stepping forward and clapping him on the shoulder like they were old poker rivals. "You're looking terrifying as ever." "Mr. Potter," Tooth Gnasher said, nodding. "Your punctuality is noted. We're here to talk vaults, valuables, and very specific death clauses," Harry said. "And probably insult your competitors along the way." Tooth Gnasher's grin widened. "Delightful." Natasha took a casual sip from her travel mug. 10 galleons says someone threatens bodily harm before this meeting is over. 20 if Sirius tries to negotiate using a prank, Clint added. Logan cracked his knuckles. Steve sighed. "Just, no claws, okay? We're here for diplomacy." Logan grunted. "I am diplomatic. I haven't killed a banker in years." As they stepped into the lift, Jean leaned into Harry's side, her voice warm against his ear. "You ready to unleash your inner Slytherin charm?" Harry turned his head, his green eyes gleaming like hexed emeralds. "Jean, I don't have an inner Slytherin. I've got a full-time, highly caffeinated public version." She grinned, and something in her look said dangerously impressed. Sirius clapped both of them on the back. "Let's go find out some truth." The doors closed with a thunk, the lift began its descent, and Harry Potter smiled like a man about to outwit a room full of magical lawyers. Because he was. This wasn't just a meeting. This was war with better lighting and sharper pens. The lift came to a smooth, ominous stop with a low chime that suggested either a luxury vault level or the doors would open to a Kraken wearing a bowler hat. With Gringotts, you never really knew. The doors slid open to reveal a sleek marble office. No dragons. No piles of gold. No laser-eyed goblin guards riding war rhinos. Just black obsidian floors polished to a shine, enchanted parchment floating midair like smug bureaucratic butterflies, and a panoramic wall of crystal windows that looked down into what might have been a chasm full of vaults or, more likely, the financial version of the abyss. Tooth Gnasher stepped in first. He wore the scowl of someone permanently annoyed that no one respected his exquisite penmanship. He gestured toward an imposing rune-carved table surrounded by high-backed chairs that probably whispered passive-aggressive things when left alone too long. "Please," he said, voice like diamond on granite. "Sit." Everyone did with varying degrees of suspicion. Steve moved like the chair might test his bloodline. Clint circled once before sitting, like a cat trying to decide if this patch of carpet might explode. Logan flopped down with the grace of a cinder block. Natasha didn't sit. She prowled around the edge of the table, eyeing everything like she was 2 seconds from choking it with a curtain cord. And Sirius Black? Oh, Sirius stood like he was auditioning for Most Dramatic Cloak Flare 2025. The man even brought his own wind. Tooth Gnasher looked up at him. "Do sit, Black." Sirius grinned. It was the kind of grin that got you banned from 7 countries and invited to 11. "Well, Tooth, mind if I call you that?" "I do." "Too bad. We're here on family business." Dumbledore should have sent word. Possibly with sparkles and emotionally constipated commentary. Tooth Gnasher nodded. He did. In triplicate. Signed, sealed, and enchanted against forgery. Harry snorted. "Yeah, sounds like him. Pretty sure the man sends laundry lists with 3 enchantments and a phoenix feather." The goblin's eyes sharpened. You wish to determine if this red-headed woman... Haughty, Sirius interrupted brightly, gesturing toward Natasha. Red-headed haughty. Precision matters. Natasha didn't flinch. Just arched a single, deadly eyebrow. Careful, Black. I have knives older than your bloodline. And I find threats deeply attractive, Sirius replied. Carry on. Steve rubbed his face. Oh no. It's going to be one of those meetings. If she is biologically related to Harry James Potter, Tooth Gnasher continued coolly. Specifically, the twin of the late Lily Evans Potter, as per intelligence forwarded by Dumbledore. Harry tightened his grip on Natasha's hand. She didn't pull away. Jean Grey, looking unfairly radiant and terrifying, like a goddess moonlighting as a telepath, leaned in. Is that something Gringotts can confirm? It is, said Tooth Gnasher. Bloodline verification rites are an ancient, sacred goblin service. However, Sirius rolled his eyes. And here comes the bill. They are not without cost. Sirius snapped his fingers. Boom. Called it. To conduct a full hereditary verification, account for magical tampering from the Red Room, and uncover any obscured lineage, the base fee is 50,000 galleons. Clint choked on absolutely nothing. 50,000. What are the results delivered by singing pixies on unicorns? There is a discount if the unicorn is declined, Tooth Gnasher said, deadpan. Sirius gave him an approving nod. All right, Gobo. Let's play. Do not call me Gobo. Sirius pulled out a piece of parchment and a self-inking quill, scribbled something quick, and slid it across the table. You open that, he said, and I walk out with my client. We'll go to the Norse Vaulting Guild. Their dwarves will do it for half the price and a pint of phoenix tears. There are no Norse dwarves in the Vaulting Guild, Tooth Gnasher growled. Sirius grinned. No. But you know that. I know that. The press doesn't. Just imagine the headline, Goblins price out boy who lived's family truth decline deal of the century. Tooth Gnasher's eyes glittered. Then he opened the parchment. He read it. And then against every natural law of goblin kind he laughed. It sounded like someone scraping gold across a grindstone. Well played. He folded the parchment. 20,000 galleons. No unicorn. No midgets. Blood right within the hour. Sirius bowed. Pleasure doing business, Toothy. Tooth Gnasher. Toothy. Jean leaned toward Clint. You owe me 10 galleons. Clint sighed. I thought he'd lead with a prank. He did, Jean murmured. The parchment says, I solemnly swear I'm too pretty to pay full price. Meanwhile, Harry was still holding Natasha's hand. You okay? He asked softly, all the fire in him banked just enough for her. I don't know, she admitted, voice barely above a whisper. But I want to be. He nodded. Then let's find out. Tooth Gnasher waved a clawed hand. A glowing archway unfurled across the back wall like a curtain of starlight. Please proceed, he said. The blood will tell us what names were stolen. They rose together. Sirius leaned toward Jean and whispered, I hope this doesn't end in a family reunion/international incident. Jean didn't look away. With us? It'll probably end in both. As the group crossed into the ritual chamber, wands, claws on heels, adamantium, and sarcasm all included, Harry Potter braced himself. Because for once, he didn't want to run. He didn't want to joke. He wanted the truth. And he was ready to pay in blood to get it. The ritual chamber looked like the kind of place you either performed ancient rites in or got murdered by a shadow council. Probably both. The walls pulsed faintly with runes that didn't so much glow as throb, like they had opinions. A massive obsidian altar squatted in the center, covered in glyphs that whispered things like destiny and non-refundable decisions. Overhead, a constellation of floating candles rotated in slow orbits, casting enough light to make everyone look dramatic but not enough to read any fine print, which was probably the point. Tooth Gnasher gestured toward the altar. Place your palms on the stone. One on each side. It will draw 3 drops of blood from each participant, interpret the ancestral resonance, compare magical signatures, and determine lineage maternal, paternal, and otherwise. Will it hurt? Clint asked, peering at the table like it might ask for a kidney. No more than a mild paper cut, Tooth Gnasher said. Then, as an afterthought, from a cursed contract signed in dragon bile. Natasha stepped forward first, wordlessly. She rolled up her sleeve, as if bearing an arm was just another day at the office. Harry followed her lead, heart in his throat and thoughts in an absolute riot. She looked at him. Ready? He nodded. On 3. 1. 2. 3. Their hands met the stone at the same time. The reaction was instant. The altar pulsed crimson, then gold, then something darker, deeper. Threads of glowing energy snaked out from under their palms, curling like vines made of memory. The blood that surfaced from the stone shimmered unnaturally, suspended in midair before coalescing into a burning sigil above them, 2 mirrored lilies, their stems entwined. Jean flinched. Logan growled low in his throat. Sirius stiffened. Steve's fingers twitched toward his shield even though it wasn't there. Natasha didn't breathe. The runes along the wall surged to life. Some rearranged. Others shattered into fragments of starlight. Then everything went still. The glowing sigil cracked. And split in 2. One half remained a pure, silver lily. The other half twisted, almost corrupted. Tooth Gnasher narrowed his eyes. That is unusual. Sirius straightened. Unusual how? Tooth Gnasher muttered a few incantations in gobbledygook and summoned a floating ledger the size of a coffin. It flipped open on its own, pages rustling like angry birds. Blood match confirmed, he said. The two share a 99.87% maternal match. Genetically identical in that regard. Magical signature also aligns. Known as blood twins, non-fraternal but born of the same mother's line. Harry's chest clenched. So she's your aunt, Tooth Gnasher confirmed. You share the same mother. Lily Evans Potter and Natalia Alyanovna Romanova were, biological sisters. Clint let out a low whistle. Well, that's going to make Thanksgiving awkward. Natasha's face was unreadable. But, she asked. Tooth Gnasher didn't smile. But there's a fracture in the ancestral trail. Someone has attempted to sever or mask part of Mr. Potter's magical inheritance. A block. Complex. Old. Red room grade old. Jean took a sharp breath. What kind of block? The kind you don't notice until you ask the right question, Tooth Gnasher said, snapping the ledger shut. The ritual cannot yield full data until we isolate and analyze the anomaly. That process will take a few minutes. Sirius asked hopefully. Tooth Gnasher gave him a flat look. An hour. Minimum. Possibly more if Mr. Potter's blood carries additional enchantments or interference. Harry exhaled slowly. So we wait. Yes. Sirius clapped his hands. Great. Let's all awkwardly hover outside while goblins dissect the metaphysical history of your bloodstream. Steve muttered, sounds less awkward than my last Stark Industries gala. As they made their way out of the chamber, Tooth Gnasher gave them all a final look. When you return, he said to Harry, we will have answers. But know this, your blood holds more than names. It holds truths. And truths do not always bring peace. Harry turned back, eyes steady. That's okay. He looked at Natasha, who met his gaze unflinchingly. We've both spent our lives in lies. It's time we found out who we really are. There are 3 universal truths in life. Death is inevitable. Taxes are cruel. Ice cream heals trauma. Especially trauma involving blood magic, identity crises, and long-lost assassin aunts. Which is why, after being told that his bloodline was a tangled mess of lies, enchantments, and questionable magical paperwork, Harry James Potter found himself sitting outside Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor with what could only be described as the dysfunctional Avengers therapy squad. Clint Barton was dual-wielding waffle cones like a sugar-drunk raccoon. One was bright green, possibly pistachio, possibly radioactive, the other was neon blue, the kind of shade that could legally be classified as a war crime. Steve Rogers was eating his single scoop of strawberry with the intense precision of a man who once wrote a war report on dessert. Every few seconds, he scanned the crowd like Voldemort might pop out of a pastry shop. Sirius Black, because of course he had zero chill, had ordered the most chaotic sundae on the menu, banana split, extra fudge, with a drizzle of fire whiskey and 3 cherries that looked suspiciously flammable. He was already halfway into a story involving a flaming unicycle, a badly enchanted invisibility cloak, and a dare in Nocturne Alley. "I'm telling you," Sirius was saying, eyes bright, "I was this close to making the Prophet's front page as mysterious floating sock terrorizes Diagon Alley." Jean Grey raised an eyebrow over her butterbeer float. "Honestly? Still not the weirdest story I've heard today." "Gryffindors, darling," Sirius said, tossing her a wink. "We don't do boring. We are the plot twist." Harry, sitting next to Natasha Romanova, swirled his hazelnut and chili scoop into a perfect spiral before deadpanning, "And this is why wizards shouldn't have access to alcohol and large quantities of dairy." "Your godfather's a menace," Natasha murmured, quietly spooning at her lavender and lemon sorbet like it had personally insulted her. Harry glanced at her sideways. "You should have seen him in Azkaban. 10 years, no shampoo. Still managed to look like a shampoo commercial for deranged wizards." Natasha's mouth twitched. Not a smile exactly, but more than nothing. A glimmer. A flicker of not brooding. Which, for her, was basically a bear hug. Harry cleared his throat, trying to sound casual and absolutely not like he was having a small emotional panic in his chest cavity. "So, this whole aunt-nephew thing. Do we hug now? Trade tragic origin stories? Bond over emotional repression and trauma flashbacks?" "I don't hug," Natasha said flatly. Cool, Harry said. "I'll just, silently scream inside." There was a pause. Then she added, almost reluctantly, "I used to dream I had a sister. Before the Red Room. Before they scrubbed it all out of me." Harry stirred his melting ice cream, not looking up. "I used to dream someone would come rescue me. That I had family out there. That someone gave a damn." Natasha turned her head slightly. "And now?" He shrugged. "Now I've got a highly trained assassin aunt, a morally questionable dog dad, and 2 ice cream junkie Avengers as uncles." He gave her a sideways grin. "Could be worse. I could teach you how to disarm a man using only a spoon," she offered. He held up his spoon. "You say that like I haven't already." And that made her snort. Actual snort. In public. "You're dangerous," she muttered. "Oh, Auntie Nat," he said sweetly. "You have no idea." Across the table, Jean Grey was watching the two with a small smirk on her lips and soft amusement in her eyes, the kind that said, "I'm glad you're okay, but also I heard everything and I'm storing it for future mockery." She leaned over, nudging Harry's arm. "That was smooth." "Thanks," Harry said, taking a dramatic bite of his now lava-level spicy hazelnut scoop. "I've been working on my emotional stability and my dessert game simultaneously. It's called multitasking." Jean grinned. "Is it also called deflecting?" "Deflection is a sacred Potter tradition," Harry replied. "Along with sarcasm, flaming birds, and dying at inopportune moments. Just don't make it a habit," she murmured, brushing his arm with hers ever so slightly. I kind of like having you around. He looked up, met her eyes, and yep, his heart was definitely doing that weird fluttery beatbox routine again. You planning on getting rid of me, Jean? He asked, tone light but gaze locked. No, she said, almost shy for once. Just, planning on keeping up. Before that got even sappier, Clint loudly slid into the scene holding a tower of ice cream that defied physics. Okay, not to interrupt your teenage flirting, he said, but I'm officially declaring this the greatest ice cream experience since that time Thor tried Chos. Steve, still halfway through his strawberry scoop, muttered, pretty sure this violates several clauses in the Sokovia Accords. I'm going to need to see that clause, Sirius said, leaning over to steal a spoonful from Clint's cone. Especially the part about ice cream diplomacy. Is this what Muggle therapy is like? Tooth Gnasher rumbled, suddenly appearing behind them with all the subtlety of a grumpy thundercloud in a waistcoat. Everyone jumped. Harry blinked. Tooth Gnasher, buddy, you gotta stop doing the Grim Reaper thing. Your blood analysis is progressing, the goblin intoned gravely, eyes glowing faintly with goblin magic. We've identified 3 potential enchantment blocks. One was placed at birth. The others, later. Wait, seriously? Clint asked, licking his blue scoop. Who enchants a baby? You'd be surprised, Harry said dryly. Jean's hand found Harry's under the table, fingers curling lightly. We'll face it together. He gave her a lopsided smile. Yet. Let's just hope we don't need another blood ritual to sort it out. I'm running low on limbs. Tooth Gnasher snorted. You humans. Always so dramatic. Sirius grinned. Says the guy who performs blood rites on stone altars in candle-lit death chambers. The goblin muttered something in gobbledygook that was probably an insult, then stalked off. Natasha stood, brushing imaginary crumbs from her jeans. All right. Enough sentiment. Time to see what secrets are trying to hide inside the boy who lived. Harry stood too, finishing the last bite of his fire chili swirl. Honestly? At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out I'm secretly half centaur or descended from Merlin's pet hedgehog. Jean laughed. You say that like it's off the table. He offered her a hand. Coming with me, Phoenix. She took it. Always. As they walked back toward the bank, Sirius trailed behind, grinning to himself. You know, he said to Steve, they grow up so fast. Yep, Steve said, watching the 2 teens with a warm smile. Clint licked his cone. Also, I call dibs on telling Logan Harry has a new aunt who's a former KGB operative. His reaction's gonna be epic. From somewhere nearby, Logan's voice snarled, I heard that, bub. Clint squeaked. Jean laughed. Harry rolled his eyes. And Natasha finally smiled. Back at Gringotts, things were getting weird. And not that your goblin banker knows your Hogwarts house kind of weird. No, this was full-on magical MRI from a goblin necromancer weird. Tooth Gnasher led them deeper into the bank than Harry thought legally allowed. Past vaults sealed tighter than Tony Stark's trauma vault, and corridors lit with torches that clearly hadn't passed any sort of magical OSHA inspection in the last 6 centuries. At one point, Logan sniffed the air and muttered, something died here. Recently. No one asked for details. Finally, they reached a chamber carved into the living rock, inscribed with runes older than breakfast tea and just as complicated. Tooth Gnasher raised a clawed hand. Magic pulsed faintly as the stone door creaked open with a sound that could have come straight from a horror movie. Enter, he said, his voice like gravel gargling thunder. Harry stepped inside, followed by the dysfunctional Avengers therapy squad minus Clint, who paused to swipe a handful of goblin-polished coins off a pedestal. For research, he said. No one believed him. Inside, Tooth Gnasher tapped a rune on a stone slab. A glowing diagram of Harry shimmered into the air, threads of golden, silver, and deep violet magic stretching out like tangled magical spaghetti. Your bloodline is complicated, Tooth Gnasher said solemnly. Tell me something I don't know, Harry muttered. The first block, Tooth Gnasher continued, pointing to a pulsing aura near the chest, was placed at birth. The magical signature matches James and Lily Potter. Sirius, looming like a wolf with issues, frowned. That tracks. James mentioned Harry nearly blew out a hospital window with accidental magic during delivery. Clint blinked. Accidental what now? Steve tilted his head. Magic can happen on accident. Oh, yeah, Sirius said, suddenly shifting into full wizard uncle mode. Magical kids are emotional landmines. Crying. Boom. Laughing. Pop. Hungry? Hope you didn't like your curtains. I once lit Mrs. Fig's skirt on fire because she said I couldn't keep a toad as a pillow, Harry offered, casually. Clint gave a low whistle. And I thought Lila's glitter phase was dangerous. Sirius grinned. James probably threw a temporary block on Harry's magic to stop him from nuking the nursery every time he sneezed. Standard parenting. Usually fades. It did, Tooth Gnasher said. Then he waved a claw and more tangled threads shimmered to life darker, knotted, hiding beneath the surface. But then, more were placed. Between ages 3 and 11. Some, repeatedly. A silence fell like an anvil. Who? Harry's voice dropped into deadly territory. Tooth Gnasher's eyes gleamed. The magical signature belongs to one, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Jean's hands lit with faint telekinetic energy. You've got to be kidding me. Harry's jaw clenched. That manipulative, lemon drop loving, beard fondling. Natasha cut in, her voice like a knife dipped in ice. Why would he suppress a child's magic? Sirius was pacing now. James and Lily were magical powerhouses. Harry should have been juggling cauldrons by 5. I did show magic, Harry said, ticking them off on his fingers. Once turned a teacher's hair blue. Permanently. Teleport to the roof during a chase. Regrew my hair overnight. Oh, and I talked to a snake at the zoo. Parcel tongue, Tooth Gnasher said. Rare. Dark. Voldemort's legacy. Steve looked at Harry like he'd grown a second head. You teleport. Untrained, Sirius added. That's not magic. That's instinct. That's survival. That's frankly awesome. Jean leaned in, smirking. You are kind of amazing, you know. Like, hero hair and chaos energy in one fiery package. Harry's ears turned pink. Noted. Logan grunted, arms crossed. Kid's a walking supernova. And still humble, Clint added. I hate how likable you are. Tooth Gnasher cleared his throat. With this much core magic, you should have displayed elemental control, summoning, astral projection. I can fly, Harry interrupted. Without a broom. But only when I'm pissed off or emotionally unstable. So. Tuesday, Natasha said dryly. The blocks stunted your growth, Tooth Gnasher said. But your magic grew anyway. Pushed back. Evolved. Like a damned river. You are not a bomb, Mr. Potter. Let me guess, Harry said. I'm a storm. Yes. Tooth Gnasher's eyes glowed. One that has been shackled. And you are very close, to your thunder. Jean squeezed Harry's hand under the table. You okay? He exhaled. No idea. But I'm ready to find out. Sirius cracked his knuckles. Let's peel back the lies. Natasha nodded. Let's dismantle the blocks. Clint raised his spoon. Also, if it turns out you're part dragon, I called it. Just saying. Steve placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. To the end of the line, Harry. Logan sniffed. Let's get this over with. Tooth Gnasher stepped forward, eyes gleaming. There are more revelations still. Truths buried deep. Bloodlines lost. Powers returned. But first we unchain the storm. Harry, who had survived a Dark Lord, abusive relatives, government incompetence, magical politics, and being raised in a cupboard, just nodded and said, "Good. Because I've got a few more blocks to break. And a world that's overdue for a storm." Jean smiled. "And I'll be right there. Even if it gets messy." Harry's grin was all teeth and spark. "Oh, it's gonna get glorious." Tooth Gnasher tapped another rune on the stone slab like he was casually checking email, and the magical projection in front of them shimmered. Threads of gold and silver rearranged themselves into 3 sigils, the Potter Stag, the Black Starburst, and a third symbol that looked like it had stepped straight out of a Gothic fever dream. Harry squinted. "Okay, I know Staggy and Sparky, but what the hell is the fancy one with the skull, the wand, and what I'm pretty sure is a snake trying to eat itself?" "The Peveril Crest," Tooth Gnasher said, his voice dropping into the deep, dramatic tone of someone who very much enjoyed dropping lore bombs. "The final lost branch of the 3 brothers." Sirius let out a breath that sounded like it'd been trapped since Azkaban. "Bloody hell! The Peverils? I thought they were just bedtime stories." "To mortals," Tooth Gnasher said with the smugness of a creature who'd lived through several apocalypses, "most truths are." Harry dragged his hand down his face. "Right. So, let me get this straight. I'm the heir of House Potter, the heir of House Black, and now also the last living rep of some ancient bloodline that probably moonlighted as the inspiration for every horror bedtime story ever told." "Technically," Tooth Gnasher corrected, teeth glinting, "you're not a scion. You're the head." Steve gave a low whistle and crossed his arms. "That's a lot for a 13-year-old. I'm also apparently a suppressed magical demigod with a PTSD bingo card and flying powers powered by anxiety," Harry muttered. "Just slap it all on a t-shirt. Maybe throw in a lightning bolt and a sarcastic tagline." Jean looked up from the flickering sigils. Her voice was soft, but her eyes were sharp. "Wait, head of 3 houses." Tooth Gnasher tapped another sequence into the rune tablet. 3 family trees unfolded midair, floating like magical PowerPoints with terrible user interfaces. House Potter, James deceased, Lily deceased, Harry sole living descendant. House Black, current head, Sirius Black declared Harry heir due to magical sterility caused by prolonged Dementor exposure. House Peveril, long considered extinct. Reinstated due to magical resonance recognition. Vault to unlock upon adulthood. Clint raised a hand, eyes narrowed. "Okay, but is there a crown? Because I feel like he deserves a crown. Maybe one with antlers." "No crown," Tooth Gnasher said. "Just wealth, influence, and contracts." The room collectively froze. Jean's eyebrow twitched. "Contracts? You mean marriage contracts?" Tooth Gnasher said with far too much joy. "1 active per house. All legally binding under the Ancient Houses Accord." Harry groaned. "I swear to Merlin's saga knickers, if one of those is with Umbridge." "No," Tooth Gnasher said with what might have been genuine offense. "The Greengrass Accord was signed between Charles Potter and Sebastian Greengrass. Their children were both male, so the contract passed down. Your betrothed is Daphne Greengrass." Logan snorted. "The Ice Girl." "The very one," Tooth Gnasher confirmed. "Cryokinetic. Mutant. Magical. And one of your MageX allies." Harry paled. "Okay, that's awkward." Jean's eyes narrowed. "She's also very pretty." "Jean." She held up a hand like a traffic stop sign. "No. Don't. Continue, Goblin." Tooth Gnasher plowed forward. The Black Bones Pact was initiated by Arcturus Black and Desmond Bones. As Sirius cannot sire children and Amelia Bones is regent but not active heir, the contract binds you, Harry Potter, with Susan Bones. Susan, Jean repeated. My other best friend. This is a comedy, right? Natasha leaned back against the wall, arms crossed. This is starting to sound like one of those royal dramas where everyone ends up married to their cousin. Don't jinx it, Clint muttered. Steve gave Jean a look of concern. You okay? Jean smiled. That smile? It was the kind of smile that said someone was about to start a fire. Oh, I'm peachy. My boyfriend has 2 fiancés and a royal lineage now. Totally normal Tuesday. Clint edged toward the exit. I vote we leave before someone gets set on fire. Don't be dramatic, Jean said sweetly. The wall behind her cracked. Just to clarify, Harry said quickly, hands raised, I didn't ask for any of this. I didn't sign anything. I didn't even know these contracts existed. I've been too busy dodging death and saving the world on Tuesdays. Jean sighed, rubbing her temples. I know. Just, next time you accidentally inherit a duchy and 2 wives, text me. Deal. Tooth Gnasher cleared his throat with the self-importance of a lecturer mid-monologue. The Peveril Vault will be accessible when the head, namely, Harry, turns 17. Contents include, the Sword of Etherian, the Staff of Final Light, Enchanted Rings of Command, the Book of 9 Shadows, and a relic marked only as the Shard. That doesn't sound ominous at all, Harry said. That sounds like it comes with its own theme music. Also, Tooth Gnasher added, 6 million galleons in gold. Sirius choked. 6 million. Not including property shares, Dragonhide investments, and several stakes in high-reward goblin hedge funds. Harry put his head in his hands. I'm going to throw up. Then I'm going to buy a theme park. With dragons. You already own 3 islands, Tooth Gnasher said blandly. Jean muttered, this boy has more money, trauma, and relationship drama than an entire season of Bridgerton. Right on cue, the doors opened and in walked Susan Bones. Beside her, Daphne Greengrass looked like she'd walked straight out of a Vogue spread-themed Ice Princess meets Aristocratic Rage. Susan gave a sheepish wave. Hi. So apparently we're engaged. Daphne nodded, lips tight. Same. Didn't even get flowers. Cool, Harry muttered. Any chance I can fake my own death and live as a dragon farmer in Romania? Jean folded her arms. You're sleeping in a separate room tonight? Sirius cracked his knuckles. Now that's the Potter spirit. And we're still not done, Tooth Gnasher said. Clint whimpered. Why? Why are we not done? Because, the goblin said with a grin, next we test whether he can wield the Sword of Etherian without disintegrating into sparkly mist. Harry threw his hands up. I changed my mind. Bring back the cupboard. Jean grinned. Nope. You're the storm now. Might as well bring the thunder. Tooth Gnasher leaned forward. And before we proceed, House Peveril has no active marriage contract. The room went quiet. Tooth Gnasher looked at Jean. I strongly suggest entering into a formal Peveril pact now before any pure-blood house attempts to fabricate a magical contract. It has happened before. Sirius nodded grimly. He's right. It happened to me once. Had to duel some idiot who tried to claim my hand for his troll of a daughter with a forged contract. Harry glanced at Jean, heart thudding. So, what do you say? Want to make it official? Jean studied him for a long moment, then smirked. Only if I get a tiara. Done, Harry said. Diamond, gold, whatever you want. You want a crown made of phoenix feathers, I'll make it happen. Tooth Gnasher sighed. Romance. Disgusting. All right, let's go test if you explode when you touch the sword. Logan grinned. Now that's a date. Chapter 67, Chapter 66. Tooth Gnasher rapped a claw against the nearest rune like a grumpy professor tapping a chalkboard. Before we proceed to the Sword of Etherian and the possibility of Mr. Potter being turned into a magical firework, we must first examine the two existing marriage contracts. Guardians must be present. Jean gave an exaggerated groan. You mean we're still not done with the royal soap opera? Correct, said the goblin with way too much glee. He turned toward the two girls. Lady Greengrass, kindly fetch your parents. Lady Bones, your aunt is already waiting outside. Harry blinked. Did he just call Susan Lady Bones? Technically, it's gender-neutral under goblin law, Susan replied with a shrug, already halfway to the door. Clint whispered to Steve, this place makes Asgard look like a quiet retirement village. As the girls exited with matching sighs of doom, Tooth Gnasher turned to Jean, summoning a scroll that shimmered gold and radiated enough magical red tape to make the IRS blush. It hovered ominously between them. This is a standard betrothal contract, he said. Purely optional. Jean squinted at it like it was about to bite her. Optional. It outlines formal engagement terms should you wish to secure your position as Mr. Potter's primary consort, Tooth Gnasher explained with the kind of gravity one usually reserved for funeral rites or Game of Thrones finales. Fidelity clauses, title equivalency, conjugal immunity. Okay. Jean held up a hand like a traffic cop. This sounds like wizard prenup meets mutant soap opera. Tooth Gnasher nodded serenely. Accurate. Harry peeked over her shoulder. Clause 7, Magical consorts' rights during public dueling and gala events. That one actually makes sense, Jean muttered, scanning the rest. Clause 12, Groom agrees to notify the bride before entering mortal peril, except in cases of time travel, magical duress, or amnesia. Write that one in bold, Jean said. Tooth Gnasher clicked his claws. Miss Grey, do you have a guardian available to negotiate your interests? Jean didn't miss a beat. Only one person I trust for this level of crazy. She handed the scroll to Logan, who had been leaning against a pillar, chewing on a toothpick like he was sizing up the building for demolition. Take it to Professor Xavier, she said. Tell him it's either this or I cram every legal clause into his frontal lobe. Logan gave a low chuckle. Sounds like a Tuesday. Harry grinned at her. You know, for someone who just found out her boyfriend's accidentally engaged twice, you're surprisingly composed. Jean's smile was sweet. Too sweet. You're under emotional review. Sirius winced and muttered to Natasha, that's at least a 7 on the girlfriend Richter scale. You haven't seen her at full 10, Natasha said dryly, arms crossed. That's when she starts melting furniture. Steve gave Harry a supportive thumbs up. Hang in there, kid. The doors swung open again, and in walked the parents. Capital P. Cyrus Greengrass entered first, all angles and cheekbones and the kind of presence that suggested he'd fought at least 3 wars before breakfast. Solisle Greengrass followed, draped in enough silk to clothe a nation, eyes cool and calculating. Behind them came Amelia Bones. She looked like she could slap the truth out of a dementor. Her coat flared like a cape, her wand was casually holstered at her hip, and she gave Sirius a look that could curdle milk. Sirius straightened up, grinning like a Gryffindor caught halfway through a prank. Nice of you to show up, Amelia. She raised an eyebrow. Don't make me arrest you again. Only if it's a private cell. With room service. Harry leaned over to Jean. I think our emotional disaster just turned into a double date. Jean elbowed him, but the smile betrayed her. Tooth Gnasher clapped his hands. Lovely. With all guardians and heirs present, we may proceed with contract readings. A rune flared behind him. Then sparked. Then exploded in a shower of magical static. Oh dear, Tooth Gnasher muttered. Harry sighed. Oh dear never means free puppies. The Sword of Etherian has sensed bloodline proximity, the goblin said, eyes flickering. A pedestal rose from the ground like something out of Indiana Jones, mist curling around it. On top, the sword gleamed. Long, sleek. Humming like it was part dragon, part star. Clint took a subtle step behind Steve. Yup. Cue ancient weapon waking up. Definitely someone losing a finger today. Tooth Gnasher gestured. Shall we see if the air lives? Harry took a deep breath. If I explode, tell Jean she's right about everything. Sirius owes me 10 galleons, and Logan can't keep my sword. Jean folded her arms. You better not explode. You're still on probation. He grinned. Aye, Captain Redhead. Then he stepped forward, reached out and the sword leapt into his hand. For a long, terrifying second, everyone held their breath. Then nothing. No explosions. No dark marks. No turning into a flaming phoenix demon. Tooth Gnasher beamed. Excellent. No vaporization. Clint nodded solemnly. Put it in the win column. Harry raised the sword, testing the weight. It pulsed once, resonating with something deep in his chest. Jean looked up at him, eyes wide. You really are the storm. Harry smirked. Then let's bring the thunder. The sword pulsed in Harry's hand like it had a heartbeat. Not a normal one, either. This wasn't the thump-thump of a cardio workout. This was ancient, cosmic, possibly judging you energy. The kind of heartbeat that probably remembered the Big Bang and had notes about it. A faint hum vibrated up his arm. Not painful. Not uncomfortable. Just, electric. Like every cell in his body had switched radio stations and was now tuned to Blade FM, all chaos, all the time. Jean squinted at him, head tilted. Harry, you're glowing. I'm what now? He didn't look down. Looking down never helped. That's how you walked into man-eating plants. Clint leaned sideways to get a better angle, because of course he did. Yup. You've got a magical aura. Kinda blue. Kinda sparkly. Pretty sure you're not dying. Steve raised a brow. Pretty sure. Clint shrugged. It's a vibe. Harry blinked. Something inside him was shifting. Not painfully, but deeply. Like his magic had just discovered gourmet seasoning and was now seasoning itself with something called primordial sword sauce. Tooth Gnasher, Harry said slowly, trying not to sound like someone casually becoming a magical reactor core, what exactly does this sword do? Tooth Gnasher, grinning like a goblin who'd just watched a noble house fall into bankruptcy, gave a courtly little bow. The Sword of Etherion is one of the 7 relics of the First Flame. Forged by the Archmage of Avalon in the Age of Starlight. It channels primordial magic, stormlight, starfire, and death song. It amplifies elemental power, slices through metaphysical barriers, and resists time-altering effects. Everyone stared. Harry eyed the sword in his hand. Right. So I'm holding Excalibur's radioactive, overachieving cousin. Accurate, Tooth Gnasher said brightly. And since you appear to be absorbing echoes of its essence, allow me to be the first to say, congratulations. You're now functionally immune to most curses, and your spells might trigger reality feedback. Jean frowned. Reality what now? Reality feedback, Tooth Gnasher repeated. Your spells now have flair. Intent matters more. Magic adapts to you. Sometimes it overreacts. He's a walking magical mood swing, Clint whispered. Awesome. Jean sighed. Great. Like he wasn't already chaos with a wand. Hey, Harry said, mock offended. Still under review, remember. Still glowing like a mood ring in a rave, Jean countered. Tooth Gnasher tapped a glowing rune. 2 golden scrolls appeared, floating in the air with the kind of bureaucratic menace normally reserved for ministry audits and amusement park waivers. Now, the goblin said with glee, let us review the existing betrothal contracts, the Potter Greengrass Accord and the Black Bones Accord. Harry made a noise halfway between a groan and a dying owl. Oh great! My love life's being managed by ancient scrolls and a goblin with a clipboard. You're welcome, Tooth Gnasher said cheerfully. To clarify, he continued, holding up the first scroll like a prop in a very niche soap opera, both contracts were signed magically by the previous heads of house. They betrothed Lord Harry James Potter, now proven heir of House Potter, House Black, and, as of 5 minutes ago, head of House Peverell, to Lady Daphne Greengrass and Lady Susan Bones. Cyrus Greengrass stepped forward, all sharp cheekbones and colder than you eyes. Peverell? That's the Deathly Hallows family, isn't it? Thought they were extinct. Common misconception, Tooth Gnasher said, clearly enjoying himself. Turns out, Mr. Potter here is the last of the line. Confirmed by the Sword of Etherian itself. I swear, Harry muttered, I'm going to need a family tree, a map, and possibly a magical therapist. You are the map, Sirius said proudly. Jean crossed her arms. And what exactly do these contracts mean? Tooth Gnasher held up one scroll. The Potter Greengrass Accord cements alliance between houses. Traditional. Political. Romantic. Magical. Daphne raised her hand. We were told this might happen. But I didn't think it'd be Harry. Honestly, Susan said, hands in her coat pockets, if it had been some crusty pureblood from a family tree shaped like a noose, I'd have burned the contract. Jean gave both girls a look that could char parchment. Susan held up her hands. Relax. You're his girlfriend. It's obvious. Even the sword likes you. Daphne nodded. Which makes you prime consort. Jean blinked. I'm sorry. The what now? First wife, Susan explained, then quickly amended, but magical and more egalitarian. Prime consort has precedence in political decisions, defense protocol, and basically gets to call dibs. Harry glanced at Jean, suddenly serious. Only if you want to. No pressure. Jean stared at him for a long moment. Then exhaled through her nose, eyes softening. Fine. But you're still being audited. He grinned. Audited by the prettiest IRS agent ever. Flattery won't save you, Potter. Didn't say it would. Just hoping it earns me a payment extension. Tooth Gnasher beamed. The magical marriages will not be enacted until Lord Potter reaches magical majority. Age 17. So, Natasha said, arms crossed, watching the chaos unfold like it was a very slow train wreck, he's got 4 years to survive being a magical demigod, mutant puberty, and accidental polygamy. Logan snorted. Kids living the weirdest X-Men arc I've ever seen. Tooth Gnasher turned toward the adults. Do the Guardians wish to suggest any amendments? Cyrus stepped forward again, smooth and precise. We request that the second-born child of each union take the mother's surname. The firstborn may be Potter and Black. But our family lines must continue. Amelia Bones nodded once, firm as iron. Susan is the last Bones. The name must live on. Harry looked at both girls, then nodded. Works for me. As long as we don't name anyone Severus. Daphne smirked. Agreed. Susan gave a thumbs up. Hard pass on tragic baby names. Tooth Gnasher tapped the scrolls. Amendments accepted. Contracts will update magically and formalize upon magical adulthood. Harry let out a long breath. Okay. So to recap, I've got a magical sword that might be older than the moon, 3 ancient bloodlines, 2 betrothals, 1 girlfriend with laser eyes, and a countdown to magical adulthood that sounds like either a party or an apocalypse. Sounds like puberty to me, Logan said, arms crossed. Welcome to the wizarding world, Sirius added, clapping him on the back. Jean laced her fingers through Harry's and looked up at him, eyes fierce. Don't explode before you're 17. Harry squeezed her hand. I'll put it on my to-do list. Just then, one of the runes flared again. Tooth Gnasher turned, his grin spreading like wildfire. Now then, shall we discuss the conditions for activation of the Peveril Vault? Clint raised a hand. Wait. There's another vault. Steve sighed. Of course there is. And somewhere far below their feet, behind stone and magic older than language, a new vault door stirred. Waiting. Harry raised an eyebrow, eyes flicking to Tooth Gnasher. Wait, hold up. Didn't you say the Peveril Vault was sealed until I hit 17? You know, magical maturity? Legal wand wielding? Maybe a parade? Tooth Gnasher looked mildly offended, like Harry had suggested using goblin gold to buy bubblegum. Indeed. That would be the primary vault, Lord Potter. Harry squinted. And this one? The goblin tapped the rune again. A new holographic vault schematic flared into existence above the floor, clearly enchanted by someone who thought spikes were decorative. It was smaller than the first, but still very much a magical Fort Knox. Glowing runes danced around it like very nerdy fireflies. This, Tooth Gnasher said, his voice practically purring, is the secondary vault. The primary vault, sealed until your magical majority, holds heirlooms and relics that require a stable magical core. This one, however, was designed to activate upon resonance with the Sword of Etherian. Harry blinked. So, sword equals key. In layman's terms, Tooth Gnasher said. Clint leaned sideways, chewing a piece of gum that absolutely no one remembered him having. So it's like unlocking bonus content with a DLC weapon. Except the DLC is sentient, Natasha added, arms crossed and eyebrow arched. And possibly judging us, Steve muttered. Jean's hand tightened in Harry's. Her eyes glowed faintly, because of course they did, but her voice was all dry sarcasm. Harry doesn't need another vault. He barely makes it through breakfast. Excuse you, Harry said, indignant. I dominate breakfast. It's lunch where the explosions start. You blew up a toaster, Jean said. It looked at me funny. Sirius clapped him on the back, grinning like someone who'd set fire to a few toasters himself. What's in this second vault, Toothy? More blades? Sentient furniture? Maybe a cursed love poem. Tooth Gnasher snapped his fingers. A flurry of icons appeared, books, scrolls, something that looked suspiciously like a floating skull and sunglasses, and a levitating hourglass filled with what appeared to be starlight. Unknown, the goblin said cheerfully. Even goblin records are vague. But the magical signature matches one Antioch Peveril, the original wielder of the Elder Wand. Steve tilted his head. Isn't that the guy from the Deathly Hallows story? Yup, Harry said. Apparently he's my great-great-granduncle. Or something. The Potter family tree is less a tree and more a magical spaghetti monster. Jean raised a hand. Can confirm. It's a hedge maze with bloodlines, ghosts, and drama. Like Hogwarts, Clint said. But in tree form. Tooth Gnasher raised a goblin finger. The secondary vault is reactive. It doesn't just open. It evaluates the wielder's soul, intentions, and magical resonance. Or, as Antioch put it. He cleared his throat and intoned dramatically, for the child who holds the blade and bears the name, the second vault shall open not for power, but for need. When the blood burns and fate bends, there shall he find what only chaos can unlock. Everyone just kind of stared. So, Susan said slowly, that's not ominous at all. Very on brand, though, Daphne murmured, eyeing Harry like he was a particularly chaotic dessert tray. Jean tilted her head at him. You good? Define good, Harry said, lips twitching. Because I'm holding a sword that might be older than the moon, glowing like a magical rave, and apparently unlocking chaos vaults with my vibes. Sounds like a Tuesday, Logan muttered. Sirius gave Harry a fond look. I've got a good feeling about this. Steve groaned. Don't say that. It's basically a jinx, Clint agreed. Next thing you know, cursed armor and tragic flashbacks. That was last week, Natasha muttered. Beneath their feet, the floor vibrated. A low hum, like ancient stone stretching after a nap. Magical light traced ancient patterns around the edge of the vault platform. Jean looked at Harry. You really want to do this? He squeezed her hand, eyes sharp and voice steady. With you next to me? Always. She rolled her eyes but didn't let go. If we die, I'm haunting you. First in line, he promised. Tooth Gnasher gave a little hop of excitement. Shall we descend, then? Logan cracked his neck. Just don't touch anything that glows red. Red means bad. Or cursed, Sirius added helpfully. Or haunted. Or pregnant, Clint threw in. Everyone turned. He shrugged. What? Red can mean lots of things. Tooth Gnasher, looking like a goblin professor about to unveil his final exam, activated the platform. It shimmered beneath their feet, symbols glowing as they began to descend into the depths of Gringotts. Harry exhaled. Okay. Time to open the magical loot box of doom. No pressure, Jean muttered, pressing close. If there's a prophecy in there that says I have to defeat the moon with a spork, she added, I'm out. Harry grinned. Then I'll only ask you to be backup. I'll lead with the spoon. And with that, the elevator disappeared into the ancient stone, carrying them toward the secondary vault and whatever madness waited below. Descending into the secondary vault felt less like stepping into a bank and more like prepping to raid the final boss's lair with extra sparkle. The elevator gave a dramatic hiss as it settled, magic fizzing in the air like an overexcited soda can. The landing platform pulsed with flickering runes in gold, silver, and a very aggressive shade of red that screamed definitely cursed. Jean leaned against Harry's side, her eyes faintly glowing with a very Phoenix Y intensity. You're glowing again, she whispered, voice somewhere between concerned girlfriend and someone about to vaporize an artifact with her mind. Harry looked down. Yup. Wisps of golden light curled around him like he'd bathed in literal sunlight and decided to keep the glow for aesthetic. I've become a magical lava lamp, he muttered. Fabulous. Susan Bones, ever the supportive smart mouth, offered from behind, at least if you die, you'll be the prettiest corpse. Harry stepped off the platform, his cloak fluttering dramatically like it had stage directions. That's the dream. The vault stretched ahead, all obsidian grandeur and glowing crystalline columns. If Gothic met sci-fi at a wizard rave, this would be their love child. At the center, a spiraling staircase hovered above a pulsating starlight circle like a floating Pinterest board labeled Eldritch but make it Vogue. Daphne narrowed her eyes. This place looks like it's about to demand we answer a riddle in Latin and duel a sentient sofa. Sirius grinned, clearly in his element. I hope it does. Where's the tripwire? Natasha asked, stepping forward like an assassin turned Indiana Jones. Steve adjusted his shield. Tooth Gnasher said it was reactive. So? Harry, it's probably waiting for you. Harry shrugged, then strolled toward the circle like someone who hadn't just been warned about ancient magical booby traps. Predictably, the vault reacted like a drama queen craving attention. Home. The runes blazed to life, light exploding outward. The crystals pivoted to face Harry. Jean muttered, of course the lamps are judging us. Above the circle, a vault sphere descended runed, dragon-scaled, spinning like a prop from Doctor Strange, Cursed Edition. It hovered, dramatic and humming with millennia of bad ideas. Clint leaned into Steve. I kind of want one. Don't touch it, came the synchronized chorus of Jean, Steve, Natasha, Sirius, and Logan. The sphere unfolded like an eldritch lotus flower unveiling its trauma collection. On the altar at its heart lay 4 items. A dagger, thin and wicked, glowing with shadow and moonlight. A ring, its gems shifting between sun, moon, and eclipse. A scroll case, ancient and unbroken. And a mirror. Small. Whispering. Definitely plotting. Harry approached slowly. Jean caught his arm. You don't have to take anything. We can just go. Vaults are optional. He looked at her, the chaos around them blurring into soft warmth. I know. But maybe what's here helps me protect you. She glared. Not a good enough reason to die. Harry kissed her lightly. I've got a decent insurance plan. Comes with sarcasm. He turned to the vault. I am Harry James Potter, he announced, voice ringing. Son of Lily and James. Heir of Peveril. Wielder of Aetherian. Slayer of Toaster Rebellions. And I claim what was meant for me. The dagger floated up with a whisper of reality being rewritten. It landed neatly in Harry's palm. Cold. Ancient. Just a little too pleased with itself. Runes along its edge lit up. Harry's magic flared in response, like it had just done a line of magical espresso. The ring followed, slipping onto his finger like a lover reuniting with its soulmate. The scroll case unsealed, releasing a puff of dust that might have been older than Tooth Gnasher's credit rating. And the mirror, the mirror shimmered. Harry leaned in. His reflection winked. Jean narrowed her eyes. No. That's cursed. That is the face of a cursed object. Harry sighed. If it starts monologuing about my destiny, I'm cracking it and blaming Dumbledore. Tooth Gnasher coughed politely. That mirror belonged to Antioch. He claimed it reflected possibility. Logan lit a cigar. Kid's gonna be a magical WMD before his next birthday. The vault dimmed. Test complete. Portal open. Because of course a glittering golden arch had appeared. Sirius whistled. Well. That happened. Clint raised a hand. Can we be Team Magical Shenanigans? Or maybe the Vault Hunters? Jean walked over, took Harry's hand. So. Dinner? Or are you planning to flirt with another cursed object first? Harry grinned. Does the dagger count if it doesn't talk back? Jean bumped his shoulder. Only if it cooks. They turned toward the portal, chaos locked behind them. Harry tossed a final glance over his shoulder. Note to self, next time someone offers inherited magical trauma wrapped in ancient poetry, politely decline. 2 weeks, Logan muttered. Tops. And with that, Team Definitely Cursed walked into the unknown. Because dinner waits for no chosen one. The vault door shut behind them with a low hum and a sparkle, like it was trying to get nominated for most dramatic exit in a magical Broadway show. 1 second they were standing in a starlit hall of ancient wonders and eldritch IKEA catalogs, and the next, they were back in the polished, cold, and wildly underwhelming main corridor of Gringotts Bank. Honestly? It felt like stepping out of an epic fantasy novel and into a tax accountant's waiting room. Tooth Gnasher stomped up after them, looking every bit like someone who regretted their life choices, particularly the ones involving magical teenagers. The ancient goblin crossed his arms and fixed Harry with the expression of a man who'd just witnessed a teenager joyride a nuclear submarine. Well, he grunted. Congratulations. You didn't destroy the world. Yet. Harry offered a sunny grin. We like to leave the apocalypse for dessert. Tooth Gnasher mumbled something about chaos-born brats and flaming vaults before nodding curtly to Sirius. Get him out before something down there remembers how to hold a grudge. Sirius Black, looking like someone who bench-pressed motorcycles for breakfast and delivered snark for lunch, clapped a hand on Tooth Gnasher's shoulder. Thanks, Tusk Face. You've been a peach. Still not my name, the goblin muttered, vanishing in a swirl of glowing contract dust and professional disapproval. They stepped into Diagon Alley like a rock band, leaving backstage minus the pyrotechnics, but still radiating enough magic to make half the bystanders drop their cauldron ice creams. For about 5 seconds, there was peace. Then Jean turned. The phoenix spark in her eyes practically crackled. Her red hair gleamed like it had a personal lighting crew, and she planted her fists on her hips with the confidence of someone about to run a small country or a complicated magical harem. "Okay," she said, loud enough for nearby pigeons to question their life decisions. "Let's talk about the magical elephant in the relationship." Susan, all fire-haired calm and snark, raised an eyebrow. "You mean the blood-bound magical betrothal contracts that sound like they were written by a deranged soap opera writer with a grudge against monogamy?" "Exactly that," Jean said, spinning to face Harry like a prosecutor with cheekbones. Daphne sucked on a sugar quill, somehow making it look elegant. "Oh, good. I was wondering when we'd address the polyamorous hippogriff in the room." Harry blinked. "So, we're doing this here? Right outside the bank?" Jean nodded. "Yep." Clint Barton leaned in from the side, adjusting his quiver like it had opinions. "We talking relationship drama? Should I grab popcorn?" Steve Rogers groaned and ran a hand through his perfect blonde hair. "Why is this always how our missions end?" "Because," Natasha Romanoff said without looking up from cleaning her knife, "Harry's life is powered by chaos, trauma, and hormones." "Rude," Harry said. "Accurate. But rude." Jean turned back to Susan and Daphne. "So, contracts. How much magical binding are we talking? Like air-producing dynasty pact or surprise eternal soul bond?" Susan shrugged. "Bit of both, with a dash of magical destiny and a light sprinkling of bloodline paranoia." "Great," Jean said, deadpan. "Nothing screams romance like magical eugenics." Daphne smiled sweetly. "We did already agree that you're the prime queen of the Chaos Court. The flame-wielding first wife." Jean blinked. "Did you rehearse that?" "A little," Susan admitted. "We had time while you were stabbing dimension knives and flirting with cosmic portals." Harry raised a hand. "Hi. Still here? The guy you're all betrothed to?" Jean narrowed her eyes. "Oh, we didn't forget you. You just get to sit there and look pretty while we sort your magical mess." Harry grinned. "I do look pretty. It's the cheekbones." Daphne pointed at him. "Don't let him distract you with the smolder." Susan sighed. "Too late." He smoldered. "I am once again compromised." Logan's shirt slightly singed, cigar clenched between his teeth, finally spoke up. "Can we wrap this up? My cigar's burning down and so is my patience." "Ignore him," Jean said. "He's just mad." Harry outbantered him in the vault. "I am not mad," Logan growled. "You're furious," Sirius chuckled. "He's mad you got the dagger. He wanted it." Harry gave Logan a faux sympathetic look. "Sorry, bub. Only one chaos blade per emotionally unstable protagonist." Logan grunted and turned away, muttering something about glowy drama queens. Clint raised a hand. "So, can we be Team Magical Shenanigans or is that taken?" "I vote for Vault Hunters Anonymous," Daphne said. "Can we eat?" Steve asked, exasperated. "We haven't had food since the werewolf fight." "Right," Jean said, taking Harry's hand and immediately looking 5% less murderous. "Dinner. But first ground rules." Susan and Daphne straightened. Harry wisely shut his mouth. Jean looked at them all. "This isn't going to be easy. Ancient magic never is. But we're doing this together. No lies. No dramatic self-sacrifice speeches. No running off to face evil overlords alone." Susan smiled. "Agreed." Daphne smirked. "Unless it's sexy." Harry blinked. "Wait. Are magical battles a kink now?" Jean squeezed his hand. "Only if you wear your marauder armor again." "Done," he said without hesitation. Natasha finally put her knife away. "Teenagers," she muttered. "Too much flirting, not enough stabbing." You say that like it's a bad thing, Sirius quipped. Jean bumped her shoulder against Harry's. So. Ready for your next prime consort briefing? He leaned in, smirking. Only if there's kissing. She kissed him. Right there in the middle of Diagon Alley. Just long enough for Steve to avert his eyes, Clint to make gagging noises, and Logan to groan something about sentimental nonsense. When they finally pulled apart, Jean whispered, "Rule number 1, we protect each other." "Always," Harry said. The group headed down the cobbled street, like a slightly dysfunctional superhero squad dressed for a fantasy crossover. Ahead was kebab, chaos, and probably some minor political fallout. But for now, love, magical daggers, and teamwork would do just fine. Because surviving cursed vaults is one thing. Navigating love, destiny, and magical polyamory? That's the real quest. The group strolled through Diagon Alley like they owned the cobbled path, and in Harry's case, he probably did own a chunk of it by now, courtesy of family vaults with more zeros than emotional stability. Daphne and Susan were arguing about whether cursed kebabs counted as adventurous cuisine or attempted homicide with seasoning. Clint was enthusiastically trying to convince Steve to eat a chili-flavored hork lump skewer, Logan was muttering about how everything smelled like wizard nonsense, and Sirius had stopped in front of a pastry stall to loudly negotiate for 6 exploding eclairs and a flirtatious wink. Jean walked beside Harry, fingers still laced with his, practically radiating satisfied girlfriend energy. She looked like she was ready to conquer a magical kingdom, host brunch with reality-bending sorcerers, and then make out with her boyfriend on a rooftop. Possibly all at once. But Harry's attention slid sideways toward the woman in black leather trailing just behind them. Natasha Romanoff. Ex-Red Room assassin. Former Avenger. And apparently, his aunt. Yet. Plot twist of the decade. Eat your heart out, M. Night. Hey, Aunt Nat, he said casually, slowing his pace until she fell in beside him. Her expression didn't change. That's going to take some getting used to. Same, Harry admitted. I've had like an hour to process that my mom had a twin sister who was kidnapped by war criminals and trained to murder dictators in heels. Natasha smirked. Technically flats. Easier to snap necks in. Noted. Next time I need to dress for homicide, I'll consult you. She glanced sideways at him, a flicker of something unreadable in her sea glass green eyes. Defense mechanisms welded into her soul over a lifetime. But beneath it, Harry saw the same glint he remembered from Lily's old photos, the sharp intelligence, the wry amusement, the stubborn strength. It hit him like a bludger to the ribs. Hey, he said gently. Want to hang out later? Just you and me. No vaults, no contracts, no enchanted daggers threatening our lives. Natasha blinked. You're asking your assassin aunt on a play date. I'm asking my mum's twin sister if she wants to grab a butterbeer and maybe talk about, you know, life, loss, and our mutual taste in weaponry. A beat. Then so faint it might have been imagined her lips twitched. I'm free after the kebabs. Harry beamed. Excellent. You, me, 3 flaming sausages, and a therapy session disguised as casual bonding. Therapy, she repeated. Okay, emotionally stunted confessions and possibly an awkward hug. I don't hug. You'll change your mind. I'm very huggable. Natasha gave him a long look. You are dangerously confident for someone who still hasn't learned how to dodge Logan's punches. That was a tactical choice, Harry replied. I was building empathy with his inner rage goblin. She shook her head, but this time she smiled. Just a little. Behind them, Jean was giving Harry a fond smirk. Susan and Daphne exchanged glances like proud matchmakers. Logan just muttered something about family reunions and emotional baggage, while Clint offered Steve a galleon to try the spicy Krakatoa kebabs of mild doom. As they rounded the corner toward the food stalls, the sun dipped low over the alley, casting golden light across the Chaos crew. Harry bumped Natasha lightly with his shoulder. Seriously though? I'm glad you're here. Me too, she said softly. Even if this family reunion comes with blood curses and magical girlfriends. I mean, that's kind of par for the course, Harry said. You should have seen last year. Why? What happened then? I jumped through a pipe in the girls' toilet and forced to fight a 60-foot snake that can kill you with a single look, with sword, an old hat, and a fiery bird. Natasha blinked. We're going to circle back to that. Oh, absolutely. And as the smells of sizzling meat and enchanted spices filled the air, Harry Potter the Chaos-born heir with a cosmic dagger, a prime consort, and an assassin ant stepped into the next chapter of his life with his found family, his harem of magical badasses, and a heart slightly heavier, but far less alone. Because saving the world? That was easy. Learning to live in it? That was the real mission. Chapter 68, Chapter 67. Gryffindor Tower that night. Location, the cozy, chaos-stained corner by the fireplace. Mood, 1 part snugglefest, 2 parts political bombshell, and a dash of romantic tension so thick you could bottle it. The flames in the Gryffindor common room were crackling like they'd taken a shot of espresso. Which, honestly, made sense. Harry Potter certified savior, magical heir, and apparently the subject of several long-lost engagement contracts was casually setting fire to the political fabric of the wizarding world. Jean Grey, radiant in oversized Hogwarts knitwear, obviously, was lounging across Harry's lap like she'd paid rent. Her fingers were tangled in his hair, her head rested comfortably against his shoulder, and her legs were tucked under her like a smug phoenix on a particularly plush perch. She was also glowing faintly. Side effects of residual cosmic power? Sure. Or maybe it was just that she had recently strong-armed a goblin into a legally binding magical pact using nothing but logic, sarcasm, and a very patient wand. Across from them, the Gryffindor members of MageX were crammed on couches and beanbags, their collective expressions somewhere between awe, confusion, and a growing thirst for popcorn. Fred and George looked like someone had just announced a prank war with a trophy involved. Ginny's eyebrows were competing with her hair for most on fire. Hermione was writing notes at light speed in a floating notebook, lips pressed tight. Ron had the kind of betrayed expression generally reserved for someone who just found out their best mate had inherited a small kingdom. Neville was sipping his tea like it might turn into a calming draught if he held it long enough. Angelina, Alicia, and Katie were sharing stolen biscuits and giggling like this was better than anything the WWN could possibly air. So, Fred said, leaning forward with the intensity of a man who'd smelled chaos and wanted seconds. You're telling us your aunt is the Black Widow? Harry grinned, emerald eyes dancing. Former Red Room assassin. Current knife-collecting badass. Probably keeps a list titled People I'll Kill for Harry on her fridge. Unlike the Dursleys, she didn't try to throw me under a staircase, so, you know. Upgrade. George let out a low whistle. Mate. That's disturbingly cool. Ron blinked. Are we sure she's not a lost Weasley? Because we could use that kind of street cred. Ginny kicked him. Harry smirked. Nope. Definitely Lily's twin. Kidnapped at birth, raised in a Soviet murder school, re-emerged as a world-class assassin, and now awkwardly trying to parent me like she didn't spend decades ending world leaders. Hermione's quill nearly combusted mid-sentence. That explains the blood resonance spell. It also explains why she keeps casually referencing the best ways to poison someone with a butter knife. Jean smiled sweetly and threaded her fingers through Harry's hair. She likes me. She said I reminded her of herself, but more subtle. Harry snorted. Which is both a compliment and a threat. Fred leaned in again. Okay, cool anticide, what's with the whole heir to 3 houses thing? You dropped that like it's a common cold. Harry lifted a brow. House Potter, House Black, and House Peverell. Apparently, when the universe decides you're the chosen one, it doesn't do subtle. House Potter I get, Ron said, clearly trying to be reasonable. That's your family name. Fine. But Black? And Peveril? Sirius can't have kids, Harry said, voice softer. And my grandmother was a Black. So that line came to me. Percy blinked like someone had replaced his tea with fire whiskey. So you're the heir to the noble and most ancient house of Black. And all the fun vaults that come with it, Harry confirmed. Including one that tried to eat me. Standard wizarding inheritance, Fred muttered. Nothing says love like cursed gold. And Peveril? Neville asked. Harry casually drew a glowy, very stabby-looking sword from thin air. It shimmered like moonlight and cosmic fire had a baby. This chose me, he said. It also nearly killed me, but we've worked through that. Jean tilted her head fondly. He named it Etherian. Because of course he did. Wait. Ginny was frowning. So you're rich, titled, armed with a mythic sword, and your aunt could kill Voldemort with a spoon. Don't forget 3 magical engagement contracts, Jean added cheerfully. There was a pause. Fred's eyes widened. You're building a royal harem. Harry lifted a hand. Not building. It's more like, the contracts built themselves and forgot to ask us. Classic magic, Katie muttered. Always assuming everyone's cool with arranged marriage. So who? Alicia asked. Besides Jean. Jean raised her hand like she was volunteering for extra credit. Hi. Chaos Queen. Calling dibs on the Peveril line. Harry sighed. Turns out, House Potter made a contract with House Greengrass. So, Daphne and I are magically engaged. And House Black? That one's tied to Susan Bones. Signed and sealed. No getting out of it unless I want my vaults locked and my title revoked. George frowned. Possibly turned into a ferret. Highly likely, Harry agreed. And you're okay with this? Hermione asked, voice deceptively calm. Jean spoke before Harry could. It's not about being okay. It's about stopping some ambitious pureblood from waving a fake betrothal contract in front of the goblins and stealing House Peveril. That's happened before. We checked. Fred nodded. Great Aunt Muriel nearly got married to a werewolf banker. Got cursed at the altar. Still can't eat toast. I'm protecting our legacy, Jean said, squeezing Harry's hand. And if I get to marry the guy I was already hopelessly into? Bonus. Harry smiled at her, a little overwhelmed and a lot in love. Right back at you, your chaosness. Ginny stood suddenly. Well. I'm off. Some of us don't have magical soul contracts to negotiate. Hermione followed. Same. Early arithmancy. Neither looked back. Harry exhaled, watching them go, eyes a little sad despite the firelight dancing in them. Neville gave him a sympathetic shrug. Women, he said. Jean kissed Harry's jaw. I'll protect you. Percy, without looking up, muttered, you'll need it. Fred raised a butterbeer. To Lord Chaos. George echoed, and his Chaos Court. Jean grinned. We're getting that on a tapestry. As the fire crackled and the room emptied out, Harry leaned his forehead against Jean's and murmured, Do you think 17 will be enough time? Jean's fingers brushed his cheek, eyes glowing faintly in the firelight. For you, she said. It better be. You've got 3 weddings and a war to win. Hufflepuff common room that night. Location, the warmest nook near the enchanted barrel entrance. Mood, cozy with a side of accidental dynastic entanglement. The Hufflepuff common room was quiet, wrapped in the sort of sleepy comfort you only get from too many cushions, enchanted warm blankets, and a fireplace that smelled like cinnamon had unionized with nostalgia. Somewhere, a badger-shaped biscuit tin judged them silently from the mantel. No one was brave enough to try for a second cookie. Susan Bones sat cross-legged in front of the fire, cocoa mug in hand, red hair haloed by firelight and mischief. She looked entirely at home, except for the faint air of someone who was currently engaged to the most dramatic boy at Hogwarts and was somehow still the least stressed person in the room. "So let me get this straight," said Hannah Abbott, flopped across a beanbag like a fainting Victorian heroine with a textbook concussion. "You're engaged to Harry Potter." "Magically," said Susan, raising one eyebrow like it owed her rent. "Legally. Not romantically. Yet." Emphasis on the yet, because Jean Grey may be terrifying, but she ships it harder than the Hogwarts Express. Cedric Diggory, looking like he'd just walked out of a Broom Polish commercial and directly into a soap opera, stood leaning against the stone hearth. Arms crossed. Brow furrowed. Brain short-circuiting. "Hold up," he said. "He's dating Jean Grey. You're magically engaged. And everyone's cool with that." Susan blew gently on her cocoa. Jean called herself the prime consort. With a straight face. And a spreadsheet. Hannah sat up, curls bouncing. "Wait. You're letting her be prime? She was dating him first." Carved up a goblin's logic matrix with a wand and sheer personality. "Plus, I've seen her war face. That girl could scare a boggart back into therapy." Cedric made a sound somewhere between a groan and a laugh. "And the third part of this magical disaster triangle is Daphne Greengrass. Also magically contracted," Susan said, sipping with the resigned air of someone who'd already had this conversation 5 times and was now charging emotional rent. "She got hit with the Greengrass clause. Not optional. Not her fault. Jean sent her a care package with fire whiskey, mood stabilizers, and a note that said, 'Welcome to the apocalypse.' Matching cloaks arrived Tuesday." Hannah cracked up. "Okay, that's kind of iconic. I want to be scared of her but also maybe bake her a cake." "You and half the Hogwarts female population," Susan muttered. Cedric looked over at her, voice quieter now. "And you're actually okay with all this?" Susan leaned her head against the cushion behind her. Her cocoa mug rested on one knee, steam curling like it was eavesdropping. "Surprisingly, yet. I mean, no one asked for this. Harry didn't even know about the contracts until, like, this morning. And when he found out. No dramatics. No pity party. Jean and Harry just went full strategist, started researching legal loopholes, asked the goblins for precedent, even cross-referenced house legacy rituals. They're treating it like politics, not a romance novel." She smiled a little, eyes softening. And then Harry made Jean laugh so hard she choked on her pumpkin juice and nearly set the curtains on fire with her eyeballs. "So, you know. That helped." Hannah bumped her shoulder. "Just make sure he doesn't name the kids after swords or magical relics." "He already tried," Susan said, deadpan. "Wanted to name our firstborn Etherian Jr. Jean hit him with a pillow so hard it got stuck in the rafters." Cedric nearly choked. "That's kind of amazing." "Chaos Court, hey?" Hannah asked, eyes wide and sparkly. Susan lifted her mug like she was toasting to the most ridiculous monarchy in history. "Apparently we all get titles. I'm thinking Duchess of Sarcasm. Or Minister of Mild Threats." "I vote Duchess," Cedric said, grinning. "But only if you get to wear a tiara that doubles as a throwing weapon." "Oh, it will," Susan said sweetly. "Jean's already designing the crest. It has fire, a phoenix, and 3 swords. Probably glows in the dark." Hannah stretched her legs and sighed. "Honestly? I'd read the book version of your life." Susan snorted. "You're in it, Abbott." Chapter 7, How I Accidentally Became Royalty Without Leaving the Couch. Cedric's smile faded just a touch. "Still. Joking aside, war's coming, isn't it?" Susan looked at the enchanted window above them, which currently displayed a perfect, moonlit Hogwarts lawn. A calm lie painted in starlight. "Yeah," she said. "And if I've gotta be on the front lines, I'd rather stand beside Harry Potter, Jean Grey, and a Slytherin girl who brews poisons for breakfast than face it alone." The fire cracked softly. The badger biscuit tin finally gave up its judgment. Somewhere in Gryffindor Tower, Jean probably just felt smug for no reason at all. Slytherin dungeon that night. Location: the Obsidian Lounge tucked behind the 7th column, warded for gossip, hexes, and very sharp truth. Mood: a silk-gloved conspiracy, with basilisk venom in the teacups and slow-burn friendship underneath the sarcasm. The Slytherin common room didn't do warmth. It did refinement. It did dark elegance. It did "if you spill that tea, the rug will hex your ancestry." The green-glassed torches cast a faint shimmer across the stone walls, and the lake outside gave everything the eerie calm of being watched by creatures that didn't blink. Daphne Greengrass sat curled in a high-backed armchair like she owned the dungeon, the heir to a pure-blood legacy and a temperament designed for courtrooms, duels, or both simultaneously. Her silvery blonde hair was in a braid sharp enough to be a weapon. She wasn't wearing pajamas, she was wearing intent. Across from her, Tracy Davis was half buried in a blanket that looked like it had been stolen from the astronomy tower and was actively trying to nap through a life-altering conversation. She had a spoonful of ice cream hovering mid-air and an expression that screamed, "What did I just walk into?" "So," Tracy said, deadpan. "Engaged to the boy who lived." Casual Tuesday. Daphne sipped her tea, unbothered. "Magically binding contract. Not my idea. House clause written into the Potter Charter from 1827. And you didn't what? Burn it? Hire a legal basilisk." "I read the fine print," Daphne said, setting her teacup down with the gentleness of a predator. "The clause activates if certain bloodlines are threatened. Apparently, Voldemort counts." The goblins confirmed the legitimacy. Jean Grey negotiated the rest. Tracy blinked. Jean Grey. As in terrifying Gryffindor goddess of sarcasm, cheekbones, and chinook fire. Daphne's lips twitched. "She sent me a welcome package. Tea. Fire whiskey. A handwritten note that said, 'Welcome to the Chaos Court. Matching cloaks arrive Friday.'" Tracy made a strangled noise. "And you're okay with her calling dibs? She was here first. Saved his life. Rescued him from the Ministry's custody. Threatened a goblin into rewriting magical law. And she's oddly polite about the whole harem thing." Tracy leaned forward. "Wait, this is actually happening? Like, plural wives? Magical polyamory? Hogwarts meets The Crown meets Bachelor, Bloodline Edition." "Yes," Daphne said, with an audible sigh of someone whose life was now a tabloid headline. "Susan Bones is the third. Her contract is tied to House Black. Also not her fault. Also terrifying. Wait." Tracy pointed at her. "You, Susan Bones, and Jean Grey? You're the three wives of Wizarding Doom." Daphne gave her a look that could have frozen lava. "We prefer Chaos Court." Tracy flopped back. "I'm sorry, I need a minute. My brain is trying to reassemble itself. We went to charms class together. You used to make sarcastic commentary about wand motions. Now you're what, Lady Greengrass Potter, crown consort of snark?" Daphne raised one brow. "I'll probably keep Greengrass. For branding purposes." Tracy giggled. "Merlin, we're going to own the society pages." Daphne swirled her tea. "We don't need society. We need strategy. Jean gets that. Susan too. This isn't about romance. Not entirely. This is about legacy. Magic. Power. And surviving what's coming." "You mean Voldemort?" Tracy said, suddenly more sober. Daphne's eyes gleamed in the green torchlight. I mean everything. The ministry's rot. The bloodline politics. The war that no one's calling a war yet. Tracy was quiet for a long beat. Then, softly, you trust them. Daphne looked down at her tea. Thought of Jean's grin. Of Susan's tired humor. Of Harry's eyes the way they looked when he wasn't playing savior, just boy. Yes, she said simply. I trust them more than I trust anyone else in this castle. Tracy let out a breath and nodded. Then I guess I do too. Daphne glanced sideways. You don't have to get involved. Oh, I'm already involved, Tracy muttered. MageX has a group chat, remember? Fred Weasley named it Potter's Polyamorous Protection Pact. I'm not getting out of this even if I tried. Daphne groaned. I hate that I laughed at that. You didn't laugh, Tracy said with a grin. You smirked. That's like a full-body guffaw for you. Daphne rolled her eyes, but her expression softened. Outside the window, something enormous drifted past in the lake. The torches flickered. The green light pulsed. Do you think we'll make it? Tracy asked, almost a whisper. Daphne set her cup down and stared into the fire. I think, she said, we have a better chance now than we ever did before. Across the castle, a badger-shaped biscuit tin quietly agreed. And somewhere high above, in a tower bathed in firelight and fate, Harry Potter sneezed and blamed the tapestry. Great Hall next morning. Location, Gryffindor Table, East End, aka MageX HQ. Mood, light chaos, escalating charm, and tactical matchmaking with a side of sass. The Great Hall was a riot of sound, clattering silverware, enchanted ceiling drama, and enough sugar-fueled adolescent energy to power the night bus on a cross-country tour. Overhead, the ceiling decided to cosplay as a soap opera. Golden sunrise streaks tangled with brooding thunderclouds like the sky couldn't decide whether to smite or sparkle. The Gryffindor Table's East End, officially a breakfast zone, unofficially MageX headquarters, was already half a disaster. Toast crumbs mingled with parchment maps, one of Fred's joke products buzzed ominously under a teacup, and someone had spelled the butter to moo when approached too aggressively. Jean Grey, all high cheekbones, telepathic danger, and phoenix fire, sat like a queen surveying her domain. She wore her school robes open over one of Harry's hoodies like a silent claim, sipping tea with one perfectly arched brow raised in judgment at a Ravenclaw's mismatched socks across the hall. Susan Bones, red-haired menace in a cardigan, buttered toast like she was preparing it for combat. Daphne Greengrass, flawless, frosty, and very drop-dead gorgeous, was writing something in a journal with the same focus most people reserved for war declarations. Harry Potter strolled in like he owned the world. Which, to be fair, he sort of did now. The emerald-eyed boy who lived looked like he'd fought off at least 3 sentient shampoo bottles just to be there. His damp hair was rebelling in every direction, his tie was strangling his collar like it had personal beef, and Etherian, the possibly cursed sword at his hip, hummed faintly like it was judging everyone. Jean was up before he'd even made it halfway down the table. "Sleep okay, your lordship?" she asked, sliding her fingers into his like she was anchoring him to reality. Harry leaned in, brushing his lips against her temple. "Like a cursed goblin vault." Which, in Potter speak, means barely. Jean smirked. "As long as the sword didn't whisper to you again about reclaiming your birthright in Parseltongue, we'll call it progress." Susan offered him a casual fist bump. "You owe me a scone," she said. "Some 6th year called me your royal harem general. I didn't hex him. Yet." Harry grinned. "Do we get jackets now?" "Jean's designing them," Susan deadpanned. "Black phoenix embroidery, crossed swords, and the Latin phrase for 'we didn't ask for this.' Sounds about right." Daphne slid into the seat beside him with a practiced toss of her hair and an expression that said she'd already handled 5 political scrolls before breakfast. "I've redirected all new marriage contracts to the Hogwarts trash compactor," she said. "Also, someone tried to owl me lingerie. I assume that's your fault. Harry blinked. That sounds like something Fred would do. Already hexed, she said coolly. He squeaked. Cue Fred and George 3 seats down, pretending to read Witch Weekly upside down. Good morning, Lord Trouble, Fred said cheerily. We love what you're doing with International Wizarding Scandal this year. Very bold, very subversive, George added. Has Rita Skeeter in an existential spiral? I'd hex her, Daphne said, but I'm trying this new thing called emotional growth. At that exact moment, Luna Lovegood drifted over in a cloud of unbothered charm, looking like a Botticelli painting had stumbled into the wrong magical universe. Her radish earrings glowed faintly. Her smile said I've seen the end of time, and it's got great tea. Good morning, betrothed by magic and glowing with existential chaos friends, she said cheerfully, placing a teapot with extreme ceremony. This one's been cleansed of rack spurts. Probably. Luna, Jean said fondly, you're the only Ravenclaw I trust in a room with Susan and a battle plan. That's because I respect muffins and violence equally. Susan glared at her fork. It stopped vibrating. Enter Cedric Diggory, tall, golden-haired, built like a knight and carrying the emotional tension of a man about to propose marriage, or at least, war strategy. Hey, he said, slipping into a spot beside Harry. Morning. Quick thing. About Cho. Harry raised an eyebrow. As in, Chong. Cedric nodded. I know we talked about her before. But I still think we should bring her into MageX. Jean raised her teacup slowly. Because she's magically talented, emotionally mature, and would balance out the raging testosterone wave happening at this table. Cedric flushed. Also that. She's incredible at defensive charms. Beats me at shield duels half the time. Susan narrowed her eyes. And this has nothing to do with the fact that she smiled at you last week and you walked into a suit of armor. That armor was aggressive, Cedric muttered. Daphne sighed. If she breaks your heart, I reserve the right to avenge you with a hair hex. Cedric, heroic and mortified, powered through. She's MageX material. She's already helping first years. She asks smart questions. She's neutral politically. And she talks to ghosts. Like, holds conversations. Everyone paused. Jean whistled. Damn. That's kind of hot. Right. Cedric said, half in awe. Harry looked around. All right. If Luna's okay with it, and no one objects, let's invite her. Politely. With muffins. I'll talk to her, Cedric offered quickly. Obviously, Jean said, smirking. Luna poured more tea. The ghosts approve. Especially nearly headless Nick. He says she's kind. Susan lifted her mug. To Cho Chong. New recruit. New chaos. And hopefully not a new romantic disaster. Fred and George saluted with spoons. From the staff table, McGonagall narrowed her eyes. Oh no, Ron muttered. She's doing the thing. Neville shuddered. The someone's going to make Hogwarts explode face. Hermione rolled her eyes. To be fair, she's usually right. As the sun poured golden light through enchanted windows and laughter echoed between house tables, one thing was clear. MageX was growing. And Hogwarts had no idea what it was in for. Slytherin Table Breakfast of Bitterness. Location, South End, unofficially rebranded as the Brooding Brocade Bench. Mood, 99% Malfoy meltdown, 1% toast. Draco Malfoy was having a morning. Not just any morning. A catastrophic, reputation-shattering, someone better accidentally slip Harry Potter a bludger to the teeth kind of morning. He sat stiffly at the Slytherin table, posture so perfect it practically declared war on slouching. He stabbed at his eggs like they owed him money. You know, mate, Blaise drawled, examining his reflection in a spoon, those eggs didn't snog your fiancé. Potter did. You might wanna redirect the rage. Draco didn't blink. Don't be ridiculous. Potter couldn't snog properly if someone gave him a how-to pamphlet and a metronome. Blaise said. You're shaking. That's new. Across the hall, the Gryffindor table sparkled with chaos. Harry Bloody Potter was in the middle of it, like some sleep-deprived, tragically rumpled war hero/centerfold. One hand casually looped around Daphne Greengrass' waist. The Daphne Greengrass. As in, pure blood royalty, literal ice queen, and the girl Draco had fully expected to marry ever since they were in nappies and their parents discussed dowries like Quidditch trades. Next to her sat Susan Bones, laughing at something Harry said, with her long red hair pulled into a ponytail that somehow made her look like she could hex you and file a prefect's report at the same time. Next to her was Jean Grey the mudblood with cheekbones sharp enough to deflect spells and a stare that made legacies wilt. Draco's jaw clenched like it was auditioning for a Grindelwald biopic. Unbelievable, he muttered. Potter. Again. You're going to grind your molars to dust, Pansy said, swirling her tea. She had the smile of someone who knew too much and planned to weaponize all of it. That can't be good for your bone structure. Don't pretend this is normal, Draco hissed. He's a half-blood menace who got lucky with a scar and a prophecy. And now he's got my vaults, my betrothed, and 2 other girls with legs for days and absolutely no sense of bloodline etiquette. Is that what we're calling jealousy now? Blaise asked. Bloodline etiquette. Theo Knott, all slouched elegance and bored genius, finally looked up from his book. You know, statistically speaking, you've spent more time talking about Harry Potter this week than you've spent on your homework. Potter stole my future. Draco snapped. Sirius Black's vaults used to be tied to my mother's dowry. You know what that means? Half our family wealth is now under the control of a Gryffindor who thinks ironing is a form of dark magic. Crabbe blinked. Wait, Potter's rich. Goyle elbowed him. Focus, Vince. Malfoy's monologuing. Draco inhaled dramatically, like someone preparing to deliver a Shakespearean curse in hexagonal iambic pentameter. He's gallivanting across the Great Hall like some unwashed chosen one Casanova with no regard for decorum or Merlin forbid proper courtship. And Daphne, my Daphne, is letting him get away with it. Newsflash, Pansy said sweetly, you've never even held her hand. Draco ignored that. He had a noble bloodline to defend. He had cheekbones to uphold. He had legacy. And also, some very confusing dreams. Dreams that involved Jean Grey pinning him against a bookshelf and whispering, "Say it again, Malfoy," while he recited the periodic table in Parseltongue. He coughed. Loudly. What? Not asked. Nothing. Draco shoved a piece of toast in his mouth to silence the mental image. She's a mudblood. It's obviously the result of manipulation. Blaise said. Did she manipulate you into staring at her arse for 10 minutes during class last week? Draco threw a sausage at him. Blaise caught it midair and took a bite. You're spiraling, Draco, Pansy said, eyes gleaming. And not in the stylish, Byronic way you usually do. This is more farcical. Draco glared at her. Just wait. I'll take back what's mine. I'll reclaim my vaults, my bride, and my dignity. Can't reclaim what you never had, darling, Pansy cooed. He slammed his goblet down. Across the hall, Potter laughed at something Jean said, and Draco felt it in his bones. The sound grated like cursed violin strings. Susan flicked a pumpkin pasty at Harry's face. Daphne caught it in midair with her wand and casually transfigured it into a rose. Jean leaned in and whispered something. All 3 girls smiled. Draco wanted to scream. Instead, he sat there, stewing in purebred rage and plans so petty even Peeves might raise an eyebrow. It should have been him. And if the Malfoy name meant anything anymore, it still might be. Eventually. Probably. Maybe after he finished his eggs. Hogwarts courtyard late morning. Near the sundial where first years pretend they're studying, and older students pretend they're not counting down to lunch. Cedric Diggory was sweating like he'd just run a 100-meter dash in full Hufflepuff robes, and that was before the nervousness set in. It was October, sweater weather, crisp leaves, and the kind of day that screamed, "Look casual, you're just a regular prefect, not a mutant with a secret to spill to the hottest girl in Hogwarts." But nope. Here he was, palms clammy enough to slip his wand, tie askew, pacing near the sundial like a lion pacing its cage. Cho Chang was coming down the path. Cho. The kind of girl who could cast a silencing charm with a smile and have the entire Ravenclaw table eating out of her hand. The kind of girl Cedric had admired from a distance for years. Today, her ponytail bounced with every step, and she carried a battered copy of A History of Magic like it was a shield against the chaos of Hogwarts and maybe against overly nervous prefects. She spotted him and called out, voice like sunshine on a cloudy day. "Cedric! You look like you've seen a boggart in your future. Everything okay?" He grinned, trying to act casual, but the knot in his stomach tied itself tighter. "Yeah. Just practicing my I totally know what I'm doing face." "Thoughts?" She laughed, tilting her head. "Needs work. What's up? You look like you're about to confess to accidentally turning the Sorting Hat into a snake." He sighed and motioned to the bench by the sundial. "Can we talk? I swear I'm not about to reveal I'm secretly a parcel mouth." She raised an eyebrow but followed him anyway. "Okay, spill. What's the secret?" Cedric sat down, fingers nervously drumming the stone. "Have you heard of MageX?" She blinked, a flicker of recognition. "The club Harry Potter, Jean Grey, and Susan Bones started? Thought it was a study group or something." He shook his head, rubbing the back of his neck. "Nope. It's more than that. It's an alliance for magical students, and mutants." Her eyes narrowed slightly, curiosity piqued. "Mutants? You mean like Muggle mutants?" "Yeah, but no radioactive spiders or Hulk smashing. Think magic with a biological twist. Abilities not from spells but genes. Like superpowers but wizard style." Cho's lips curled into a slow smile. "So you're saying there's a secret Hogwarts X-Men team? Cool." Cedric swallowed. "And I want you to join." She laughed, a little surprised. "Oh? And why me?" "Because you're smart, brave, and the best damn seeker this side of the Forbidden Forest. MageX needs you. I need you." Cho's smile softened. "Cedric, are you saying what I think you're saying?" He took a deep breath, all at once terrified and hopeful. "Yeah. I'm a mutant. Sort of. Logan, the guy who helped me train my powers, says my mutations like some guy called Sabretooth. Claws, enhanced senses, reflexes, instincts. But, less homicidal." She tilted her head, teasing. "Less homicidal? So you don't claw people in the hallways?" "Only on bad days," he joked, relieved she was taking it well. A pause. Then, that smile again, slow, thoughtful, mischievous. "So let me get this straight. You're an enhanced magical werewolf light, inviting me to join a covered mutant wizard alliance, and you're nervous because it's also kind of a date." Cedric blinked. Yes." She stood, mock saluted him, ponytail swinging. "Lead the way, Claws." And suddenly Cedric Diggory felt like the luckiest mutant prefect at Hogwarts. Chapter 69, Chapter 68. Black Lake, December 20th. 2 days before Christmas break. Weather, snow falling like it's auditioning for a Netflix holiday special. The Black Lake looked like Elsa had rage quit and frozen the world out of spite. Hogwarts glittered behind them like a snow globe someone had shaken a little too aggressively, and the sky was the kind of grey that made you want to fall in love or eat 5 chocolate frogs in under a minute. Harry had done both. Often. A tartan blanket was spread out beside the lake, anchored by thermoses of cocoa, 3 heating charms, and 1 Harry Potter, who looked like a winter photoshoot in motion scarf tucked just so, emerald eyes annoyingly intense, and cheekbones doing unforgivable things under soft lighting. If he wasn't magically betrothed to 3 of the most terrifyingly gorgeous girls in Hogwarts, there might have been a duel on the hour every hour. Jean Grey, who was currently leaning into Harry like she'd grown there, wore a crimson beanie that read "Telepaths do it" mentally and had no shame about it. She was the kind of redhead who could commit arson with a look and still get a scholarship. Susan Bones, seated on Daphne's left, had conjured a floating tray of biscuits like it was her divine right and was braiding Daphne's platinum blonde hair while humming Last Christmas under her breath. Multitasking, thy name is Redhead Menace with a Hufflepuff badge. Daphne Greengrass, meanwhile, was sitting suspiciously still which, in girl speak, translated to I am emotionally overwhelmed but refuse to show it until someone dies or gives me a cupcake. Harry sipped his cocoa and smirked like he knew exactly how hot he looked doing it. So, Daphne said coolly, flicking a snowflake off her glove like it had insulted her lineage. Let's hear it. Convince me Xavier's isn't just some overhyped American Hogwarts knockoff run by drama queens in leather trench coats. Jean grinned. Oh, honey. It absolutely is. Harry snorted into his cocoa. But it's also brilliant, Jean continued, eyes sparkling with the kind of energy that usually preceded magical explosions or unwise dares. Imagine Hogwarts, but with sarcasm as a core subject, a coffee machine in every hallway, and zero risk of Snape's shampoo-deprived drama. And the teachers. Susan chimed in, twirling Daphne's braid with casual fondness. Hot. Like, dangerously hot. We're talking I question my soul's loyalty levels of hot. Except Beast, Harry added. Beast is more hot librarian who also happens to be a blue-furred academic ninja. But he sheds. And quotes Yeats while bench-pressing science equipment, Jean added, mock swooning. I cried once. Because he corrected your thesis mid-sentence, Susan reminded her. Traitor. Daphne raised one eyebrow, the green grass trademark I'm listening but unimpressed expression. And this is supposed to make me want to go. You haven't even heard about Rogue, Jean said, grinning. Imagine southern sass, combat boots, leather jackets, and the ability to knock you out with a touch, all delivered with a honey-thick accent that could make death threats sound like lullabies. She called me darlin' once and I almost proposed on the spot, Harry said, deadpan. Daphne turned, lips twitching. Should I be jealous? That depends, Harry replied smoothly. Are you also planning to throw me into a wall and call me sugar with a switchblade smile? Susan snorted. Jean looked entirely too smug. To be fair, Rogue did try to teach him how to flirt properly. And failed, Susan said. Because this idiot decided to compare her to Sirius Black in drag. She took it as a compliment, Harry said defensively. Because she thought you meant she had tragic bad boy energy, Jean replied. Not because you were picturing your godfather in a leather corset. I wasn't. Harry paused. Much. Daphne blinked. This is the school I'm being dragged to. It's not a school, Jean said. It's a lifestyle. It's a cult with extracurriculars, Susan clarified. It's also where we met the rest of our found family, Harry said, softer now. The people who made sure we weren't alone. People who made room for all the weird parts, even the dangerous ones. People like Kurt, Jean said. Blue, fuzzy, teleporty, swashbuckling German cinnamon roll. Teleports with bamf sounds. Smells like brimstone and baked goods. Fences like a musketeer on espresso. Also made Harry cry once, Susan added. That was because I beat him at Mario Kart and he refused to accept it, Harry muttered. And then he challenged me to a rematch in the danger room. And lost again, Jean said, preening. Because I had a wand, and he was using a pool noodle, Harry reminded them. Which I transfigured into a snake halfway through. Daphne turned, arms folded, that smirk of hers blooming like a frost-kissed rose. So I should expect fencing duels, teleporting cinnamon demons, and mutant southern belles with attitude. Yes, Jean, Susan, and Harry said in perfect, unholy harmony. And of course Logan, Jean added like it was a threat and a dare rolled into one. Wolverine. Grumpy Canadian murder dad. Smells like cigars and regrets. You already love him. I'll duel him within 24 hours, Daphne said primly. I'll start the betting pool, Susan offered sweetly. Winner gets Harry's hoodie collection, Jean added. Harry blinked. Hey! Susan leaned over and kissed his cheek. You'll live. Daphne leaned into Susan. Just promise me this place has proper bathrooms. I refuse to spend my Christmas peeing in an enchanted bush. Jean cackled. Girl, they've got water pressure that could strip paint. You're gonna be fine. Harry raised his cocoa in salute. To mutant academies, magical mayhem, and our shared custody of sanity. Susan clinked her mug to his. To Daphne not stabbing Logan. Daphne raised hers. No promises. Jean just grinned. To the four of us, taking on America. One chaos moment at a time. The snow kept falling like a whispered secret, and somewhere in the frozen lake, the giant squid waved a tentacle like it was shipping them hard. Which, honestly? Fair. Because under the snow, beside the lake, tangled in cocoa, curses, and complicated feelings, 4 teenagers leaned into something terrifyingly beautiful, the kind of bond that didn't just survive the storm. It danced in the middle of it. Room of requirement later that night. Final MageX training session before Christmas break. The castle was quiet. You know, that post-curfew, all the prefects are hiding kind of quiet. Which meant it was absolutely the perfect time to blow something up. The room of requirement had transformed itself into what could only be described as the fever dream of a magical combat simulator. Think X-Mansion Danger Room, only with ancient runes etched into the walls, enchanted platforms floating lazily in the air, and a scoreboard that kept glitching between Hogwarts house points and something that looked suspiciously like a Fortnite kill count. Harry Potter walked in like he owned the room. Which, to be fair, he kind of did. Not legally, but in the way teenagers own their favorite hoodie or an internet meme. Flanked by Jean Grey, Susan Bones, and Daphne Greengrass, he was still dusted with snow and cocoa crumbs, like they'd just stepped out of a winter rom-com, except this rom-com involved highly volatile magic, a lot of sarcasm, and more unresolved sexual tension than a Quidditch locker room. Look who finally thawed out, Fred Weasley announced from the top of a floating platform. He and George were in matching jumpers that blinked explosive Christmas in red and green. We were bonding, Susan said sweetly, snuggling against Daphne, who raised an eyebrow but didn't deny it. Coco counts as a tactical team-building exercise now, Harry added. Plus, it was either that or deal with Hermione's third revision schedule. Again. Hermione, who was currently arguing with the sentient scoreboard, didn't even look up. It's called preparedness, not obsession. You're literally color-coding the trauma, Ron muttered. Jean twirled her wand like it was a baton and smiled. He used 4 marshmallows and half a candy cane. George high-fived Fred. Told you he was a sugar gremlin. Ginny, twirling a staff like she was auditioning for a magic-infused Black Widow reboot, snorted. You say that like it's a bad thing. Harry threw off his coat and revealed a black MageX training shirt that looked like it had been painted on. There was a golden phoenix emblem over his heart and several hormonal sighs from nearby students. Ginny whistled. Remind me why I ever broke up with him. Because you didn't like the competition, Daphne said, wrapping an arm around Susan. And because he's emotionally constipated. Which is part of the charm, Jean said, smirking. Right, Potter. Harry grinned. I don't need emotional availability when I have killer cheekbones. Percy cleared his throat. Focus, please. We have a training session to execute. Execute is a strong word, Neville said from behind a potted plant that had suspiciously sharp teeth. Yet, let's not use the murder verbs until at least 3 people are unconscious, Tracy Davis added, flipping a throwing dagger with way too much glee. All right, troops. Harry clapped his hands. The room shook slightly. A dummy in the corner burst into flames. Tonight's goal is simple, teamwork and survival. Extra points if you don't set your partner on fire. Ron, I'm looking at you. That was one time. Ron protested. One Tuesday, Hermione corrected. Split into pairs. Pick someone who won't hex you in the back unless it's for a learning opportunity, Harry called out. Chaos, meet your favorite teen superheroes. Jean and Harry paired up and moved like synchronized dancers, all fire and precision. His spells lashed out like whips of light, hers surged in psychic waves that bent the dummies mid-air. Susan and Daphne were less ballet and more heavy metal concert ice and flame, sarcasm and elegance, blowing up constructs like they were competing for most likely to destroy the world, and look hot doing it. Fred and George were using magic to prank Percy mid-duel. Again. Percy was doing his best to pretend he didn't cry in the prefect's bathroom. Angelina yelled holiday death drop, before launching Katie Bell through the air. Alicia kept score from her broom with a very large foam finger. Neville's plant tried to eat Luna's crystal. Luna patted it and whispered, "Not today, Trevor. She's in a delicate mood." Cho disarmed Cedric with a flourish and kissed his cheek. Cedric looked like he'd just had a religious experience. And through it all, laughter, glittering spell fire, flirting, accidental explosions, and the sounds of teenagers who knew that even if the world outside sucked, inside this room, they had each other and a few hexes with their names on them. Harry caught Jean mid-dive, their faces inches apart. She grinned. Still showing off. You love it. Maybe. From the other end, Daphne shouted, Oi! Stop making out with the telepath and duel me, Potter. Harry winked at Jean. Hold that thought. She rolled her eyes. You're lucky you're cute. As the session ended, half the room was on the floor. Someone had conjured confetti. Someone else, probably Luna, had painted a rainbow mustache on Percy. Ron raised his wand. Next year, we take over the world. Hermione groaned. Please don't. Maybe just parts of France, Fred offered. Do they have good pastries? Susan asked. Only if Trevor doesn't explode again, Luna said serenely. Harry pulled Jean close and looked around at his chaotic, magical, slightly deranged found family. Christmas was coming. The future was waiting. But right now? They had each other. And that was more than enough. Room of requirement moments after the session lighting, warm embers, lazy flickers of golden firelight, and fairy lights that were definitely not there before. Probably Fred and George's fault. Probably enchanted to blink in Morse code insults. The last dummy disintegrated with a dramatic puff of glitter and smoke, like it had been cursed by a disgruntled theater major. Ron coughed. Tracy Davis cheered. 10 points for pizzazz, she crowed, twirling her dagger like she was auditioning for the next installment of Magical Hunger Games, Hogwarts edition. Most of the group was now on cooldown, sprawled across conjured mats, leaning on each other like overcooked spaghetti with good hair. The scoreboard above glitched again and flashed a bright red LOL, which felt oddly personal. Harry Potter wiped sweat off his brow with the hem of his black MageX shirt, which, let's be honest, was absolutely painted on and illegal in 9 wizarding countries. A chorus of hormonal sighs followed, Ginny definitely included. Ron might have been one of them. Jean Grey, still slightly glowing and looking unfairly good while doing it, tossed him a towel. "You're a menace," she said, collapsing beside him. Her fiery red curls stuck to her neck like she'd just walked out of a particularly flirty shampoo commercial. Harry grinned. "And you're the reason my spine hasn't been turned into spaghetti. So, team effort." "Still hot, though," she said, like it was an objective fact. It kind of was. Susan Bones, looking way too fresh for someone who just set fire to 3 dummies and Fred's shoelaces, conjured a clipboard out of nowhere. The quill it summoned with wrote in glitter. Real, sparkling glitter. "Somewhere," Percy gagged. "All right, Chaos Gremlins," Susan declared, snapping into head girl mode like a magical Elle Woods. "Break's coming up, but that doesn't mean your brains get to go full pudding." "Oh no," Ron groaned. She brought the clipboard. Daphne Greengrass, beautiful, cold, and possibly responsible for half the emotionally unstable boys in the room, walked over toweling her hair. Somehow she looked like she belonged on the cover of Battle Witch Monthly. "You mean the magical war school we chose to attend?" she asked, deadpan. Jean stood, clapping her hands. "We've split you into task groups. Potter, hit M with the big picture." Harry, now channeling his serious leader voice, aka wet dream of authority as Ginny once mumbled not so quietly, conjured floating parchment sheets that hovered toward each student like overenthusiastic owls. "Over break, you'll be focusing on 3 pillars," Harry announced. "Defense. Synergy. Creative chaos. Think outside the wand. And no, that's not a euphemism. Tracy, put your hand down." "I wasn't gonna say anything," she lied. "Group 1, Harry said, as the parchment began orbiting. "Ginny, Angelina, Alicia, Katie, you're on agility combat and broom-based defense drills. I want bruises, not broken bones. Bonus points if you film the near-death experiences." "Hell yes," said Angelina Johnson, spinning her staff. "Code name? Holiday Hellfire," Katie Bell smirked. "Please don't get arrested," Hermione said without looking up from her parchment, already color-coding her own to-do list. "Group 2, Jean added, grinning. "Hermione, Percy, Neville, Luna. Magical theory, transmutation puzzles. Solve them or become them. Either way, good times." Luna clapped dreamily. "Can I include the emotional transformation of toads into poets?" Percy blanched. "Please don't." Neville just nodded. "Only if Trevor doesn't explode again." "Surprise us," Jean said. Susan chimed in. "Group 3, Cho, Cedric, Tracy, Hannah, dueling and target precision. If I see anyone stabbing out of spite, it better be dramatic and followed by a heartfelt monologue." Tracy twirled her dagger. "So. Tuesday. Group 4, Harry said, leveling a look at the twins. "Fred, George, Ron, you're doing magical misdirection. Prank-based infiltration drills. No kidnapping. Unless it's Malfoy. Then you might get a medal." Fred saluted. "We accept these terms." George added, "We also don't remember agreeing, but we accept anyway." And finally, Jean said, "Group 5. Us. Harry, Susan, Daphne, me. Spell weaving, combat fusion, and God help us emotional communication." Daphne groaned. "Ugh. Feelings." Harry blinked. "Wait, that's on the syllabus." Susan smirked. "Welcome to Hogwarts Therapy Club, Potter. Now hug your feelings." "I'd rather hug a blast-ended screw-it," Harry muttered. Jean bumped her shoulder against him. "You're lucky you're cute when you sulk." "I'm always cute," Harry deadpanned. "Okay, Narcissus," Daphne muttered. Jean looked around. "We'll check in every few days via mirror call. If you ghost us, you get cursed homework." "No, I'm not kidding. I've got one prepped with hiccuping hexes. Hermione nodded. And if you come back early, use the room. Password still Muffliato Mafia. Who came up with that again? Cedric asked. Ron, the room chorused. Ron looked smug. My greatest achievement. Oh Merlin help us, Susan muttered. The group began to scatter. Some left yawning. Some kept spell sparring on the way out. One person, probably Luna, was humming to the glittery scoreboard, which now read, Slay Queens. Jean lingered. She slid her hand into Harry's. It fit perfectly, like it had always been meant to be there. Ahead of them, Susan and Daphne were arguing over fusion spell theory. Daphne kept poking her with a wand. Susan kept trying to kiss her to make her stop. Neither was succeeding. Jean leaned in. I like this. Harry smiled. Me too. Even with the glitter. Especially with the glitter. You think we'll survive next term? Harry tilted his head, emerald eyes gleaming. Jean, love, we're MageX. Surviving's the boring part. Hogsmeade Village the next day. Temperature, aggressively festive. Snow level, emotionally unstable. Soundtrack, Mariah Carey vs Celestina Warbeck Magical Remix Edition. The MageX squad, minus Luna and Ginny, who were cruelly shackled to McGonagall's silent study hour from hell, hit Hogsmeade like it owed them chocolate, emotional closure, and at least 3 Instagrammable moments. Harry was the first to step off the snowy path into the village proper. His windswept black hair looked like it had been styled by the winter wind itself, all artful tousle and accidental perfection. He wore a black peacoat over his MageX hoodie, hands in his pockets, jaw set in that cool guy who doesn't try to look cool but accidentally starts a fashion trend kind of way. The sun dared to peek out just long enough to catch his emerald eyes, and honestly, rude. That kind of lighting was a weapon. Jean Grey strolled beside him, coat flaring behind her like a red-headed superheroine caught in a slow-mo walk sequence. Her curls bounced with attitude, and her smirk had just enough danger in it to make the snowflakes nervous. She bumped her shoulder into Harry's playfully. So, Potter, she said, eyeing the crowds ahead. You got a plan, or are we just winging it with charisma and winter jackets? Harry raised an eyebrow. My plans are charisma and winter jackets. Jean grinned. You forgot sarcasm. And that thing where you roast people so hard they need a calming draft. I consider it a public service, Harry replied innocently. Behind them, Daphne Greengrass and Susan Bones were arm in arm, working the Frost Queen aesthetic so well, Elsa would have filed a copyright claim. Daphne wore icy blue robes trimmed in silver, the kind of outfit that said yes, I'm judging you, and yes, I look better doing it. Susan had her red hair braided back, black boots stomping confidently through the snow like a warrior queen who'd conquered honeydukes once and would do it again. You know, Susan said, eyeing the back of Harry's coat, for someone with world-saving trauma and a death count, he's got a really great coat. I picked that coat, Daphne smirked. And trust me, the trauma's part of the aesthetic. It's very brooding hero-core. I'm not brooding, Harry called back without turning. I'm introspective with menace. Sure, broody, Jean whispered, eyes twinkling as she looped her arm through his. But you're my broody, so I guess I'll allow it. Somewhere behind them, Fred and George were squatting suspiciously behind a snowbank. Code, slippery socks is a go, George whispered. Repeat, a go, Fred confirmed, unwrapping an enchanted ice patch from his coat pocket like it was a rare collectible. Target, Ronald Weasley. Secondary target, Dignity. Do we have permission to engage? George asked into an invisible walkie-talkie. Fred pressed a candy cane to his ear. Permission granted. Operation Skid and Scream is live. Ron, unaware of the ambush ahead, was trudging along with snow in his hair and 2 chocolate frog wrappers tucked into his sleeve like snacks for later. He looked up suspiciously. "Oi," he said to Neville, who was very carefully carrying a baby mandrake swaddled in a Gryffindor scarf, "do you feel like we're walking into a trap?" Neville shrugged. "I mean, statistically, probably. But also, this mandrake gets cold easily and cries when startled, so please don't scream if something explodes." Hermione was walking a few paces ahead, effortlessly sipping hot cocoa, reading a book titled Magical Treatise of Interdimensional Law, and side-eyeing the twins like she had their schedules memorized. She paused just long enough to say, "If you two try to ice-slide Ron into a butterbeer cart again, I will personally transfigure your socks into snakes." "We're offended you'd even suggest," George began. "We'd use the same trick twice," Fred finished. Katie Bell, Angelina Johnson, and Alicia Spinnet walked past them with synchronized eye rolls that could have been weaponized. "Boys," Katie muttered. "Menace," said Angelina. "Still hot, though," Alicia added, "because honesty matters." Cedric Diggory and Cho Chang strolled hand in hand, looking like they'd been airlifted out of a dating app ad. Cedric smiled like he didn't know heartbreak was a thing. Cho had earmuffs shaped like tiny phoenixes and kept stealing glances at Jean and Harry with a knowing look. Meanwhile, Tracy Davis was flipping a candy cane like a knife and scanning the crowd like she was expecting a duel to break out before lunch. Probably wasn't wrong. "All right, squad," Harry said, suddenly stopping in the middle of the cobbled street like he was about to deliver a quest briefing. Everyone paused like they knew the drill. He turned slowly, dramatic as always. "We have 4 hours, 12 galleons," and he glanced at Jean, "absolutely zero adult supervision." "Oh no," Susan murmured gleefully. "Oh yes," Daphne said, eyes already locked on Honeydukes. Jean flipped her curls over her shoulder and smirked. Translation: "We're gonna do something reckless, dangerous, probably sugar-related. And we're going to look fantastic doing it," Harry finished. "I'm always stupid in style," Tracy said, candy cane twirling like a wand of poor decisions. Ron blinked. "Wait, did we have a plan?" "You never have a plan," Hermione said, not looking up from her book. "That's because I trust the vibe," Ron replied, puffing out his chest and immediately slipping on the icy patch Fred had summoned. He screamed. The mandrake wailed. Neville panicked and fell over. Fred and George fist-bumped in the background. "Worth it," Fred declared. 10 points to Griffin LOL, George added. Harry rubbed the bridge of his nose. "This is why we don't let you near the strategic meetings." "You have strategic meetings?" Angelina asked, suspicious. "Only when Jean insists," Harry said, deadpan. "Correction," Jean cut in, squeezing his arm, "I don't insist. I command." "And I'm a sucker for powerful redheads," Harry replied, loud enough for everyone to hear. Jean flushed but grinned. "You're lucky I like flattery. And idiotic plans." "And you?" Daphne groaned. "Can we please go to Honeydukes before these two make me lactose intolerant from all this cheese?" "Sugar now, regret later," Susan said brightly, tugging Daphne toward the candy shop like it owed her emotional support in gummy form. And with that, the squad surged forward in a cloud of laughter, snowballs, low-level chaos, and potential detentions. Honeydukes 10:15 a.m. Inside, 1 part Candy Wonderland, 1 part Teenage Riot, with a sprinkle of chaos and very poor impulse control. The second the MageX squad burst into Honeydukes, the store's magic sensors gave a subtle flicker. Not because of security concerns, yet, but because the room temperature had just gone up 10 degrees due to the combined presence of magical hormones, overpriced sweets, and about 6 too many hot people with no supervision. The scent of peppermint and sugar hit like a festive freight train. Shelves stacked with rainbow confections glowed under floating fairy lights. The fizzing Whizbee jars buzzed slightly. Chocolate frogs leapt inside glass tanks like they were trying to flee the vibe. First casualty, chocolate presentation. Daphne green grass blue coat, platinum hair and enough disdain to melt snow stood in front of a velvet-lined display of chocolate truffles, hands on hips like she was personally offended. This, she declared, plucking a heart-shaped bonbon between two fingers like it might infect her, is not a truffle. It's a cry for help with a caramel center. Susan Bones, currently cradling a tin of peppermint detonators like it was a holy relic, rolled her eyes fondly. You say that, she said, but you inhaled 3 of these last week and called them flavor bombs of emotional healing. I was vulnerable. It was post-duel. My blood sugar was in mourning, Daphne deadpanned. Susan leaned in, lowered her voice to a flirtatious whisper. Admit it. You like the emotional explosions. Daphne's cheeks flushed a suspicious shade of pink, and she refused to meet her eyes. I like symmetry. And not being poisoned by amateur ganache. Translation, she liked Susan. A lot. Meanwhile, Jean Grey was on the hunt. Not for chocolate, but for chaos. She practically twirled through the aisles in a red coat that flared behind her like an expensive villain cape, tossing her hair and throwing flirtatious smirks over her shoulder like she was handing out holiday coupons for heartbreak. Harry tried to say something snarky about licorice wands. He got as far as I don't trust any candy that. And Jean, without warning, popped a fizzing whizzbee straight into his mouth. His eyes widened. He blinked. Floated 2 inches off the floor. That's illegal, Harry said, once gravity returned and the buzzing in his teeth subsided. Jean winked. Not if you're cute. Which you are. And before you ask, yes, I will deny it in front of a professor. Harry smirked, leaned a little closer. You're flirting with a boy who once drop-kicked a banshee with a broomstick. Choose your candy combatant carefully, Red. Jean arched a brow. Oh, I've chosen. I just planned to win. If Honeydukes had mistletoe, it might have spontaneously combusted from the tension. Over by the chocolate cauldrons, Fred and George were hard at work pretending to be quality assurance testers. Fred wore a fake mustache that sang off-key Celestina Warbeck carols while George pocketed samples behind a strategically positioned poster of Bertie Bott. For the people, Fred whispered, dramatically inspecting a chocolate bomb like it was a rare dragon egg. By the people, George added, unwrapping one and popping it into his mouth. Revolutionary. The shopkeeper, a very tired wizard with peppermint-patterned spectacles, was too distracted by the singing mustache to notice their hands were not exactly staying above the glass counters. Neville was doing his best to pretend this was all normal. He hovered nervously near the lemon drops, clutching the baby mandrake, now wearing earmuffs and a festive hat, like it was his emotional support plant. It's not legal for this many people to be this loud around sugar, he muttered. A crash from aisle 3 confirmed he was right. Enter, Ron Weasley. He was currently trying to slide a chocolate wand into his coat pocket using the time-honored method of act casual and pretend you're invisible. Ronald Bilious Weasley. Hermione snapped, rounding the corner like a moral reckoning in Boots. Are you stealing? Ron yelped, the wand clattered to the floor, and the security enchantment lit up red. I was going to pay, he insisted, wildly defensive. Eventually. Like, after I tasted it. Hermione narrowed her eyes. That is literally the definition of stealing. Technically, Fred called from across the store, he didn't leave the premises, so really it's more early tasting with intent to purchase. Very legal in Peru, George added helpfully. Ron, Hermione hissed, picking up the chocolate wand and handing it back to the shopkeeper with a tired smile. Stop embarrassing us or I'll start citing Wizarding Penal Code 7.3 aloud until you pass out from guilt. Ron mumbled something about authoritarian cocoa management and slunk away toward the fudge sampler zone. Over by the floating mistletoe display, which hovered enchantingly and glowed every time someone walked underneath, Cedric Diggory and Cho Chang were doing exactly what beautiful people in relationships did, making everyone else feel single. Again. Cedric leaned in and kissed Cho gently on the cheek. She giggled and kissed him back, and somewhere in the background, at least one candy elf let out a romantic sigh. Alicia Spinnet, watching this from behind a stack of licorice snakes, scowled. If I see one more snow kiss moment, I'm hexing someone into a Hallmark movie. Angelina didn't look up from the box of fire whiskey fudge she was pretending not to buy. Too late. We're already in one. Tracy Davis, who was now using a marshmallow lollipop to duel her own reflection in a mirror enchanted to sass back, yelled from the other aisle, "Can someone please fall in love after we raid the toffee section? Priorities, people." And through all of this, Harry? He stood at the center of the sugar storm, arm around Jean's waist now, candy in one hand, chaos in the other, and that wicked little smirk that meant someone, probably multiple someones, was about to be burned. "Hey, Daphne," he called. "Found a chocolate sculpture that looks like your ego." She turned slowly, deadly calm. "Careful, Potter. You're not immune to artistic critique." "That hair? Definitely an abstract piece." "Yeah," Harry said with mock seriousness. "It's called Effortlessly Iconic. Limited edition. No refunds." Jean laughed against his shoulder, and somewhere behind them, Fred whispered to George. "This is the best date we've ever third-wheeled." George nodded solemnly. "Might cry." And thus concluded another 10 minutes of reckless spending, romantic tension, low-level criminal activity, and enough sugar to fuel a Quidditch match. The day was young. The squad was hungry. And the chaos? Only just beginning. Zonko's Joke Shop, 11 AM. Status: mischief detected. Danger level: Fred and George have home field advantage. The moment the MageX squad crossed the threshold into Zonko's, it was like the store knew. Shelves trembled. Spell-activated displays glitched. One rubber chicken exploded spontaneously out of sheer anticipation. Fred and George looked around like proud generals returning to their battlefield. The scent of powdered prank dust, peppermint toad ink, and danger clung to the air like a dare. "Ah," Fred sighed dramatically, placing a reverent hand over his heart. "Home. I feel like pranking a government," George whispered. "Just a little one. Maybe France." "Save that for Tuesday," Fred replied. "Today we corrupt youth." They zeroed in on a display labeled New. Perpetual snow pockets, winterize your enemies, tiny enchanted pouches that, when slipped into a pocket, summoned freezing slush and endless snowballs for 12 hours straight. Fred leaned in, eyes gleaming. "Fresh shipment of perpetual snow pockets." George added with equal glee, "Guaranteed to ruin your enemies' socks and their will to live." "I'll take 2, said Tracy without missing a beat. She snatched a pair and stuffed them into her coat like a professional thief. "I've got prefects to disappoint." Neville hovered near a rack of fake-fanged mistletoe, one eye on the animated boxing gnomes in the corner that kept uppercutting each other into the shelves. He held his mandrake like a hostage and mumbled, "This is how Hogwarts ends, isn't it?" Jean was casually leaning against a glass cabinet labeled Ethically Grey Gum Selection, flipping a red curl over her shoulder as she examined a glowing jar of Truth Serum gumballs. "These feel ethically questionable," she said, turning the jar over. "Do they come with a legal waiver or just a visit from Madame Bones?" Harry strolled over behind her, slipping an arm around her waist and plucking one of the gumballs like he was taste testing a crime. "Perfect for group mirror call check-ins," he said, popping it into his mouth and chewing lazily. "No more lying about why someone missed training." "Looking at you, Ron." From across the store, Ron shouted, "It was one time. And it was food poisoning." Hermione, who had just opened a box labeled Legal Laughter Potions, now with loopholes, muttered, "More like butterbeer and poor judgment." Jean tilted her head toward Harry. "Tell the truth. Would you ever use these on me? Harry grinned. His voice was low and wicked. Only if I wanted to die in the most attractive way possible. She smirked, pleased. Smart boy. Meanwhile, Susan had found the greatest abomination Zonkos had to offer, enchanted mistletoe that hovered above your head and insulted you in holiday-themed rhymes. She tested it by stepping under one. A faint ding. The mistletoe lit up red and sang sweetly. Get away, you're much too close. Even Phoenix Fire can't fix your nose. The entire store went silent for half a second, then Fred dropped to one knee in mock reverence. Marry it, he whispered. It understands us. Daphne stepped up next to Susan, arms crossed, hair immaculate, ice blue coat giving her the energy of a snowstorm in court heels. She stared up at the insult mistletoe with narrowed eyes. Does it come in a portable model? Susan grinned. Want one for every doorway in the Slytherin common room. I want 5, Daphne replied. One for every person who's breathed near my potions station this term. Fred handed her a shopping basket without comment. Angelina and Alicia were examining a rack of whiz-bang wardrobe potions, little vials that would randomly change your clothes into a holiday horror show every 15 minutes. I swear, if Cedric and Cho kiss under one more mistletoe, I'm throwing this at them, Alicia said. Do it, Angelina replied. Make them match. You know they'd still look good in reindeer anises. George suddenly popped up between them with a half-full basket of suspicious items. Ladies, if you need help getting revenge, we do offer our consulting services. Reasonable rates. Accept scallions, favors, and rare Quidditch gossip. And chocolate, Fred chimed in from the counter. Mostly chocolate. Jean was now leaning on Harry, both of them laughing as they watched Daphne threaten a fake goblin into giving her a discount. Her voice was all sugar and threat. Harry, she asked, voice soft. He was still chewing the gumball. If I ever go completely off the rails and try to take over the world with enchanted Christmas crackers, you're in, right? Harry turned, his emerald eyes gleaming like he was forged from mischief and ancient magic. Jean, he said. You're hot, chaotic, and probably dangerous. I'll bring the wand polish and the theme music. She beamed. God, I love when you flirt like a Bond villain. Neville, ducking under another shelf collapse caused by Ron accidentally knocking over a jinxed jelly bean barrel, muttered, I'm too young for this level of emotional damage. Fred, watching all of it from the front register with a grin wide enough to make the ghosts uneasy, nudged George. Think they'll survive the day? George looked over the chaos, the flirting, the cackling, the mistletoe that now targeted Ron specifically. With us around? George said. No chance. And I wouldn't miss it for the world. Chapter 70, Chapter 69. The Three Broomsticks, 12:30 p.m. Current mood, sugar high, mild chaos, 80% butterbeer, 20% snark. The MageX team didn't just sit at the Three Broomsticks, they conquered it. The largest corner booth was theirs. Claimed like a territory in Risk, defended like a fortress in Call of Duty. It had extra chairs dragged from who knows where, at least 3 floating candles overhead that weren't supposed to float, and a magical "No Adults Allowed" sign blinking in Slytherin green and Gryffindor red. Rosmerta just smiled and left them to it, probably praying no one summoned another indoor blizzard like last time. Butterbeer foam clung to nearly every upper lip like a poorly applied mustache. The air smelled like roasted cinnamon, old wood, and barely contained teenage hormones. Daphne, legs long, eyeliner sharp, attitude lethal, was currently sitting in Susan's lap like a throne. The bench was cold, she said loftily, stealing a sip of Susan's cider. Also, my girlfriend's a human furnace. Susan, in a chunky red jumper that matched her hair, didn't even flinch. You just wanted an excuse to keep your hands in my coat pockets. Daphne smirked. And it's working. Across the table, Hermione tried valiantly to restore order by distributing a stack of enchanted parchment labeled light reading for the holidays, accurate to Hermione Granger experience. She'd even color-coded the subjects. Fred took one look and shouted, "Nerd," like it was a war cry. George followed with, "Burn the scrolls." "I hexed them to be flame-proof," Hermione said without looking up. "And yes, I knew you'd try." Neville, who'd just ordered a comforting cup of tea, gave it a cautious sip only to immediately cough and sputter as Tracy grinned from across the booth. "Hexed it to taste like fire whiskey," she said sweetly, twirling a stirrer. Neville blinked, cheeks pink. "Honestly, not bad." "See?" Tracy said. "I'm basically a bartender." On the quieter end of the booth, Cho was curled against Cedric like a Christmas card come to life, all cozy knits and soft glances. Katie was teasing them under her breath while simultaneously trying to balance a butterbeer bottle on her wand. Meanwhile, Jean had gone full movie star mode, boots up on Harry's lap, cider in hand, head tilted like she was bored and judging everyone simultaneously. Her red curls caught the fairy lights just right, making her look like she belonged on a poster that said "Warning, may cause spontaneous crushes." Harry, for his part, was leaning back against the booth like he owned it. Casual. Calm. His fingers were resting on Jean's ankle like he had nothing better to do than flirt and win snowball fights, and honestly, that was his entire schedule for the day. His emerald eyes were lazy and sharp at the same time, like he was thinking about snogging Jean and also secretly planning to overthrow the ministry. "You know," Jean said, one perfectly arched brow rising, "you keep looking at me like I invented chocolate." Harry took a slow sip of butterbeer. "You didn't." Jean smiled like a cat who'd just found the cream. "Flatter me again and I might let you pick tonight's movie." Susan groaned loudly from across the booth. "Ugh, flirt quieter, please. Some of us are trying to drown in cinnamon, not public displays of hormonal smugness." Daphne sipped her drink and murmured, "Some of us are trying to drown in her." Susan elbowed her, blushing furiously. "Still smoother than Potter." "Hey!" Harry protested, placing a hand over his heart. "I'm very smooth. Ask the snowball I hit Pansy with." "Dead center. Right in the ego." Ron choked on his butterbeer laughing and snorted it through his nose. "Mate, you once complimented Fleur and walked face first into a door. A glass door. You apologized to the door." "That was years ago," Harry muttered. "I've evolved. My charm is now legally classified as a dangerous substance in 6 countries. Hermione patted his shoulder like he was a mildly embarrassing house elf. "And I'm secretly an easel with a secret life as a jazz pianist." Angelina, flipping through the broomstick brew menu, Seasonal Mischief Edition, raised a brow. "To be fair, Potter has upgraded his flirting. It's less tragic now. Still deeply punchable, but in a charming way." "I give it a 7 out of 10, Alicia chimed in, stealing a breadstick. "Mostly because Jean is basically doing half the heavy lifting." Jean raised her cider. "You're just jealous I'm the hot redhead with a monopoly on tall, dark, and jawline." Harry gave her ankle a light squeeze. "She's not wrong." Tracy tossed a leftover Zonko's snow pebble across the table. It missed Harry and hit Neville in the shoulder. He yelped. "This," George announced, climbing onto the bench like he was about to deliver a Shakespearean monologue, "is exactly what Hogwarts should be: booze-free brawling, sarcastic bonding, and tragic flirting." Fred raised his glass. "To tragic flirting." Everyone clinked butterbeers. Rosmerta peeked over, winked at Harry, and said, "Last call for normal behavior, kids. After this, I'm charging a chaos fee." Outside, on the way back to Hogwarts 2 p.m. Weather report, 100% chance of flurries, sneak attacks, and emotionally compromising snowball combat. The path back to Hogwarts should have been peaceful. Snow drifted gently from the sky in that cinematic, Hallmark movie meets Hogwarts way. Students ambled along with bags of Honeyduke's loot, Zonko's chaos devices, and at least 3 confiscated Muggle toys Tracy had charmed into projectile launching mode. It was all going great until they passed the Shrieking Shack. Fred popped up from behind a snowy log like a deranged elf on caffeine. Brothers and sisters, the time has come. Operation Fluffy Doom is a go. George let out a war cry, yeeted the first snowball, and all hell promptly broke loose. Neville screamed and ran. Ron dove behind a snow-covered barrel. Hermione shielded herself with a Protego Maximus so powerful it rebounded the snowball into George's face. Ha! She yelled, smug. Knowledge is power. Meanwhile, Jean yanked Harry down behind an ancient pine tree, her wand already out, boots crunching in the snow, red curls wild in the wind like she was starring in a music video titled Hot Witch at War. She had snow in her hair, fire in her eyes, and a smirk that said, I'm going to win, look amazing doing it, and possibly hex your socks off if you get in my way. Battle plan, General Potter? She asked, breath fogging between them. Harry looked at her like she was the only thing in the world worth surviving for. Emerald eyes locked on hers, hair dusted in snow, cloak thrown dramatically over one shoulder like the leading man in a fantasy romance who also knew 53 ways to kill you with a candy cane. Flank them from the east, he said. No prisoners. If I fall, avenge me with maximum flair. Jean grinned and kissed his cheek, her lips cold but her expression warm. Always. And if you die, I'm reanimating you and grounding you for being dramatic. That's fair. They emerged from cover like war gods blessed by Cupid and chaos. Jean lobbed an enchanted snowball that exploded in sparkles. Harry followed it up with a rapid-fire barrage that knocked Ron's hat clean off. Oi! Ron yelled. My mum knitted that. Should have ducked faster. Harry called back. Tell her to enchant it next time. Off to the side, Daphne and Susan glided by in style, lounging on a conjured sled drawn by illusory thestrals with glittering antlers and matching sunglasses. I told you conjuring reins made of licorice would make this more festive, Daphne purred, stretching like a smug cat. Susan adjusted her sunglasses with a casual finger. You just wanted to eat them later. Guilty. Tracy, meanwhile, had gone full rogue agent. She'd enchanted a snowman to stand guard along the path. Any poor soul in Slytherin Green who walked past got loudly booed. Boo-hoo! Traitorous taste in scarves, it screamed at Millicent Bulstrode, who flipped it off and walked faster. I regret nothing. Tracy cackled from a tree branch above, dressed like a snow ninja with earmuffs. Art is pain. Somewhere in the distance, a snow angel began forming itself with no visible cause, just glitter and soft whines. It took shape slowly, arms outstretched, smile wide, and Fred Weasley's actual face embedded in the snow with devil horns made of red sugar sticks. Alicia pointed at it, deadpan. That's either cursed or a marketing scheme. Both, said Angelina, sipping butterbeer from a conjured thermos. Definitely both. George stared at it, impressed. It winked at me. Twice. Might be sentient. I vote we leave it offerings, Katie added, tossing a chocolate frog at its feet. Harry and Jean regrouped near the lake, panting and snow-covered. Her coat was missing a button. His gloves were full of glitter. Victory? She asked, eyes gleaming. Pyrrhic, he said, brushing a streak of pink snow off her cheek. But you look amazing doing it, so I'll allow it. Behind them, Ron shrieked as Neville accidentally summoned a sentient snow shovel. Again. Hogwarts loomed in the distance, lit up like a castle-shaped Christmas card. Laughter echoed on the wind, spells sparkled in the air, and somewhere far above, the sky snowed gently like it didn't know how to stop. And honestly, no one wanted it to. Hogwarts Castle that evening. Status, bellies full. Chaos contained. Scarves tangled. Mood, pure, spellbound serotonin. The great hall had gone full fairy tale. Twinkling candlelight floated above enchanted holly garlands. The giant Christmas tree, taller than Hagrid, wider than Goyle's ego, was dressed in shimmering icicle charms and hundreds of tiny glowing phoenix feathers that made the ornaments blink like starlight. A soft melody, something halfway between Celestina Warbeck and a lullaby, hummed through the room, weaving between tables like it belonged there. And the presents. Oh, the presents! They sparkled under the tree like treasure chests wrapped by wizards on way too much hot cocoa. One had a tag that literally read, "To Tracy, do not open until Christmas or until you're bored enough to cause a scandal." It would last until breakfast. Ginny and Luna had rejoined the group with all the grace of two girls who knew they'd been sort of excluded and were completely planning emotional revenge. Luna floated over like a snowflake in motion, white boots, dazed smile, a Zonko's snow globe in her hand that played a hauntingly off-key rendition of Deck the Halls while tiny Fred and George figurines rode a collapsing Ferris wheel inside it. "I have forgiven you all," Luna announced. "Except the basilisk who keeps trying to eat my hairbrush. But that's unrelated." "Peace offering," Fred said, bowing low and presenting her with a literal mistletoe crown. "Zonko's limited edition, makes you irresistible to mooncalves and misunderstood poets." Luna beamed like a Christmas star. "Perfect." Ginny, wrapped in a Gryffindor throw blanket, arched a brow as George handed her a cocoa mug so spiked it could have been classified as flammable. "You're lucky I like sugar and chaos," she said. "Otherwise I'd have hexed your eyebrows off for leaving me behind." "You say that like we wouldn't prank each other either way," George said, grinning. Harry watched it all from his spot on the overstuffed rug in front of the fire, an unofficial Gryffindor Slytherin Hufflepuff Ravenclaw united front of students who had, against all odds, survived both Zonkos and each other. Jean sat tucked into his side, legs curled under her, wearing one of his hoodies like it was a crown. Her head rested on his shoulder, red curls spilling down the fabric. She was still carrying glitter in her eyelashes from earlier. He didn't mention it. He thought it made her look like a Christmas comet with attitude. "You know," she said lazily, toying with the drawstring of his hoodie, "I forgive you for the snowball in my ear. But only because you have excellent taste in cuddle positions." Harry smirked, one hand drifting to her hip. "Strategic cuddle positioning is part of the battle plan. Surprise snuggles win wars." She tilted her head up. "Oh yeah? And what's your strategy for when I steal all the blankets at 2 a.m? "Pray to Merlin," he said solemnly, "and accept my fate like a man." Meanwhile, on the couch beside them, Daphne was sprawled like a magazine model in icy blue, her head in Susan's lap, legs dangling off one armrest, a peppermint stick balanced on her lower lip. "I told you I'd make you love sled rides," she murmured. Susan rolled her eyes fondly, brushing a hand through Daphne's golden hair. "You conjured thestrals that snorted glitter. That wasn't a sled ride. That was a parade. Potato, glitter horse." Tracy was building a candy cane fort. She wasn't explaining why. No one asked. Ron, slightly pink from the fire and the cocoa spiking incident, was loudly recounting his heroic evasion of a Fred-launched snowball. "And then I ducked perfect timing and Neville took the hit." "Because you pushed me," Neville muttered, sipping tea and still sneezing glitter. "Strategic sacrifice," Ron insisted. "Basic battle tactics." "Basic cowardice," Hermione corrected, flipping a page of her Holiday Law and You pamphlet. She wasn't even reading anymore. She just liked holding it for moral superiority. Cedric and Cho sat by the window, watching snowflakes drift against the glass like it was their own private rom-com ending. Katie, pretending not to care, kept muttering, "Disgusting," while simultaneously leaning on Angelino like a sleepy cat. Alicia was scrolling through her charmed camera, giggling at a photo of Jean riding Harry like a human snowplow during the ambush. "I swear, the weirdest part of today was still that snow angel with Fred's face," she said. "Who enchanted that?" No one answered. Fred looked mildly insulted. You act like I need magic for my face to become eternal. Please, George added. You're only immortal until Mum sees the receipt for that Zonko's bill. Laughter crackled through the hall. Warm. Loud. Alive. And Harry just watched. Let it soak in. The red, gold, green, and blue scarves tangled across the floor like Hogwarts itself had exhaled and relaxed for the night. The pile of shoes in the corner. The cocoa mugs half drunk. The mix of ancient magic and adolescent noise that somehow worked. Tomorrow, the world might expect them to be legends. Heroes. Adults. But tonight? Tonight they were just teenagers. Magical, chaotic, slightly dangerous, deeply connected teenagers with peppermint breath, tangled hearts, and a tendency to hex authority figures for fun. And right now? That was enough. The Great Hall later that night. Status, Feast Mode activated. Banter at Deefkin 1. Cuddle radius dangerously close to critical. Mood, Hogwarts actually feels like home. The feast wasn't just a meal. It was an event, the kind of event that makes you question if Hogwarts secretly hired a sugar-fueled goblin chef with a flair for the dramatic. Tables groaned under honey-glazed hams so shiny you could check your reflection, roast chickens stuffed like they were training for the Quidditch World Cup, and cauldrons bubbling with mysterious stews that may or may not have been mildly sentient. Someone, Fred, obviously, had enchanted the mashed potatoes to sing Christmas carols. Off-key. In 4-part harmony. And no one had the heart to put a stop to it. It was basically the Hogwarts version of a caroling train wreck, delightful, loud, and entirely unavoidable. Fred Weasley, as usual, was the unofficial MVP of chaos. A rogue pumpkin pasty, levitating like it had a mind of its own, found a way into his lap. Fred just grinned like he'd been chosen by destiny, or at least by some very sneaky magic. George was nearby, snickering like he already had a dozen ways to retaliate. Harry sat like a king, or at least a very chill lord, at the Gryffindor table, flanked by Jean, who radiated sass and fire-red curls catching every flickering candle, and Hermione, who was giving the whole scene the kind of judgmental side-eye only a master of moral superiority could pull off. Ron, packed with food to the point of imminent explosion, glared at his plate like it was a ticking bomb daring someone to knock it over. Jean was in full lion tamer mode, feeding Harry roasted potatoes like he was a particularly cute beast who might snap if she didn't keep him well fed. "Open," she cooed, voice thick with mock seduction, "and say chosen one." Harry arched a perfectly sculpted brow, emerald eyes sparkling like a pair of emeralds that just learned how to smirk. "You do realize I'm going to turn that nickname into a running joke, right?" Jean's smirk deepened. "You mean you haven't? Amateur." Daphne drifted over, cool as a glacier wrapped in silver blue. Her jumper screamed Queen of Chill, but her eyes promised just enough trouble to keep things interesting. She slid into the seat beside Susan, who was deeply engaged in some low-key flirtation war with Hannah and Cedric. Susan's hand never left Daphne's waist, and the look they exchanged could have melted the snow outside or at least summoned a heat wave. Jean eyeballed Daphne's pudding like it personally offended her. "Why the death glare, Daph?" Daphne scoffed, voice dripping with theatrical disdain. "It's an insult to desserts everywhere. This trifle has all the structural integrity of a collapsing Quidditch tower." Susan chuckled softly, brushing a stray lock of golden hair away. "Eat it. Complaining won't make it taste better." Across the table, Tracy balanced a bread roll on Neville's head. Neville looked like he was about to sneeze himself into next week and didn't even notice. Ron, meanwhile, was mid-battle with Hermione over whether mistletoe enchantments were a legitimate breach of magical consent. "It is a breach," Hermione insisted, wand flicking dangerously close to a hex. "Consent matters, Ron." Fred was lighting napkins on fire like a pyromaniac artist who'd been given free rein. McGonagall hovered nearby, casting daggers with her eyes and muttering about calling Dumbledore if Fred so much as singed a curtain. Desserts disappeared. Yawns slipped in like sneaky little ghosts. Cloaks were tossed over his shoulders. The feast was winding down, but the chaos? That was eternal. Hogwarts foyer post-feast flirt and farewell. Status, Butterbeer buzz, 65%. Flirtation levels, high. Emotional capacity, exceeded. Forecast, clear skies, probable smooching, and at least one snarky one-liner per minute. The oak doors creaked open, and a whoosh of icy wind swept into the warm castle, smelling like snow, pine needles, and Fred's lingering pumpkin pasty incident. He swore it was the poltergeist, but nobody believed that lie twice. Students poured out into the entrance hall in packs, yawning, whispering, giggling. Somewhere, Peeves was singing Jingle Hex Your Hogsmeade Brooms off-key, probably on purpose. The night had that quiet, post-feast hush that made even the ghosts look sleepy. Jean Grey, flame-haired goddess of sass and subtle chaos, looped her arm through Harry's like it was second nature. And honestly, it kind of was now. Her curls were wild, her boots were heeled, and her expression screamed main character energy. If Hogwarts had an Instagram, she would have broken it already. "All right," she said, tilting her head toward the waiting crowd of girls, "time for the nightly goodbye parade. Ready, chosen one?" Harry raised a brow. Classic smolder. Let's make it uncomfortably romantic. Full cringe. Bonus points if someone gags. "You're such a menace," Jean said, bumping his hip. "Correct," he said, without hesitation. "A hot, emotionally literate menace. With dimples." Their first stop, Susan Bones, who was currently holding a full conversation with Hannah Abbott and Cedric Diggory without breaking eye contact with Daphne Greengrass, who stood just close enough to imply property rights. "Hey, Red," Harry said, strolling up like he had a theme song playing. "Leaving already? I was just about to offer you a dance under the mistletoe. Jean gave me a 30-second permission slip and everything." Susan blinked, then grinned, her cheeks already red from the cold or possibly the flirt. "Tempting, but I'm trying to keep the Hogwarts gossip mill under 700 decibels tonight." Jean leaned over. "Good luck with that. Fred's planning to spike the hot cocoa with a mordentia. I had to hide the ladle." Susan rolled her eyes and gave Harry a peck on the cheek. "Good night, heartthrob. Don't let her talk you into breaking curfew again." "I'm innocent," Jean said, completely deadpan. "In spirit." "Debatable," said all three of them in unison, including Cedric, who hadn't even been part of the conversation until that moment. Cedric gave Harry a bro nod. "General Potter," he said. "Captain Diggory," Harry replied. "Tell your Hufflepuffs I respect their bravery and their baking skills." "Will do. You'd be a Hufflepuff if you weren't so full of secrets and snark." "Which is why I'm Gryffindor," Harry shot back, smirking. Hannah waved them off cheerfully and dragged Susan toward the dorms like she'd just been given VIP escort duty. Susan looked back once, eyes lingering on Daphne, who watched her go like she was already counting the minutes till morning. Jean looked between them and sighed dramatically. "They're so cute I almost threw up in my own mouth." "You say that like you don't turn into a human furnace anytime I look at you." "That's because I am a human furnace, Potter." And then, Daphne. Ice blonde hair, silver scarf, and resting Slytherin royalty face that had boys trembling and girls texting at 3 a.m. She sauntered over like a supermodel who moonlighted as a Bond villain. Tracy Davis was trailing behind her, dressed in all black like she was about to rob the astronomy tower for spare telescope parts. Daphne stopped just shy of Harry and Jean and held out her hand like she expected it to be kissed. So Harry did. Because of course he did. "Miss Greengrass," he said smoothly, "you look like a frostbitten dream wrapped in sarcasm and sharp eyeliner." Daphne raised one flawless brow. "And you look like a Gryffindor who got tackled by a snow golem and liked it." "He did," Jean said. "He moaned a little." "I was groaning," Harry said. You moaned, Jean and Daphne said in unison. Tracy snorted from behind them. Honestly, you four are the reason Slytherins think love is a psychological weakness. I thought you were the reason, Daphne deadpanned without missing a beat. Tracy threw her arms up and stomped off toward the dungeons. Uncalled for. Also true. But uncalled for. Daphne turned back to Jean and Harry. She gave Jean a kiss on the cheek, just the right amount of innocent but don't test me, and then cupped Harry's jaw with her cold, gloved fingers. Don't wait up too long, she whispered. And don't let her steal all your kisses. Save one for me. Only if you promise to dream about me, Harry said with a wink. I don't dream, Daphne replied with a smirk. I plan. Then she was gone, scarf trailing like a movie ending, heels clicking, and Harry very aware that his heart had done a stupid little backflip. He turned to Jean, who was already watching him with that I saw that and I am still winning smile. You okay? He asked, gently nudging her shoulder as they started walking toward Gryffindor Tower. I mean, she said, voice breezy, you did just get kissed by your other girlfriend, but I'm cool. Very chill. Not remotely jealous. Harry grinned. You sure? You're radiating the energy of someone 2 seconds from hexing a suit of armor. Oh, I am, but only because I think it would be funny. They wandered through the halls, candlelight flickering over stone walls. It was quiet now, the kind of quiet that only happened at Hogwarts after a feast, when even the portraits were half asleep and the suits of armor were too stuffed with Christmas magic to move. They stopped at the corner before the fat lady's portrait. Jean turned to him, voice low. Tomorrow, we teleport into a school full of powered teenagers who can lift trucks, read minds, and explode by sneezing. Excited? Jean, Harry said, we just spent 3 hours throwing exploding snowballs, dodging levitating pies, and watching Fred Charma putting into doing jazz hands. Xavier's is going to feel like nap time. She smiled, soft this time. Just her and him and the warmth in their hands. I'm glad it's us, she said. The 4 of us. You make Hogwarts home. Harry leaned in, his voice quiet, teasing, but honest. You're not so bad for a telepathic fire goddess with resting smirk face. And he kissed her. Slow. Soft. And just long enough for the portraits nearby to politely turn away and mutter something about youth these days. When they pulled apart, Jean raised an eyebrow. Still think you're the tragic one? I am the tragic one, Harry said dramatically. I have feelings and emotions and a jawline that could cut glass. Jean shook her head, laughing as she opened the common room door. Come on, Potter. Before you start monologuing about your trauma again. Too late, he called after her, I've already started composing the sad poetry in my head. I'm thinking iambic pentameter this time. And just like that, they disappeared into the tower, 2 teenagers, hands linked, hearts full, and absolutely, definitely not ready for what Christmas break had in store. At the same time, Xavier's Institute sub-level gym. Status, punching bag, praying for mercy. Scott Summers, brooding like it's his full-time job. Narrative tone, part angry Shakespeare monologue, part rejected teen soap opera lead. Scott Summers wasn't technically allowed in the gym after midnight. Then again, Scott Summers also wasn't technically supposed to melt a training bot in the danger room last week, and nobody had brought that up yet. So he figured the punching bag could take the hit. Or 50. He threw another punch. Wham! The bag jerked on its chain like it was ready to file a complaint. But Scott didn't stop. Of course she's bringing him back here, he muttered under his breath. Of course she is. Why wouldn't she? Wham! She leaves for a few months. Goes across the pond. Some magical Hogwarts scholarship or whatever. And then boom, suddenly she's betrothed. Betrothed. He stopped just long enough to roll his eyes. Seriously? Who even uses that word anymore? Did they time travel? Did they fall into a Bridgerton episode? Is there a tea party where we duel with gloves and talk about dowries? He slammed his fist into the bag again. This time it made a noise like a dying goat. Which felt appropriate. Oh, and it's not just him. Scott made air quotes even though no one was watching. It's him and 2 other girls. Because why stop at one, right? Why not go full fantasy novel protagonist while you're at it? The punching bag creaked ominously. It was leaning slightly now. Like it was considering early retirement. Scott didn't care. I've known Jean for years. I helped her through her first power freakout. I covered for her when she snuck out of campus to get milkshakes. We were supposed to be endgame. Summers and Grey. Classic combo. Like peanut butter and laser beams. His voice cracked a little on that last part, but he powered through it with rage and sarcasm, his 2 most well-developed muscles. And then he shows up. Mr. Mysterious Past. Mr. I survived a war and wear tragic scars like fashion accessories. Mr. Harry Potter. He said the name like it tasted bad. Like it was laced with glitter and smugness and magical superiority. Scott's fists blurred as he launched into a flurry of jabs. The bag groaned. He's got the accent. He's got the eyes. He's got the tragic backstory. And apparently now he's got the girl. Oh, and 2 others. Because why the hell not? Wham! Chain snapped. The punching bag fell to the floor with a loud thud, rolled once, and stayed there like it had officially given up on life. Scott stared down at it, chest heaving. He wiped sweat from his brow with the back of his glove. It didn't help. Everything still felt hot. Unfair. Stupid. I was supposed to end up with her, he said quietly. That was the plan. He glanced up at the mirror on the far wall. His reflection stared back, tall, lean, hoodie sweat-soaked, jaw clenched so tight it could crack marble. His ruby quartz shades glowed faintly, like his eyes were waiting for permission to explode something. I was supposed to be the one she chose. He sank down onto the floor, arms over his knees, forehead resting against them. She didn't even say goodbye properly. Just tell Scott I'll write. I need space. He exhaled slowly, voice rough now. Yeah, sure, Jean. You just needed 1,000 kilometers of space. And a wizard with a hero complex. The gym was silent except for the low hum of the lights. Even the broken punching bag didn't dare make a noise now. Scott tilted his head back, resting it against the wall. The ceiling above was blank steel. He stared at it like it might offer a clue to whatever cosmic joke this all was. She's coming back tomorrow, he muttered. With him. With them. He could already picture it, the blackbird swooping in like a rock star entrance. Jean stepping out first, confident, glowing, like the world bent slightly around her. And right behind her, of course, the boy who apparently gets engaged like it's a team sport. Harry freaking Potter. Scott closed his eyes. Great, he said flatly. Just great. A pause. Then, just as deadpan. Hope someone warns the danger room. Because I'm gonna need it. Chapter 71, Chapter 70. Hogwarts Express, December 22. Location, Open Style Compartment C. Status, Overcrowded Chaos. Energy, Sugar High. Romance Level, Cozy Fireplace. Banter, Weapon Grade. There were 20 Hogwarts students. One compartment. One extremely overcaffeinated house elf named Dobby. And, somehow, the entire collective energy of a rock concert stuffed into a magically enlarged U-shaped seating layout. The benches had expanded themselves out of sheer survival instinct. Fred and George swore they saw them shudder when Ron brought out a 4th plate of cauldron cakes. 6 patchwork blankets were strewn about like trophies from an overly affectionate chimera, and Dobby was adding throw pillows to a central pile he called his snuggle throne. Dobby rules seat 17, he declared, planting a Gryffindor flag made from an old sock. No cold toes allowed in the throne zone. Thank you, Dobby, Luna said dreamily as the elf wrapped her ankles in blinking wool socks. They hum like centaur lullabies. Harry Potter, relaxed and possibly the most smug he'd ever looked in public, sat like a king surveying his realm. Cocoa in hand. Jean Grey curled up against his side, her legs draped across his lap like she paid rent there. Jean flipped through Modern Magical Mayhem, Volume 4 with one hand while twirling a strand of hair around the other. If Dobby adds one more pillow, he'll become furniture, she muttered. Not that I'd stop him. He's a throw-pillow god tier. Dobby is honored, Dobby chirped from under a heap of plaid. Across the way, Daphne and Susan were in their blanket fort/sovereign lesbian republic. Susan had a marshmallow dangling from her hair. Daphne was mock-interrogating Cedric. So, Daphne said, lazily, her voice cool and sharp, Cho, Hannah, Angelina, or Katie. You can only pick one. Fight to the death, obviously. Cedric's eyes flicked to Cho, who raised a single brow without even looking up from her wand work. I'd rather duel a Hungarian horntail, Cedric muttered. Cowardice noted, Tracy called from a corner, balancing a teacup on Neville's head while providing live commentary. A strong showing by the Green Grass Slytherin Psychological Warfare Division. Ron and Neville were in deep argument over edible survival tactics. If you had to eat only one candy for a week, what would it be? Chocolate frogs. High protein. They jump away if you drop them. Wrong, Ron replied, popping a sherbet lemon. Fizzing whiz-bees. You can fly on sugar alone. Ginny, Angelina, Alicia, and Katie occupied gossip bench alpha. Mostly whispering. Occasionally giggling. Always judging. You heard Jean called him Captain Brooding. Katie whispered. Wait, is that Scott? Ginny asked, wide-eyed. Yup, Angelina said, smirking. Captain Brooding Summers. Coming to a drama near you. Percy was desperately trying to read A Bureaucrat's Guide to Efficient Spell Classification while George, very unhelpfully, kept transfiguring the book into random objects. George, Percy hissed. This is a signed edition. Exactly, George said, nodding solemnly. Which is why now it quotes Ogden and makes balloon animals. Hermione was mapping out their entire Christmas trip. When we arrive at Xavier's, I suggest we begin with a basic intro circle. I have cue cards with everyone's name and mutant power, plus an optional magical fun fact. Can mine be, has kissed 3 girls and survived? Harry asked. Hermione rolled her eyes. Only if you want your face hexed off in your sleep. Cho and Hannah were conjuring snow creatures in the windowsill. The latest, a half-melted penguin, was slowly dissolving into a puddle of enchanted glitter. It needs a hat, Cho muttered. It needs therapy, Hannah countered. Luna and Dobby were deep into sock rune knitting. Each stitch allegedly radiated bravery, kindness, and a mild cinnamon aura. Jean tugged Harry's scarf. You have that look again. Which one? The I had one hell of a glow-up and now your ex-crush has regrets look. Harry sipped his cocoa and smirked. Accurate. Susan peeked out of her fortress. Scott's not ready for any of this. Daphne smiled like she already had a monologue prepped. Let's give him a Hogwarts welcome. Fred raised his wand. Who's betting Scott tries to challenge Harry to something stupid? George snorted. Challenge? He's already lost. Harry's got 3 girls and a house elf with a sock cult. Harry raised his cocoa. To Xavier's. Jean clinked her mug against his. And to ruining Scott's year in the most fabulous way possible. Outside, the countryside rushed by in frosted white. Inside? Hogwarts was loud, magical, and utterly unstoppable. Christmas was coming. And Xavier's wasn't ready. Platform 9 3/4 December 22nd. Status, Arrival. Banter level, dangerously high. Hormonal chaos, weapons grade. The Hogwarts Express hissed to a stop, clouds of steam billowing out like it had just finished a very dramatic monologue. Inside compartment C, 20-odd teenagers wrestled with trunks, tangled scarves, suspiciously charmed snacks, and at least one elf who had declared himself lord of the luggage. "You know," Jean said, tugging Harry's scarf straight with military precision, "you should warn your godfather that his life is about to become a Disney Channel holiday special. Only with more explosions." Harry grinned, emerald eyes flashing as he pulled on his dragonhide gloves. "He lives for this. Besides, he said he wanted to meet the squad." "We're not a squad. We're a glitter bomb waiting to happen," Susan muttered, lacing her fingers through Daphne's. Daphne, in turn, looked like she was preparing for diplomatic warfare with cheekbones that could cut glass. Dobby, currently perched on top of Fred and George's levitating trunk, waved a sock like a flag. "Dobby decrees, no friend of Harry Potter shall exit without magical thermal protection." They spilled onto the platform like a teenage tsunami, every single one of them talking, laughing, casting minor hexes, or aggressively shoving marshmallows into one another's mouths. And waiting at the far end of the platform, leaning against a wrought iron lamppost like the cover model of Wizard GQ, Rebel Edition. Sirius Black. Leather coat. Scruffy beard. Looked like he'd either just solved a murder or caused one. Beside him stood Logan, leather jacket, sideburns, cigar clenched between his teeth. Looking exactly like he was debating whether or not to punch the train. For fun. And flanking them like a vogue assassin sent from the heavens, Natasha Romanoff. Hair in a sharp braid. Black heels clicking like a countdown to judgment. Possibly packing 17 hidden weapons and definitely already judging everyone. Sirius straightened as Harry approached, Jean on one arm, Daphne and Susan flanking like royal bodyguards. "Well," Sirius said, his grin broadening, "if it isn't Hogwarts' answer to The Bachelor, Magical Edition." "We don't use the H word," Harry replied solemnly. "It throws the timeline into chaos." Jean flipped her curls. "We're exclusive. Just not, you know, boring." Sirius raised a brow. Logan grunted, "Kids got more moves than I did in 45. Natasha crossed her arms. "This is your elite unit." "Careful," Daphne said, brushing invisible dust from her robes. "We bite." Susan nodded seriously. "And we come with snacks." Fred and George bowed dramatically. "Dear Sirius," George began. "Please consider adopting us," Fred added. "Do you have a turret? Or at least a secret lair?" Tracy leaned in. "Or a dungeon? Asking for science." Percy rolled his eyes. "You need legal guardianship." "Booing," chorused Ron, Ginny, and Katie. Logan's eyes narrowed on Neville, who was currently arguing with Luna about the ethical treatment of enchanted mistletoe. "That one," Logan said. "Apocalypse survivor. Guaranteed." "He already has," Hermione said, tossing a chocolate frog at Ron. "Twice." Luna stepped up to Natasha, held out a blinking sock. "It wards off government spies." Natasha blinked. "Took the sock. Useful." Harry gestured between them. "Everyone, you already know the cavalry, Sirius Black, Godfather and professional handsome menace. Logan, codename, Wolverine. Don't offer him hugs. And Natasha Romanoff, aka my aunt. Please don't challenge her to anything. You'll lose," Jean added. Alicia sighed. "She's my role model." Natasha eyed the squad. "Don't be weird." "Too late," Fred chirped. Trunks levitated, Dobby marched in front with a sock flag, and the group swarmed toward the cars. Logan lit a cigar. Sirius slung an arm over Harry's shoulder. "So, Sirius said, "Which of these lovely disasters are you taking out on the town in New York?" "All of them," Harry replied. Jean winked. Daphne smirked. Susan gave a serene wave. "Merlin's balls," Logan muttered. "I'm gettin' too old for this." 3 hours, Jean whispered to Harry as they climbed into the car. "That's how long Scott's gonna last." Harry grinned. Optimist. Next stop? Xavier's. Where mutant angst was about to meet wizard sarcasm. And honestly, the X-Men weren't ready. But Hogwarts always traveled loud. And they traveled together. The Fridge Shield facility. Location, classified. Status, cloaked. Cloakroom now full of enchanted scarves. Emotional temperature, 1 gingerbread-scented panic away from implosion. The Flu network exploded like a sugar-high phoenix out of a fireplace. Ron stumbled out first, covered in soot and dragging a trunk that was hissing suspiciously. "I swear that cauldron cake was alive," he muttered. Then came Luna, floating out serenely with glitter in her hair and 2 levitating socks orbiting her head like sleep-deprived moons. Clint Barton stood just to the left of the fireplace, nursing a coffee that smelled like trauma and caffeine dependency. He didn't flinch as Fred and George Weasley were launched out next, high-fiving mid-air before crashing into a stack of tactical crates. "Yup," Clint said, not blinking. "Right on schedule." Harry Potter landed like a Marvel superhero in dragon-hide boots, Jean Grey clinging to his arm with the elegance of a ballerina who could also set people on fire. Susan followed, unbothered and radiant, linking arms with Daphne who looked like she was already judging the architectural design. "Clint!" Harry called. "Miss us?" Clint stared at him over his mug like it personally offended him. "You brought all the teenagers." Harry put a hand over his heart. "They followed me home. You can't just abandon a litter." Dobby soared out of the chimney, trailed by a string of blinking sock banners. "Dobby has arrived. The thermal supremacy is imminent." Tracy Davis popped into the room next, adjusting her leather boots. "This place smells like gunpowder and repressed trauma. I love it." Logan grunted from his perch on a storage crate, a cigar clenched between his teeth. "That makes one of you." Neville tripped on an anti-static mat, flailed, and was caught by Logan without fanfare. "Kid," Logan said, helping him upright, "don't swan dive into a military facility. It bites." Hermione had already pulled out her notebook, quill poised. "We need a structured arrival log. I have name tags. Possibly color-coded." George nudged Fred. 5 Galleons says she tries to sort S.H.I.E.L.D. agents by Hogwarts house." Fred nodded. "My money's on Barton being a Slytherin. Cunning, dry-wit, borderline homicidal when sleep-deprived." Angelina, Alicia, and Katie strolled in like a music video, all coordinated leather jackets and dangerous smiles. One S.H.I.E.L.D. tech dropped his tablet. Katie winked. "He fainted." Clint sighed. "Quinjet's in Hangar C. Let's move before someone invokes HR." Hangar C minutes later. Status, jet-induced awe. Hormones, weaponized. Banshee screech level, rising. The hangar doors slid open with a cinematic hiss, revealing the Quinjet. Sleek. Matte black. Sexy in a might-drop-a-missile sort of way. Ron gaped. "It's like a broomstick and a Hungarian horntail had a high-tech love child." "VTOL aircraft," Hermione announced. "Vertical takeoff and landing. No magic. Just Muggle engineering." Fred placed a reverent hand on the hull. "Science you can ride." "I'm aroused." "That's deeply unsettling," Percy muttered. Susan turned to Jean. "Think Scott's pacing yet?" Jean smirked. "He's probably stress monologuing at a potted plant." Harry slung an arm over her shoulder. "Should we warn him I brought 2 girlfriends, a horde of chaos, and a house elf with a sock cult? Let him find out the fun way," Jean purred, brushing her fingers along the collar of his jacket. Surprise trauma builds character. Ginny and Alicia stared up at the Quinjet like it might suddenly sprout wings and sing. Wait, this thing flies? Ginny asked. No broomsticks? No carpets? No feather charms? Just raw, glorious muggle defiance of gravity, Alicia replied. Neville looked ready to hurl. If you barf in here, I'm hexing you out the emergency hatch, Tracy offered helpfully. Clint boarded with a sigh that probably came with health insurance. All right, listen up, teen Avengers, buckle in, don't touch anything red, and if you start singing show tunes, I will personally eviscerate you with a candy cane. Dobby waved two glowing socks like signal flags. Dobby is prepared for atmospheric glory. Logan snorted. Kid, he muttered to Harry, your squad's about to give the X-Men an aneurysm. Harry just grinned. We're not chaos. We're Hogwarts. The Quinjet engines roared to life. Fred screamed, shotgun, and was tackled by Angelina. Jean curled tighter into Harry's side. Daphne pulled Susan into her lap and declared herself Empress of Row 2. Ron took one look at the blinking control panel and decided to pray. Loudly. As the jet lifted into the sky, Dobby led a chant of, Hogwarts. Hogwarts. Socket to M. Next stop, Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Where mutants would learn the hard way. You don't invite Hogwarts to your house unless you're ready for the glitter storm. Quinjet still mid-flight. Status, defying gravity. Teenagers loose in a pressurized tube. Chaos imminent. It took exactly 7 minutes for the mid-flight shenanigans to begin, which, to be fair, was longer than Clint Barton had bet. Ron Weasley, red-headed agent of Bedlam, was halfway through poking a glowing red button labeled Emergency Exit when Hermione Granger spoke without looking up from her very thick, very threatening-looking notebook. Ronald, if you touch that button again, I will hex your eyebrows into an interpretive dance routine. You'll never pass for human again. Ron backed away like the button had grown fangs. It might have. Meanwhile, Fred and George Weasley had initiated something they called Operation Club Quinjingle, which involved repurposing enchanted snowflakes, ceiling lights, a rogue disco charm, and, somehow, a singing rubber chicken. The interior now pulsed with magical strobe effects. Across the aisle, Susan Bones, red-haired, snuggled in a cloud of fleece, marshmallow fluff and smugness, looked up from her cocoon, her head comfortably tucked under Daphne Greengrass's chin. Are the twins trying to summon a rave demon? Only the fun kind, Daphne murmured, brushing her lips lazily across Susan's temple before sipping cocoa like it was spiked with royal blood. If this summons Scott Summers, I'm blaming Percy. I haven't done anything, Percy protested from the front row, nose buried in a technical manual like it could protect him. Exactly, Tracy Davis deadpanned from her perch atop a crate. That's what makes it shady. In the middle row, Jean Grey had sprawled herself across Harry Potter's lap like it was a luxury seat with exclusive rights. One leg draped over his thigh. One hand idly tracing circles on his chest, her nails leaving lazy trails over the black dragon hide of his jacket. You're warm, she murmured, head tucked under his chin. Harry glanced down at her with the kind of smirk that could melt butter and start a tabloid rumor. I'm on a private Quinjet. I've got a mutant goddess in my lap. And I'm about to crash into Scott Summers' emotional stability like a flaming glitter bomb. Smug is the bare minimum. Jean tilted her head, lips brushing his collarbone. Just promise me, if he says anything even remotely condescending, you'll eviscerate him. Gently. Like a velvet dagger. I'll start with polite sarcasm and escalate to soul-crushing disappointment, Harry promised. The Slytherin way. At the back of the jet, Luna Lovegood drifted by like an ethereal sock fairy, braiding blinking enchanted mistletoe into Dobby's flight attendant cap. Dobby, perched proudly by the refreshment unit, was distributing cocoa and knitted comfort socks while narrating in full airline attendant cadence. Dobby would like to remind passengers to remain emotionally supported and hydrated during your journey into hostile mutant territory. Neville Longbottom, clutching his seatbelt like it owed him money, was looking increasingly pale. "This is a tin can," he whispered. "A metal flying coffin. We're in the air. With no magic. In the air." Alicia spun it past him, a bubblegum-flavored calming charm. "Does it help?" Neville asked. "Nope," Alicia said cheerfully. "But you'll blow minty pink bubbles while you scream." Angelina Johnson and Katie Bell, feet up on a weapons crate labeled "Do Not Open," "Seriously, Steve, were placing bets." 10 galleons on the autopilot snapping first, Katie said. 15 on Percy self-combusting when someone rearranges the snack trays, Angelina countered. "I am right here," Percy shouted. "No one cares," Tracy replied sweetly. The autopilot suddenly crackled to life. "Hello. I am not fine. Please remove the disco mode before I eject all of you." Everyone screamed. Except Harry, who just took a casual sip of his cocoa and muttered, "Ah. We broke the AI. That's a new record." Fred vaulted over the seat, wand in hand. "Harry. Duel me. Winner gets the last chocolate frog from the snack tray." Harry stood up with theatrical flair, his cloak fluttering behind him like it was charmed for maximum drama. "You dare challenge me, Weasley? Prepare for doom strike of Choco Frog justice." Jean raised a hand lazily. "Winner gets lap privileges. Loser has to explain polyamory to Scott." Fred blinked. "I concede." Harry bowed. Daphne grinned. "Elegant warfare." Susan hummed. "And effective." Up front, Clint Barton's voice crackled over the intercom. 5 minutes to landing. Last chance to act normal, folks." "Pass," the entire Hogwarts squad chorused. Ginny leaned toward Luna. "Do you think Xavier's even remotely prepared for us?" Luna handed her a sock rune that allegedly glowed in the presence of judgment. "He'll believe in us. Eventually." Jean shifted in Harry's lap, head tilted back. "Ready for round 1 of X-Men, the Sarcasm Wars." Harry leaned down and pressed a kiss to her lips that probably caused minor turbulence. "Always." "Dobby has popcorn," the elf shouted from the snack station. "And glitter sprinkles." Logan groaned from his crate. "This is gonna be a massacre." The Quinjet began to descend, the lights of Westchester twinkling below. The chaos wasn't winding down. It was just shifting gears. Next stop, Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Population, dramatic teens. Power levels, dangerous. Attitude, maxed out. Mutants? Meet Hogwarts. Good luck. Quinjet hours later. Status, entering U.S. airspace. Fuel level, full. Sanity level, barely legal. Somewhere over upstate New York, the Quinjet sliced through heavy winter clouds like it had somewhere better to be. Which, given its passengers, was entirely accurate. American airspace in 5, Clint Barton called from the cockpit, sounding like a man who regretted all his life choices that didn't involve noise-canceling headphones or a tranquilizer dart. Ron popped his head up from the seat behind him. "Wait, are chocolate frogs considered illegal imports?" Clint didn't even turn around. "Only if they're still hopping." Fred leaned forward, eyes gleaming. "Ours unionized around Greenland. There was a marshmallow strike." George solemnly nodded. "We had to appoint a representative. Name's Sir Croak Sallet." From the middle aisle, Dobby waved a tiny sock-shaped flag. "Sir Croak Sallet is now treasurer of the snack cabinet." Dobby officiated the ceremony himself. Hermione groaned. "I knew I shouldn't have let you three near the in-flight catering." Meanwhile, the chaos vortex known as Harry Potter was lounging like royalty. He had a mug of conjured cocoa in one hand, Jean curled up on his lap with a content smirk, and the air of someone who knew exactly how good he looked doing absolutely nothing. Jean, fiery hair tied up in a messy bun that still somehow looked editorial, peeked up from her magazine and tapped 2 fingers against his collarbone. "You're doing it again." "Doing what?" "Radiating smugness like it's your patroness." Harry tilted his head. "Well, when you're me, and you're minutes from landing on the doorstep of a guy who once tried to flirt with your girlfriend using a monologue about optic lasers, you earn a little smug." "Just don't start with 'hello, I'm the upgrade,'" Jean warned. "I'm not bailing you out when Scott vaporizes the nearest ficus." "No promises," Harry said. "But if it helps, I'm mentally workshopping several my girlfriend's stalker burns." Across the aisle, Susan was lounging against Daphne, both wrapped in one oversized Gryffindor blanket like a royal decree of chaos and sapphic menace. Daphne looked over, cheekbones set to lethal, one hand lazily twirling her wand. "Can we get a confirmation on arrival? Because I need to reapply lip gloss before we ruin Scott's day." Susan nodded solemnly. "It's important to emotionally devastate a man and shine while doing it." Tracy, perched on a crate with her boots up and a tiny teacup balanced on her knee, sipped thoughtfully. "Honestly, Scott might just implode from estrogen-based superiority." Neville, who looked like he was attempting to blend into the wall panel, raised a shaky hand. "So, quick question, if we crash, do we get posthumous house points?" George threw an arm around his shoulders. "Only if your last words rhyme. Or reference a blast-ended screw-it," Fred added. "Bonus points for fire." Angelina leaned back in her seat, smirking. "I just want to be there when someone tries to give Logan a name tag." Katie, half asleep and snuggled into Alicia's shoulder, cracked one eye open. "Does it say, 'Hello, my name is Go Away'?" Back near the cockpit, Clint's voice returned, this time dangerously close to desperate. "Touchdown in 10. If anyone has a plan that doesn't involve glitter bombs or sock-based diplomacy, speak now." Luna floated by, draping enchanted tinsel from the overhead bins. "Dobby and I prepared a welcome ritual involving enchanted scarves and interpretive wand dancing." "No," Clint barked. "It involves mistletoe," Dobby added cheerfully. "Absolutely not." As the jet began its descent, clouds parting to reveal the sprawling grounds of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, everyone instinctively turned to Harry. He blinked. "What?" Jean smirked. "You're the ringleader." Daphne nodded. "The Alpha Gremlin." Susan tossed him a wink. "Our Lord of Chaos." Harry stood and cracked his knuckles. His emerald green eyes gleamed with the kind of cocky self-assurance usually reserved for rock stars and gods of mischief. "All right then," he said, grabbing his wand and adjusting his jacket. "Let's go make some new friends cry." Jean rose beside him, adjusting her sleeves like she was suiting up for war. "He won't know what hit him." Susan kissed Daphne's cheek and murmured, "They never do." The Quinjet touched down with a hiss of hydraulics and one final, slightly panicked beep from the AI. From the cockpit, Clint said flatly, "Welcome to Westchester. Try not to hex the telepaths." As the ramp lowered and the sharp winter air rushed in, the Hogwarts Brigade prepared to disembark like it was the opening shot of a superhero movie. Hogwarts had arrived. And Xavier's wasn't ready. Not even close. Quinjet ramp lowering. Status, doors opening. SAS level, terminal. Drama forecast, cataclysmic. The Quinjet's ramp hissed open like a reluctant beast being pried awake from a nap it didn't ask for. Cold wind rushed in, swirling snowflakes around like nature was trying to warn the residents of Westchester that some serious magical shenanigans were inbound. Fred peeked around his snack fortress, voice low and conspiratorial. Okay, new rule, if we survive this trip, someone has to compose a theme song for our grand entrance." George smirked, fingers twitching with wand energy. "Challenge accepted." "Already hexed the wind to play something dramatic." Ron's eyes popped open. Wait, is that the Jurassic Park theme? Seriously? Panic mode, George admitted. I panicked. Jean, perfectly poised with that signature smirk, shot Harry a sideways glance while brushing a rebellious strand of red hair from her face. What's the master plan, Potter? Harry shifted, emerald eyes glittering with just the right amount of cocky swagger. Step 1, charm them so hard their optic lasers short-circuit. Step 2, emotionally eviscerate Scott with a side of style. Step 3, take over the spotlight and look so good it hurts. Jean's grin deepened, dangerous and delicious. Step 4. He raised an eyebrow. Enlighten me. She leaned in, voice dropping to a teasing purr as she pressed a kiss just at the corner of his mouth. Me, always me. Behind them, Daphne flicked her wand, smearing on a last swipe of lip gloss with deadly precision, then passed a hexed snowball to Susan like a secret weapon. Weapons hot, Daphne declared, voice smooth as silk and sharp as a dagger. Susan's eyes sparkled with mischief as she adjusted her scarf like she was tightening a noose. Time to make the American education system rethink its life choices. Dobby was the first to hit the ramp, brandishing a glowing sock flag like a tiny, magical standard bearer. Behold! Hogwarts brings warmth, magic, and very mild chaos. The snow seemed to retreat politely. Neville clung to his wand as if it was a flotation device. His voice was a near whisper. Maybe if I scream diplomatic immunity, no one will force me to talk to Cyclops. Tracy, sunglasses already perched despite sideways snow, gave his shoulder a friendly squeeze. You're adorable, Nevada. Hermione folded up her checklist with a sigh that said I surrendered 3 chocolate frogs ago. Angelina spun dramatically, cloak swirling like the grand entrance of a dark queen. Ladies, gentlemen, himbos, and certified disasters, posture. Poise. And most importantly hex responsibly. Ginny cracked her knuckles, eyes gleaming with the thrill of the upcoming chaos. Time to meet the X-Men. Harry stepped to the edge of the ramp, cloak flaring just right, magic humming softly beneath his boots like a promise. All right, team, he said, voice dripping with smug charm. Let's go make some new friends cry. Jean adjusted her sleeves, voice low and lethal. He won't know what hit him. Susan kissed Daphne's cheek, voice a soft murmur. They never do. The ramp hit the snow with a final hiss. From the cockpit, Clint's voice cut through the brewing storm like a grumpy warlord. Welcome to Westchester. Try not to hex the telepaths. Seriously. The Hogwarts crew readied themselves, each a perfect storm of magic, sass, and teenage chaos. Xavier's wasn't just unprepared. They were doomed. Xavier Institute front grounds. Status, jet door open. Reunion energy, max sulking Cyclops, verified. The moment Harry's boots crunched against the snowy path outside the Quinjet, there was a blur of motion and then a full-body tackle hug. Susan Bones, you absolute goddess! Kitty Pryde squealed, launching herself into Susan like gravity had been optional. Susan barely staggered, catching Kitty midair and twirling her like it was choreographed. Kitty! Your hair looks incredible. Did you phase into a salon and demand justice? I phased into 3, Kitty said proudly. They all cried. Daphne, only slightly threatened by the ball of affectionate energy clinging to her girlfriend, raised a perfectly sculpted eyebrow. The kind that silently said, you get 30 seconds before I hex someone's lip gloss off. Meanwhile, Jean didn't even get a word out before a southern drawl sliced through the flurries like a whip dipped in sass. Well, butter my biscuit sugar, you're back. Rogue strode up in a leather jacket that could win a knife fight and possibly file taxes. Her streak of white hair gleamed in the morning light like a warning sign. She crushed Jean in a hug that looked like it should have been rated for impact. Jean hugged her back, red hair puffed into Rogue's collar. Missed you too, Queen of Chaos and Commentary. And Harry James Potter, came a cheerful, lightly accented voice, the boy who taught me to duel, cheat at chess, and eat nachos at 3 in the morning. Mein Gott, you've grown more obnoxiously handsome. Harry turned just in time to catch Kurt Wagner tail, fangs, and all before the fuzzy blue mutant teleported into a side hug that broke several laws of personal space. Kurt! Harry laughed, clapping him on the back. Still teleporting straight into people's comfort zones. I am a bamf, it is what I do, Kurt said, tail doing an unnecessary but highly fashionable spin. Kitty pulled back, blinking between Susan and Jean, then turned to Daphne, who stood beside them with the posture of someone who had turned down 5 modeling contracts before breakfast. Wait. So, are you two? Kitty made a series of complicated triangle gestures with her fingers, like she was solving a relationship Sudoku. Jean smirked and leaned into Harry's side. Not quite. Susan wrapped her arm around Daphne's waist with a triumphant grin. Try triangle, +1. Harry raised his cocoa like a toast. You leave us alone at Hogwarts for 5 months and suddenly we're the reason polyamory has a PR team. Rogue blinked. You're all dating. Jean nodded. All consenting. All committed. All chaotic. Daphne gave Kitty the kind of cool smile that could slow traffic. Daphne Greengrass. Slytherin. Crisis manager for 3 Gryffindors and 1 sock-based deity. Kitty squealed like someone had just gifted her a unicorn in a crop top. Kit's tail shaped a heart behind him like it had opinions. And before the crowd gets bigger, Harry said, grinning, time to meet the rest of MageX. He turned as the Hogwarts crew filed down the ramp like a British invasion with wand permits and no adult supervision. Ron Weasley, Harry announced. Our strategist. Also our emotional support disaster. Ron waved. Hi. I brought snacks and sarcasm. Hermione nudged him with an elbow. I'm Hermione. I have contingency plans for his contingency plans. Fred and George, Harry said. Explosive experts. Chaos in stereo. Fred gave a cheeky salute. We cater. George followed up. We also cremate. You know, full service. Ginny, Harry continued. Seeker, Hexer, Coco supremacist. Ginny smirked. Disrespect the Coco and you'll wake up with eyebrows in your shoes. Percy, Harry said, gesturing toward the stiffest spine in the crowd. Regulatory compliance incarnate. Percy adjusted his glasses with the gravity of a man who made spreadsheets for fun. I filed 6 incident reports en route. You're welcome. Angelina, Alicia, Katie, Harry continued. Quidditch captains. Founders of the Flying Femme Fatale. Angelina twirled her wand. Cloaks, broomsticks, and girl power. Hannah waved. Hannah Abbott. Token innocent. Definitely not the one who once transfigured a boy's tongue into a sea cucumber. Tracy Davis, Harry said. Snark engine. 5 stars. Would sass again. Tracy didn't look up from her levitating teacup. Already drafting your Yelp review. Cedric Diggory, Harry said. Hufflepuff royalty. 6'3". Still glows. Cedric grinned. It's moisturizer. And clean living. And dazzling humility. Cho Chang, Harry added. Our newest seeker. Lethal with sarcasm. Cho didn't smile. He's lucky I like him. And Luna Lovegood, Harry finished. Dream Prophet. Chaos Whisperer. Tinsel Ambassador. Luna drifted by with the breeze. I taught the wind how to waltz. Kitty's jaw dropped. You brought a house elf. Dobby marched forward, sock banner in one hand, hat made of glitter and gumption. Dobby is head of welcome committee and sock prophet of the coming Snugglepocalypse. Don't ask, Jean said casually. Just offer him tea and duck if he brings out the finger puppets. Nearby, a snowball fight had broken out between George and Angelina that looked like it might evolve into an avalanche. And from the top steps of the mansion, someone watched. Arms crossed. Brows furrowed. Sunglasses dialed to brood. Scott Summers. He wasn't glaring. That would have implied energy. No, Scott was doing that patented slow burn brooding. The kind where you stare too long and forget how to blink. Harry caught his gaze and smiled slow, sharp, and just a little too perfect. He leaned toward Jean. We doing this now, or are we giving him time to emotionally hydrate first? Jean handed him her lipstick. Go break a boy, sweetheart. Chapter 72, Chapter 71. Xavier Institute Front Grounds. Status, SAS level, approaching terminal. Brood level, mutant class Omega. Professor approaching, everyone look busy. The snowy air barely had a chance to settle after the Quinjet's engines wound down when Harry Potter, wearing his trademark smirk and carrying enough bad boy energy to power the entire East Coast, rolled his shoulders like he was stepping into a prize fight. Jean, perched at his side, hair a fiery crown and attitude sharp enough to cut glass, slipped her hand onto his collar and tugged him just a little closer. Don't you dare go full sass on him, she murmured, lips quirking. You actually like this one? Harry's emerald eyes glinted. His smirk widened as he shot a pointed glance at Scott Summers, who was standing by the steps and clenching his jaw so hard you could practically hear his molars filing for divorce. Relax, love, Harry said, voice low and dangerously charming. I've got at least 3 more levels of sass before I max out. Professor's safe. Daphne, lounging behind him with Susan draped casually on her arm like she was some kind of runway trophy wife, arched one perfect eyebrow. Debatable. Susan, red hair catching the sunlight, leaned in to kiss Daphne's cheek and grinned wickedly. We've literally never seen him below maximum sass. Harry shot them both a wink over his shoulder. That's because you're both bad influences. But before he could deliver the final blow to Scott's dignity, and yes, Harry already had 3 burns locked and loaded, a calm, measured voice sliced through the winter air. Harry! If you can spare a moment. The voice wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. Professor Charles Xavier didn't do loud. He simply existed, and everyone within 100 feet suddenly remembered to sit up straight and mind their manners. Even Fred and George, who'd been plotting something that involved enchanted snowballs and the roof, instinctively straightened and saluted before catching themselves and immediately going back to looking mischievous. Harry paused mid-step, calculating. He glanced at Jean. Rain check. She smirked, her green eyes shining as she fixed his collar one last time. I'll hold your spot in line, Potter. You're an angel, he said, pressing a quick kiss to her cheek before sauntering off toward Xavier. He made sure his cloak flared dramatically behind him as he went, because really, what was the point of being Harry Potter if you didn't make an entrance out of every exit? As he passed the Hogwarts crew, Fred stage whispered, bet you a galleon he's got the professor charmed in under 2 minutes. George snorted. Please. 90 seconds. 50, Daphne countered, lazily examining her nails. I know my man. Susan just sighed, dreamy and devastating all at once. Merlin help Xavier if he underestimates him. At the top of the steps, Xavier was already waiting, bald, impeccably dressed, and wearing the faintest smile, like he already knew how this entire conversation was going to go. His wheelchair glided forward as if it, too, was enchanted. Harry made a mental note to ask about that later. Harry, Xavier greeted, voice warm but with that steel core Harry had always admired. It's good to see you again. You've grown. Harry's trademark grin bloomed, equal parts charming, cocky, and just a little too dangerous. Professor, he said smoothly, you look exactly the same. Not even a wrinkle. Either you've discovered a magical anti-aging potion or you're secretly part Vila. In which case, well played, sir. Behind him, Ginny actually choked on her cocoa. Fred and George clapped in unison. To Xavier's credit, his smile didn't falter. If anything, it deepened by about 1/8 of a millimeter. Still irreverent, I see. Still accurate, you mean, Harry quipped back, and for just a second he saw a glimmer of genuine amusement in Xavier's eyes. Jean called up from the courtyard below, voice sweet as sin. Behave, Potter. Define behave, darling. Harry shot back without missing a beat. He blew her a kiss just to watch her roll her eyes and blush. Which she did. Gorgeous. Xavier, still infinitely patient, gestured toward the open doors. If you would, I'd like you to meet some of our new students before you settle in. They've heard a great deal about you and... His gaze flicked to the group of Hogwarts chaos engines at the bottom of the steps. Your team. Harry chuckled under his breath, and the sound was positively lethal. Bet they haven't heard the half of it. He turned to glance at Jean one more time. She gave him a two-fingered wave that was equal parts flirtation and challenge. Then he glanced at Scott, who was still standing there brooding like a wet cat in designer shades. Harry winked at him. Slowly. Deliberately. Just to make it sting. Then he followed Xavier into the mansion, cloak still flaring behind him as the double doors swung shut with a low, dramatic thunk. Somewhere deep inside the institute, the storm began to brew. And somewhere outside, Fred and George simultaneously muttered, 10 galleons says Scott cries before lunch. Xavier Institute Grand Hall. Status, SAS level, weaponized. Banter, imminent. Explosions, likely. When Harry Potter walked into the Grand Hall of the Institute, he was reminded of two things immediately. 1. Whoever was in charge of polishing this much oak every week probably needed hazard pay. 2. This place had serious Great Hall energy minus the floating candles, plus a faint whiff of ozone. Professor Xavier glided forward like the world's most intimidating chess piece, his wheelchair barely making a sound as he came to a stop in the middle of the room. He steepled his fingers, smile patient and mildly terrifying, the way only adults who already know what you're going to say can manage. Harry, Xavier began, his voice all calm authority, this is where you'll meet some of the newest members of our family. Harry tucked his hands in his jacket pockets and tilted his head just enough to make his emerald green eyes sparkle with just the right amount of trouble. Ready when you are. New friends, new enemies, usually it's 50-50. I'm flexible. He caught the faint twitch at the corner of Xavier's mouth and mentally high-fived himself. The side door opened, and the first of the new kids strolled in. Actually, swaggered in was more accurate. She had messy strawberry blonde hair in a ponytail that screamed didn't own a brush and a mischievous grin that screamed even louder probably owns several sticks of dynamite. She cracked her knuckles, planted one hand on her hip, and said, "Name's Tabitha." Code name, Boom Boom. She let that sink in for a second before adding, "I make things go boom. Mostly on purpose. You know, 90% of the time." Harry's grin widened. Perfect. You and I are going to get along dangerously well. Hogwarts just finished fixing one of our towers. Tabitha gave him a look of pure respect. We should hang out. Next came a boy in a baseball cap, southern drawl already firing up as he strolled in like he'd accidentally wandered off a farm and into an X-Men comic. Sam Guthrie, he said, grinning shyly. I am called Cannonball on account of well. He gave a little shrug. Fly. Fast. Real fast. And I don't exactly stop gracefully. Harry smirked. Noted. You're officially on my don't stand in front of list. Sam actually chuckled at that, rubbing the back of his neck. Fair enough. The next girl padded in quietly, her flame-red hair tumbling around her shoulders and her wary amber eyes scanning Harry like he was either prey or predator or maybe both. Her posture was all tension, like a wolf pretending to be a girl. Ronnie Sinclair, she said, her thick Scottish brogue rolling off the name like a challenge. Wolfsbane. Harry studied her for half a beat, then dipped his chin in quiet acknowledgement. "Respect," he said simply. "I've got a few friends who bite too." That earned him the faintest curl of her lips which, from her, probably counted as a belly laugh. And finally came a kid who looked like he could bench press the entire hall. Pyotr Rasputin, 15, shoulders broad enough to block out the light. His calm, even voice carried just a trace of Russian as he said, "Colossus." Harry tilted his head up, way up, and extended his hand. "Harry. Good to meet someone who could crush me into paste and still somehow look polite doing it." Pyotr's huge hand engulfed his and gave a surprisingly gentle shake. "You lead your team well. I respect this." Harry flashed his trademark grin, sharp and a little cocky. "I do my best. Occasionally even on purpose." Tabitha snorted behind him. "So. Marauder, hey? Sounds like you're, the king of stirring the pot." Harry didn't even blink. "Not king," he said. "Just really good at making sure everyone's teacups match when I flip the table." Tabitha whistled, clearly impressed. Sam just muttered under his breath, "Yeah, he's trouble." Ronnie eyed him sideways. Trouble wi teeth." Even Pyotr chuckled softly. Xavier finally interjected, his voice as calm as ever. "You all have a lot to learn from one another and from Harry. His leadership style may be unorthodox, but effective." At that moment, Jean appeared in the doorway, leaning against the frame like she owned the place. Which, knowing her, she probably did. "Sounds like your kind of crowd," she teased. Harry kissed the top of her fiery red head as she slid an arm around his waist. "Exactly. Let's see what kind of chaos we can cook up together." Tabitha folded her arms, grin wicked. "I'm already looking forward to it." Sam muttered to her, "Try not to blow up the whole place." Ronnie crossed her arms and half smiled. "No promises." Pyotr rumbled, "We will try to keep it intact." Harry glanced back at Xavier, still grinning like he knew something nobody else did. "Lead the way, Professor. Show me where the fun begins." Xavier nodded, turning his chair toward the hallways beyond. His smile was faint, but his eyes sparkled with something between amusement and mild dread. "Then let us begin." The doors at the far end swung open, and Harry followed, cloak flaring out behind him like he'd planned the whole thing. Which, let's be honest, he probably had. Behind him, Tabitha muttered to Sam, "You think he's gonna survive us?" Sam snorted. "Shoot, girl. I am more worried about us surviving him." And, judging by the look on Harry's face as he disappeared into the next corridor, Sam might have been onto something. If the room had a maximum occupancy limit, nobody here cared. Harry Potter leaned against the rail like he owned the place, emerald eyes glittering with mischief, smirk dialed into lethal. In the middle of the room, Tabitha Boom Boom Smith juggled 3 crackling plasma orbs in one hand, looking like trouble personified. He called out lazily, "Are you trying to blow your fingers off, or is this just your way of introducing yourself?" Tabitha shot him a grin so sharp it probably needed a license. "Relax, pretty boy. Lost skin grows back." Harry tilted his head, lips curling. Not always on the same fingers, though. In the corner, Ronnie crouched low, her wild red hair falling in her face, amber eyes sharp and dangerous. Sam, fiddling with his gloves, looked caught between admiration and terror. "Pretty sure I don't wanna know where she learned that trick," Sam muttered, his drawl soft but carrying. "Good instincts, Guthrie," Harry said approvingly, then flicked his gaze to Ronnie. "And you, Sinclair, planning to pounce, or is that just your resting wolf face?" Ronnie let out something between a growl and a laugh. "Ya keep talkin' like that, Potter," she said in her thick Scottish brogue, "and we'll find out." Harry actually looked impressed. "Noted. Love the energy. Before Piotr could say anything, and he looked very much like he was trying to politely ask if Harry could survive being folded in half, the doors burst open. And suddenly it was wizards, mutants, egos, and hormones everywhere. The cavalry had arrived. MageX came in like a storm. Fred and George led the charge, twirling their wands and already taking bets under their breath. Ginny followed with Luna, who wore a crown of mistletoe like it was her birthright. Daphne and Susan were locked at the hip, Daphne with a smirk that could kill, Susan with a laugh that could heal, and Hermione, looking like she was already drafting everyone's detention slips. And the X-Men? Not to be outdone. Kitty Pryde phased through a wall just to make her entrance more dramatic. Rogue leaned on the doorframe, all southern sass and smoky eyeliner. Kurt Bamford in with a puff of brimstone and cheer. Scott Summers strode in like he was auditioning for the lead in Brooding, the musical. The room crackled with tension and teenage energy. If Hogwarts was chaos, and the X-Men were barely controlled chaos, this was, whatever came after that. Kitty raised an eyebrow. "You're multiplying," she told Harry flatly. Harry only shrugged. "Well, you know. Go big or go home." "I think you brought both," Rogue muttered, eyes glittering. Jean arrived just then, sliding up to Harry's side, her fiery hair catching the light like molten gold. She slipped her arm through his and looked up at him with that confident, flirty smile that drove Scott absolutely bananas. "Oh look," Harry murmured under his breath, loud enough for Scott to hear. "The mood lighting's finally here." Fred and George cackled in unison. "Put me down for 5 galleons on Summer's Stormin' Out before Harry hits double digits," George whispered to Fred. "Make it 10, Fred replied. In the back corner, Neville quietly muttered, "I give it 20 minutes before someone blows up the roof." Beside him, Ron groaned and shoved his hands in his pockets. "Why'd I come again?" Hermione gave him a withering look. "To support your team. And because you'd have got lost without me." "Not wrong," Ron admitted. The wizards spread out, mingling. Ginny and Luna gravitated toward Kitty. Angelina, Alicia, and Katie clustered near Rogue, all whispering plans that would probably give Xavier a headache. Cedric stood off to the side looking ridiculously heroic, while Tracy and Cho eyed everyone like they were judging a fashion contest and everyone was failing. Tabitha sauntered up to Daphne and Susan, clearly intrigued. "Okay. You two look like you're plotting world domination and you've got matching evil queen energy. I respect that." Daphne just smiled wickedly. "Oh honey, that's adorable. We're already halfway there." Susan kissed Daphne's cheek and grinned at Tabitha. "And we're recruiting." Across the room, Jean leaned closer to Harry, her breath tickling his ear. "So, who's going to snap first?" Harry grinned, eyes sweeping the crowd like a general surveying his battlefield. "Oh darling," he murmured, "why would I ruin the surprise?" Fred and George were now openly calling out bets. All right, wands and wallets out," Fred announced. 5-1 Rogue decks Weasley, George added cheerfully. 10-1 Boom Boom takes out the roof, Fred countered. 50-1 Harry makes Summers cry. That earned them a sharp glare from Scott, who crossed his arms and glared at Harry like Harry had personally stolen his car. Harry caught the look, smiled faintly, and called across the room, "You're brooding so hard I can feel the angst from here, Summers. Might wanna take it down a notch before you sprain something." That was when even Piotr Gentle Giant Piotr chuckled. The whole room seemed to exhale at once, like the game had finally begun. Harry stood up straight, letting his cloak fall around him just right. He flashed Jean a wicked grin and kissed her temple before stepping forward and addressing everyone. "All right, children. Wizards. Mutants. Hybrids. Whatever else we've got in here. You're in my playground now. We've got 2 choices: friendly sparring session, or full-out bragging rights battle royale. And just so you know." He smirked, hands in his pockets. I never lose. Jean laughed softly, fire sparking in her green eyes as she whispered, cocky. Harry shot her his signature grin. Confident. And then he added, loud enough for everyone to hear. Let the chaos begin. And if you asked anyone later, they'd all agree, Harry Potter's smile at that moment was absolutely, 100%, trouble. If you ever wanted to watch a room full of magical teenagers and mutant superheroes collectively forget how to behave, you just had to say 6 magic words, MageX vs X-Men. Tomorrow. Noon. Which, of course, Scott Summers did. Harry Potter didn't even flinch. He just stood there on the center platform, one hand in his pocket, emerald eyes shining like mischief was his day job, which, let's be honest, it kind of was. His smirk could have been bottled and sold as a weapon. Across from him, Scott looked like he'd swallowed a lemon and decided to punch it anyway. The collective gasp of the room wasn't even subtle. Fred and George Weasley actually yelled. Oh! Like, full-on, synchronized, obnoxious twin chorus. George nudged Fred. Oh, he mad. Fred nodded solemnly. Bet he's practicing his speech in the mirror later. Harry finally spoke, his voice calm and just sharp enough to slice Scott's ego in two. Tomorrow, he said. That's adorable. You think you need 24 hours to come up with a plan. That earned him a snicker from Rogue, who leaned on the railing, her black gloves flexing lazily. I'm startin' to like you, sugar, she drawled. Even if you are a little too cocky for your own good. Jean, meanwhile, was still leaning against Harry's arm, her red hair catching the light like a wildfire. She tilted her head and smiled, and Merlin helped Scott Summers, because it was aimed right at Harry. A competition, hey, she purred. That's cute. Harry leaned down to murmur back to her, letting his lips brush just enough against her ear to make her blush and Scott absolutely seethe. Not half as cute as you, darling. Jean smirked. Scott fumed. Fred whispered brutal to George. Fine, Scott bit out, his hands curling into fists at his sides. Tomorrow. Noon. My team against yours. No excuses when you lose. Harry arched an eyebrow, his smirk deepening. Noon works. That way you still have the afternoon to cry into your cereal. He paused just long enough to twist the knife. Thoughtful of me, really. The room broke. Tabitha, perched on the edge of a bench and twirling a spark in her hand like it was a pet hamster, burst out laughing. Oh, I like him, she announced to no one in particular. You would, Ronnie muttered from her crouch in the corner, her amber eyes flashing with what might have been approval. Or hunger. Or both. With her, it was hard to tell. Susan and Daphne were still draped on each other like a couple of very smug queens, Daphne running her nails over Susan's arm. Honestly, love, Daphne drawled, her icy blue eyes on Scott, we could mop the floor with them tonight. Susan grinned and kissed her cheek. But then they wouldn't have time to cry into their pillows. Tabitha whistled appreciatively. Okay, I really like you too. I think y'all are a little too sure of yourselves, Sam Guthrie said, crossing his arms. He was doing his best not to grin, but his southern drawl made it sound more charming than intimidating. Hate to break it to ye. Oh, Guthrie, Harry called over, still not looking away from Scott. I've been breaking things since before you were tall enough to reach the cookie jar. Don't worry, you're next. That got a quiet chuckle from Piotr, who stood like a statue, arms folded. You have, confidence, he rumbled in his Russian accent. Is good. Overconfidence. He smiled faintly. We will see. Fred and George had already started taking bets. 10 galleons says Summers cries before lunch tomorrow, Fred announced, scribbling notes on a napkin. 20 if it's during breakfast, George countered. Done. Kitty phased through the bench she was sitting on and popped up next to Harry, looking deeply unimpressed. You do realize this isn't just, like, magical dodgeball or whatever you people play, right? Harry finally tore his gaze away from Scott long enough to smirk at her. Kitty, if this was Quidditch, we'd already be done. Neville actually snorted at that, trying to hide it behind his hand. Luna clapped politely from her chair in the corner, still humming ominously. Hermione pinched the bridge of her nose like she was praying for lightning to strike Harry down. Ron, as usual, looked torn between admiration and fear. Cedric just stood back, looking like some heroic Greek statue brought to life, shaking his head. And Rogue, bless her chaotic heart, just let out a low whistle and said to no one in particular, "I reckon tomorrow's gonna be fun." Jean pressed a kiss to Harry's cheek and murmured just for him, "Don't be too mean. He might break." Harry grinned, the kind of grin that could get him arrested in several countries. "Oh, darling," he said loud enough for Scott to hear, "I haven't even started." That was when Fred jumped up on a chair and yelled, 50 galleons says Harry makes him cry during the match. George immediately countered, "Nah. Before breakfast." Done. Harry finally straightened up, his cloak swishing dramatically because of course it did. He stepped forward, hands in his pockets, looking around the room like it was already his. His emerald eyes glinted like he was about to announce the next apocalypse. "All right, people," he said. "You heard the man. Tomorrow. MageX vs X-Men. Bring your A-game. Bring your sass. Bring your insurance cards. I'm not paying for anyone's dental work when this is over." That got him laughter, groans, and at least one wolfish growl from Ronnie. Harry just smiled, flashing that trademark look that said, "I know exactly what I'm doing, and you're about to find out the hard way." Tomorrow couldn't come fast enough. Xavier's office war council. Status, danger room booked. Logan already scheming. Natasha ready to kill. Charles? Amused. Professor Charles Xavier was many things: a visionary, a teacher, a telepath, but above all else, he was a man who believed in being prepared. Which was why, before Harry Potter and Scott Summers even finished chest thumping at each other in the training annex, Charles had already summoned the adults. And judging by the mood in his office now, he was the only one who found this funny. The big moonlit window glowed behind him. The room smelled faintly of books and judgment. Charles steepled his fingers and delivered the news with all the calm of a man explaining a weather forecast. Tomorrow at noon, the X-Men and MageX have scheduled themselves a match. The exact stakes are unclear, though I suspect bragging rights are involved. Likely quite a lot of them. That earned a low chuckle from the corner, where Sirius Black had made himself very comfortable, boots crossed on a coffee table and a bottle of butterbeer he'd absolutely smuggled in. "Ah," Sirius said in his deep, lazy drawl, "Harry's finally livening this place up. Took him long enough." "Or starting a small war," Hank McCoy corrected gently, his voice all elegant syllables as he adjusted his glasses. "Which, given his proclivities, is equally plausible." Logan, leaning in his chair with his feet kicked up on the edge of Xavier's priceless rug, snorted. "Kid's got style," Logan muttered, his rough Canadian accent curling into a grin. "I'll give him that." "And an excess of testosterone," Aurora Monroe added dryly from her spot by the window, arms folded, her white hair gleaming in the moonlight like it was woven out of storms. Hank nodded sagely. "Indeed, a most volatile mixture." Natasha Romanoff, who had been sitting silently in her heels and blazer like a predator in a boardroom, finally spoke. Her green eyes pinned Charles with surgical precision. "Define match," she said evenly. "And define no one gets hurt." It wasn't really a question. From his perch against the wall, Clint Barton raised a hand, completely unfazed by her tone. "I mean, come on. It's Potter. Kid's tougher than he looks. You guys see what he did to Greyback's pack over Halloween? Still finding fur in the trees. Natasha didn't even glance at him. That's not the point, she said. Logan, who'd lit a cigar at some point because of course he had, blew out a stream of smoke and finally looked up at her with a half smile. Relax, Red, he growled. Kid's already twice the operator half our kids here'll ever be. If anything, this'll teach them a thing or two. And if it doesn't? Natasha asked sweetly, in the exact same tone you'd use if you were offering to stab someone in the throat. Logan grinned at her like he actually enjoyed the danger. Sirius clapped his hands once. Oh, now that's the Black Widow glare, Sirius said, looking thoroughly delighted. Always wondered what it'd be like to see it in person. Clint raised a brow and added, yeah, it's even scarier up close. You'll get used to it, Black. Sirius smirked. I sincerely hope not. Hank, who looked as though he was fighting a losing battle with his own patience, cleared his throat. Perhaps it would be wise to view this as a controlled experiment. Charles? Charles allowed himself a small smile, the kind that said he'd already thought 3 steps past where everyone else was. Precisely my thought, Hank. Logan, if you'd be so kind, adjust the danger room programming accordingly. Logan leaned back and grinned, showing a hint of teeth. Oh, don't you worry, Chuck. Already got ideas. Gonna have 'em running in circles till they figure out how to play nice. You mean chaotic? Ororo said mildly, raising one perfectly shaped brow. Logan's grin widened. Same thing, Ro. As the group began filing out, Clint muttered, I'm putting 50 on the kid. Anybody wanna take Summers for the upset? Sirius immediately scoffed. Please. I'll take that action. Harry doesn't lose. Clint shrugged, already fishing a few bills from his pocket. We'll see. Natasha lingered. Always the last to leave, always the one to get the last word. She turned on her heel, her green eyes flashing in the moonlight, and fixed Xavier with a look sharp enough to shave steel. Don't let him get hurt, she said simply. And with that, she was gone, the click of her heels fading into silence. Charles sat back in his chair, steepling his fingers and letting the faintest smile ghost across his lips. Oh yes! Tomorrow was going to be very educational. For everyone. Xavier's school danger room, late night. Status, Logan plotting mayhem. Ororo being the responsible one. Kids are so doomed. The lights in the danger room glowed a soft, ominous blue, the kind of blue that made you feel like you'd already lost and didn't even know it yet. It was quiet at this hour. Too quiet. Logan prowled the perimeter like a wolf sniffing out prey, his boots echoing on the metal floor, a half-chewed cigar clenched between his teeth. If he was smiling, and he absolutely was, it was the kind of smile that meant tomorrow was going to be painful. All right, let's see. He muttered to himself, tapping the panel and cycling through programs. Stealth scenario? Nah. Too easy. Close quarters? Temptin'. Maybe a little, jungle warfare meets laser grid meets nightmare fuel. From behind him, a calm voice spoke up. Logan. You're enjoying this far too much. Ororo Monroe stood in the doorway, all white silk and quiet judgment. She folded her arms, her long braid catching the light. Her expression said seriously, but her tone was smooth as ever. Logan didn't even look up. Storm. You're up late. Ororo stepped into the room, her heels whispering over the floor. So are you. And don't pretend this is just you being a responsible instructor. You're having fun, Logan. Logan finally turned, flashing her a grin that could have been carved out of pure mischief. Damn right I am. You kiddin'? Summers practically begged me to make this hurt. Ororo tilted her head, a faint smirk tugging at her lips despite herself. You're aware these are students, yes? Teenagers. Logan snorted and jabbed a thumb at the control panel. Teenagers who can shoot fire, fly, and punch through walls. Better they learn how to take a hit now, while it's just me messin' with em and not some schmuck out there who actually wants em dead. Ororo crossed her arms tighter but didn't argue. He had a point. And Logan loved when that happened. Still, she said finally, try not to kill them. Or humiliate them too much. Especially Scott. He's fragile. Logan chuckled low in his chest, like a grizzly that'd just spotted a nice fat salmon. Oh, don't you worry 'bout Summers. Kid's got pride. This'll do, I'm good. He turned back to the panel, cycling through a few more scenarios before stopping on one that made even Ororo raise a brow. Really? She asked flatly. Logan just grinned around his cigar. Hey! Gotta keep the wizard on his toes. Ororo sighed, walking closer so she could see what he'd queued up. There were trenches. And flamethrowers. And something that looked suspiciously like a mutant-powered tornado. You know, she said lightly, if Harry wins despite all of this, Scott may never recover. Logan let out a laugh that was more growl than human. That's the idea, Ro. Ororo gave him a long look, then finally allowed herself a quiet chuckle. You're impossible, she said, shaking her head. Damn right, Logan replied. Then he leaned an elbow on the panel and smirked at her. But admit it, you're looking forward to watching them crash and burn just a little, and cha. Ororo's silence was answer enough. The faintest spark of lightning danced over her fingertips before she turned to leave, her white braids swinging behind her. Don't break them, she called over her shoulder. Too badly. Logan just chuckled and muttered to himself. No promises. And then he went back to programming, humming a little tune that sounded suspiciously like Highway to Hell. Tomorrow was going to be beautiful. For him. For the kids? Not so much.